1:35 p.m. So we're continuing to watch information coming in from the Tsunami Warning Center. Again, we're watching all of this information come in alongside you. We're in complete breaking news mode. And again, thank you for joining us. We're going to have all of the information here. So again, let's break down the differences between a tsunami watch, a tsunami advisory, a tsunami warning. Warning is the one that we really need to look out for out there. Let's actually pull up the graphics a little bit so you can see what exactly we're seeing. You can, again, this is coming off the east coast of Russia. It is a magnitude 8.0 earthquake, about 33 billion pounds of TNT detonating below the surface. That's the energy equivalent here. And when you hear billion pounds of TNT, again, that's kind of an incomprehensible number. It is an incredibly strong movement of the tectonic plates. And again, it happened at a depth of about 19.3 kilometers below the surface. Again, this was around 12 miles. That's the equivalent. 19.3 kilometers is 12 miles below the surface. Again, I'm just showing this graphic again because we didn't have the graphics up just a little while ago while we were going over all of this information. The latest information from the warning centers across the Pacific. We've got a watch up for the state of Hawaii, a watch up for Guam, potential threat issued for Russia, for Japan, and also an advisory for portions of the Aleutian Islands, which again are much closer to where this tsunami actually, or the earthquake actually occurred. Latest information again from the USGS. Again, we're getting all of this information just alongside you. We're at breaking news. I'm reading through all of the information as we're talking through this. We're also live on YouTube and on Facebook. I'm going to be answering any questions if we have any viewers in the YouTube and Facebook chat. Again, we are seeing from the Tsunami Warning Center, again, we're still under a watch. We're not under a warning. We're still in that phase where it could be upgraded to a warning or changed to an advisory. Let's actually break down that difference. So there's a very big difference between a watch, an advisory, and a warning. Again, a warning is the one that we need to be on the lookout for. So a watch out there is issued when an earthquake occurs that could issue or could generate a tsunami. That's the phase we're in right now. Of note, no warnings have been issued for the tsunami as of now. We only have watches and potential alerts up for Russia and Japan. And so we're in that phase where we need to prepare to take action. If we see something happen where it's upgraded to a warning, we need to move Malco. We need to move up to a higher story away from sea level. So we're still in that watch phase right now. An advisory is when we're upgraded from a watch where we could see a tsunami, but we're not expecting a widespread inundation. Potential tsunami could cause strong currents or dangerous waves out there. Again, widespread inundation is not expected under an advisory, and a tsunami warning is when there's significant widespread inundation. Again, the warning is the one that we need to be worried about. Again, let's take a look at the what the Tsunami Warning Center sent out just after the earthquake happened. Again, the earthquake happened at let's see, is right off the east coast of Kamchatka, Russia. Magnitude 8.0. Again, that's equivalent to 33 billion pounds of TNT detonating below the surface. That's just an energy equivalent. Again, this is the tectonic plate movement. And the evaluation, as of late, or the latest evaluation, is based on all available data. A tsunami has been generated by this earthquake, may have been generated by this earthquake, that could be destructive on coastal areas, even far from the epicenter. That's why you're seeing these over in Guam. That's why you're seeing the tsunami watches over near Hawaii. So if from all available data, if tsunami waves were to impact Hawaii, the estimated earliest arrival is going to be 7:17 p.m. Again, that's 7:17 p.m. if we do see any impacts. Let's refresh to see what the Tsunami Warning Center has as of late. If we've got an updated, no, we're still on advisory or watch number 1. We haven't received an updated bulletin from the Tsunami Warning Center. Again, we're right here with you as we continue to get information. Again, a tsunami advisory, that's that upgraded past the watch phase, has been issued for portions of the Aleutian Islands. They're much closer than we are, so they could be seeing some some waves moving in. And again, watch. It goes watch, advisory, warning. Warning being the worst. Advisory of widespread inundation is not expected. And if we're seeing only advisories issued closer to the earthquake, we may not even see a warning or an advisory here in Hawaii. Again, we're still seeing new information coming in, but that's what we're seeing right now. We're seeing those advisories. Again, let's take a look again at where that earthquake happened. Magnitude 8.0, 33 billion pounds of TNT equivalent. Again, this happened right after 1:30 p.m. this afternoon. Let's actually take a look at some of the, I want to show you where we're seeing the watches and the warnings. All right, so we're building these graphics again as we're going forward. So I'm just giving you, we're getting the closest look at our graphics. There may be something that we have to change as we're going forward because, again, this is happening alongside. All of this information is coming in to us just as it's getting to you. Here's the tsunami watch areas. Again, this includes the entire island chain. That's Kauai, Oahu, Molokai, Maui, and Hawaii Island. If you see that this is upgraded to a advisory or a warning, again, you're going to hear from us first. But right now, it seems like the earthquake was relatively deep. We're only seeing advisories closer to the earthquake, so we're still feeling out to see if this is going to be upgraded. It was a very deep earthquake, so it may not have been able to generate enough energy and movement to push a widespread wave that could move all the way to Hawaii. Again, we're under the watch right now. Again, that is not a warning. That is not a advisory. We're under a tsunami watch. The entire island chain, coastal areas, know your zone. If you know you're in a tsunami zone, again, now is the time to take action. Just be prepared. Stay tuned to local media. A great app to have right now is the First Alert Weather app. You'll get those alerts sent directly to your phone. Still getting more information in. And let's see. Again, I'm checking our Slack channels to see if anybody from Hawaii News Now has updated me. All right, let's see. Let's see what people are saying in the chat. Again, this is interactive. If you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer them. All right. Let's see. If you have any questions, again, I'm looking at the YouTube live chat right now. I'm also going to pull up Facebook Live. Facebook. We're getting all of this information at the same time as you guys. So I want to make sure that we are answering your questions. All right, so we are, right now we don't have a height estimation for the earthquake or the tsunami. The only thing we know right now is that there may have been a tsunami generated by this earthquake. We don't know how far it's going to go. We don't know if it's going to reach Hawaii. We're in that preparation phase where the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center is still evaluating all the data, looking at the satellite, looking at the shake data. Okay, we got new information. All right, here we go. I'm going to read this off. You can also take a look at this for yourself at tsunami.gov. Japan issued at 2:17 p.m., 1 minute ago, 1 to 3 meters. That's a tsunami potentially for Japan, 1 to 3 meters. Philippines, 0.3 to 1 meter. Hawaii, potentially, it says 1 to 3 meters. So let's zoom in. I want to show that Hawaii is 1 to 3 meters. It was just issued. I'm going to get to the bulletin here, but I want to read off these numbers. For Russia, greater than 3 meters. Of course, they're closest to the earthquake. 3 meters is just over 3 feet. That's nearly a 10-foot wave. And 1 to 3 meters for Midway Island. These are all coming from tsunami.gov. We just got more information. I just got a update from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center sent directly to us. So let's actually take a look at, let's read off this information so you can see what exactly we have coming in from them. So this is, I'm going to read this. We're going to read this together. This just came in. Again, they've upgraded it to an 8.7 magnitude, or this is just came from us. At 1:25 p.m., They've upgraded this to an 8.7 magnitude. That's much stronger than originally intended, or originally thought. All right, and they have continued the tsunami watch. We're still under a watch here in Hawaii. 8.7 magnitude. Evaluation. Based on all available data, a tsunami may have been generated by this earthquake that could have been destructive on coastal areas even far from the epicenter. An investigation is underway to determine if there is a tsunami threat to Hawaii. If tsunami waves impact Hawaii, the estimated earliest arrival time is 7:17 p.m. this evening. The time right now is 2:20 p.m. So you still have time to prepare if we do see a tsunami. Again, this has been upgraded to an 8.7 magnitude earthquake, and we were just reading off the bulletins. You could see the information on tsunami.gov. Japan, 1 to 3 meters possible. Philippines, 0.3 to 1 meters. Again, that's 3 feet, 1 to 3 feet right there, essentially. Russia is greater than 3 meters. That's nearly 10 feet of a wall of water moving in. So that kind of puts it into perspective how intense of a situation this is, especially for the areas just close to the earthquake. This is just off the east coast of Kamchatka, Russia. Close to the Aleutian Islands, close to Japan, and again, we could potentially see some impacts here. So let's actually take a look at what we just read was the most recent bulletin. 8.7 magnitude. That's incredibly strong. We're still under a tsunami watch, and no tsunami warnings have been issued. It is still an advisory, and we're looking at the information. I'm going to zoom in on tsunami.gov so I can see a little bit more clearly for Hawaii. Again, the watch is for all of us, is the entire state. Now is the time to be prepared. People are saying 3 meters isn't even bad. Again, 3 meters, a meter is about 3 feet. It's just over 3 feet. So that's half of a normal person. If we're getting closer to, give me 1 second. We're getting information from our producer.
HNN is reporting that it just got updated to a threat.
8.7.
A threat.
We're still under a watch.
HNN is reporting that it's a threat.
Yes, we potentially have it says on tsunami.gov, warning just got upgraded to Alaska. Tsunami.gov is potentially 1 to 3 meters for Hawaii. So that is a threat. Yeah, we can do. Should we go on air?
Is that upgraded like worse?
Yeah, we're still under a watch here, but we haven't. We're not under a warning or an advisory. They haven't upgraded the state, but there are predictions of 1 to 3 meters potentially here in Hawaii. So it is something to be concerned about.
All right, let's go.
All right, we're going on air.
What we get now?
All right, so again, I'm just communicating with our producers so we can get you guys the information. We are going to move on air just so we can get this information out. I will be right back. I want to make sure that we answer the questions for you guys. We are going to all right, seems like we're having some audio issues. I did turn the mic off for a second just so I could talk to the producer. We are, again, getting new information. I think we're about to move on air to just get this out on TV. Again, what I just reported to you, we have now a warning issued for portions of Alaska. All the furthest most west parts of the Aleutian Islands, other parts of the advisory, and then we're under a watch for the entirety of the west coast is under a watch alongside us and Guam. Give me 1 second. I'm going to step away and I'm going to get to our news director so we can see what kind of plan we have. I will be right back. So, again, we have a warning for Alaska. We're still under a watch on tsunami.gov.
It's Derek. We're trying to get the digital center on air.
Okay. I'll start getting it ready.
Okay. Call us back in here at, what is this number?
653. I got you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay,
Bye.
Okay, I'm gonna unmute because people can see.
You're live the
Can see
whole
us.
time.
Okay.
Right now?
Yes,
Yeah.
you're live all.
Yeah, I'm unmuted.
Been live streaming this whole time.
All right. All right. Again, we're back. We're about to take this on air just so we can get the information out to more people. We're live here on Facebook Live and also on YouTube. Again, right now I have the YouTube live chat pulled up. We have a lot of people talking. We are again recording and getting more information from tsunami.gov. This is the Tsunami Warning Center. The latest information, we have a warning up for the furthest westmost parts of Alaska. We have an advisory for the centralmost Aleutian Islands and the Alaskan Peninsula. We have a watch up for the California-Mexico border and the border of Canada all the way up to Alaska. So essentially almost the entirety of the west coast of the U.S. And then there are reports from the Tsunami Warning Center that we have 1 to 3 meters potentially impacting Japan. That was issued at 2:17 p.m. The Philippines, 0.3 to 1 meters. Again, a meter is about just over 3 feet tall. So imagine half of your height, half of the average height of water. That's easily able to sweep you away. Again, this has been upgraded to a magnitude 8.7. Russia potentially seeing more than 3 meters. I believe we just got the go-ahead that we're on air on Hawaii News now. Again, this is breaking news. We're getting all of this information just as you guys are. Again, if you have the First Alert Weather app handy, we also just had the Emergency Operations Center was activated for the state of Hawaii. Again, this is for the entirety of the state. We're still under a watch here in Hawaii, so we're still monitoring to see if this tsunami is going to potentially move across the Pacific close to us. We're under a watch, and portions of Alaska are under a warning, and potentially Russia could be seeing up to 10 feet of water of inundation. So we're getting all of this information coming in. We're still on the second advisory, the second bulletin from the Tsunami Watch. If you're just joining us, we originally had an earthquake at a magnitude of 8.0. That's about 33 billion pounds of TNT detonating below the surface. Of course, that's just an equivalent of energy. This is the tectonic plates moving. So we are seeing this has been upgraded to an 8.7. After they reevaluated, it was an 8.7 magnitude. It occurred just off the east coast of Kamchatka, Russia. So that's where we're seeing the largest waves, potentially right up to Russia, nearly 10 feet of waves potentially for Russia. Right now, the latest information for Hawaii is 1 to 3 meters. We're still under a watch. We haven't been upgraded to an advisory. Let's take a look at the differences between a watch and a warning. We just want to get that information. We actually, right now, we have our news director and several of our producers standing outside.
So Drew, in about a minute and a half, we're going to have you on air as well.
Okay.
As well as in here, so you just keep going.
Sounds good. Thanks. So we're not on air yet here at Hawaii News Now. Again, I am monitoring the chat, so if anybody has any questions. All right. There's a lot of people. I'm trying to make sure that we can stop to actually take a look at this. So let's look again. I'm going to make a graphic as we're going. We're getting all of this information just alongside you guys. Let's take a look. Again, we have a watch up for the entirety of the state. A watch is the lowest level. We're in the preparation phase here in Hawaii. If we did see a wave, potentially that would happen at 7:17 p.m. this evening. That's when it would first arrive. Let's zoom out a little bit. We've got the watch for Hawaii. We also have a watch up. You can see this pink area right here. This is up for the entirety of the west coast of the United States. Also continues all the way up, including the Alaskan Canadian coast up here. This orange area is where we have a tsunami advisory. That's where we're starting to see concerns. Potentially the watch area still in the preparation phase. A tsunami advisory, potentially big waves, strong currents, but not that widespread inundation that you would see in these red areas.
Be on air in 10 seconds.
All right, sounds good. We're about to be on air in 10 seconds, so I'm going to reintroduce what we're taking a look at. All right. All right. I believe we're on air now. All right. Well, good evening, everybody. Thank you for joining us. This is meteorologist Drew Davis alongside with you. Again, we are tracking a tsunami watch for the state. This is originally happened at around 1:30. We're getting reports from our Ben Gutierrez. He just got off the phone with the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. The watch continues for Hawaii. No potential wave height predictions at this time. So we're still not seeing... excuse me. Terry, what was that? We're not seeing any wave height predictions at this time. Again, tsunami watch for the U.S. and Canadian West Coast, Hawaii, and Guam. Alaska has a tsunami watch issued for the eastern Aleutians and a tsunami warning issued for western Aleutian Islands. Again, you can check all of this information on tsunami.gov to see the same information that we're seeing. Again, Ben Gutierrez, one of the meteorologists and reporters here, just got off the phone with the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. That's where we're getting this information. Again, tsunami watch includes Hawaii, includes the entirety of the west coast. That's that pink color that you can see right up here. And then when we start going up towards Alaska, that's where we have another watch. That's the pink area. Orange, that indicates a tsunami advisory where you're seeing strong currents, potentially large waves, not widespread inundation. Red is the tsunami warning. That's where we're potentially seeing large wave heights. Again, this earthquake happened just off the east coast of Kamchatka, Russia. If you joined us around 2:15 p.m. when we were on air for the first time, as it was just breaking, it was a magnitude of 8.0. That's about equivalent of 33 billion pounds of TNT. It has been upgraded to an 8.7 at a depth of 19.3 kilometers. All right, let's take a look. Any questions in the chat? All right. Again, if you're just joining us, I'm going to read out the most recent bulletin from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. Again, Ben Gutierrez, our reporter, just got off the phone with the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center saying that there's no wave heights predicted for Hawaii at this time. This is what we have. We have a warning up for portions of the Aleutian Islands in Alaska. The central portions of the Aleutian Islands and the Alaskan Peninsula are under an advisory. And then we have a watch issued for Hawaii, Guam, and also the California-Mexico border of the west coast of the U.S. And let's take a look. I'm going to read out the information from the watch one more time. This happened at 1:25 p.m., originally an 8.0 magnitude earthquake, upgraded to a 8.7 evaluation. Based on all available data, a tsunami may have been generated by this earthquake that could be destructive on coastal areas even far from the epicenter, and an investigation is underway to determine if there is a tsunami threat to Hawaii. If the tsunami waves impact us, the earliest arrival would be at 7:17 p.m. We've only had 2 bulletins come from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. All of the island chain is under the watch, and let's actually break down the alerts. If you're joining us again, this is the information that I want everybody to know. A watch is something that it's more of a preparation phase. I want you to be prepared. I want you to know when to take action, when to head Malcolm. Make sure you have a plan of action. Again, if we do see a wave, it would be at 7:17 p.m. this evening. We're still in that watch phase, and other areas like Alaska and the Alaskan Peninsula have been upgraded to a tsunami advisory, upgraded from a watch. It was originally a watch up for them. Widespread inundation is not expected for those areas. However, strong currents and dangerous waves are possible. And a tsunami warning, like we're seeing up on the furthest west parts of the Aleutian Islands, that's where we're seeing significant widespread inundation. It's imminent or expected. Dangerous coastal flooding and currents. And of course, on the tsunami.gov website, I'm going to refresh this so we're getting the latest information. It says Russia could see up to 3 above 3 meters, which is nearly 10 feet. That's incredibly large waves. Of course, they're the closest to where this is actually happening. We're not under a tsunami warning. Hawaii is under a tsunami watch. We're furthest away from the actual we're much further away from the actual earthquake compared to Russia, where they're seeing these large waves. And let's check in. I'm going to check in with our Slack channels to see what exactly our team has been saying. We're still under the tsunami watch. Make sure to stay with us as we get more information. Again, the Emergency Operations Center has been activated for the state of Hawaii. Again, if you're just joining us, Ben Gutierrez, one of our reporters and a member of the First Alert Weather Team, has just gotten off the phone with the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. The watch is continuing for Hawaii. No potential wave height predictions at this time. Again, more information to come, especially as we get more information from Ben. I'm going to send Ben a message to update us if we get information from the PTWC. All right. Again, taking a look at the USGS website, I do want to show that we're at 18.2 kilometers depth. So originally this was analyzed at a 19.3. That is 11.3 miles below the surface. Relatively deep, but of course strong enough to where we could see a widespread Pacific tsunami. Of course, this is an 8.7 magnitude earthquake. Incredibly strong. Let's take a look at the chat. Right now, again, I'm seeing some people in the chat saying we're getting 10-foot waves here. That's not the case. We are not. We have no information that would say we are going to see 10-foot waves here in Hawaii. We are potentially watching to see if this tsunami could get close to us. We don't really have any wave heights predicted from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. But Russia potentially could be seeing a very large earthquake moving in. This is a magnitude 8.7, very large, very strong. This 33 billion pounds of TNT equivalent energy, that's for the 8.0. This has been upgraded to an 8.7. Again, I'm just reading off the information as we're getting it in. If you remember last weekend, actually, we actually had another earthquake that happened in this same spot. We had a magnitude 7.5 earthquake happen. This is the old graphic. Ignore the banner there because the tsunami watch for us is still in effect. You can see right here, this is from last week. We had a magnitude 7.5 in the same area, the east coast of Kamchatka, Russia. This was last week. It was canceled. We had a tsunami watch here for Hawaii, but it was canceled. But this is a much stronger earthquake. This is an 8.7, so we're watching this pretty closely. Let's take a look at the map again. We have a tsunami watch for Hawaii. If you're just joining us, a watch means we're in the preparation phase. We are not expecting anything yet, but it is a possibility. Advisory, you're starting to see large waves, strong currents, some impacts, but it's not like a tsunami warning where you're expecting that widespread inundation running up the coast. We're still in the preparation phase, and areas much closer to Alaska are in the tsunami warning. So we see the furthest west parts of excuse me, one of our technical media producers talking to me. I'm gonna get our IFB, or my way of communicating with everybody, plugged back in. Seems to have died. So again, we have the tsunami warning for the westernmost portions of the Aleutian Islands, eastern Aleutian Islands, portions of the Alaskan Peninsula, tsunami advisory, tsunami watch up for Alaska, part of the Canadian coast, and along the entirety of the western coast of the U.S. All right. If you're just joining us, again, we are watching a magnitude 8.7 earthquake that just happened around 1:30 p.m. So just a little over an hour ago. So let's actually I'm going to build a graphic alongside with you guys so we can get this information up on the screen. So here we go. So we're going to get our estimated arrival time, again, is 7:17 p.m. I can. Derek, can you hear me? All right, so I'm in connection. We have crews going live across Oahu right now. Everybody is getting ready for the potential of this potentially tsunami. Right now we have a crew going to the Emergency Operations Center, and I'm hearing from our producer where else they're going. Waikiki and Eva Beach. Again, this is a full-scale team effort here at Hawaii News Now. We're in full breaking news mode. Again, the Emergency Operations Center has been activated. We've got a team going to Waikiki, Eva Beach, and also the Emergency Operations Center. So we might be able to get to them coming up here in a little bit. We'll get some hear from the actual emergency officials. So again, we have all Hawaiian Islands under a tsunami watch. If tsunami were to occur, arrival time would be around 7:17 p.m. Tuesday evening. All right. I just wanted to make sure we have that information up on the screen. There's a big difference between a tsunami watch, a warning, and an advisory. Again, another look at the map. We are under a watch. That's the preparation phase. We're also seeing the entirety western coast of the United States under a watch. Alaska and Canada under a watch. The western Aleutian Islands are under a warning. That's when you need to take. That's when you need to start moving as high as possible. But right now, we are just under a watch. What's up, Matt?
You should toss back to Mark.
Okay.
We're gonna bring you back in the studio.
Sounds good.
All right.
We are going to send this straight over to Mark Carpenter. He is in the studio. He's got more information. Thanks for everybody for staying tuned. More information to come. Let's send it over to Mark. All right, I'm back. We're live on air. I'm going to continue staying with you guys here as we get more information. If you're seeing Mark on air on TV right now, he's going to toss back to me. Okay. Again, the Emergency Operations Center has been tsunami warning for the western Aleutian Islands. We have tsunami advisory for the Alaskan Peninsula and a tsunami watch for Guam, Hawaii, and the western coast. And we have just this breaking news, a tsunami warning. You might have just heard that. So this is the real deal, everybody. If you're, again, the breakdown here, if you are seeing a tsunami warning, you need to be prepared to head up Mauka. Again, this was an incredibly strong earthquake, magnitude 8.7. Incredibly strong amount of energy moving with these tectonic plates. A warning, that's when you need to be prepared. Significant widespread inundation is expected. let's take a look at the information that they just put out in this bulletin. I'm going to read it out. The tsunami watch has been canceled. It has been upgraded to a tsunami warning. You need to take this seriously. You need to take urgent action to protect life and property, including evacuations. Dangerous coastal flooding and currents are possible, and significant widespread inundation is imminent or possible. Let's read through the bulletin together. Again, we have a tsunami warning across the entirety of the island chain. This is the real deal. It says Tsunami Watch. It has been upgraded to a warning. I repeat, if you're just now joining us, I'm going to toss back to Mark in the studio with more information. I'm still going to be here live on YouTube, so stick with us. Mark, back to you. All right.
About 20 minutes after that, it was boosted to an 8.7. Drew Davis is keeping a very close eye on the depth of this, when we could expect a wave. Right now, a warning is also in effect for the western Aleutian Islands off the coast of Alaska. Watch is in effect for the eastern Aleutians. Right now, a warning is in effect for the entire state of Hawaii right now, following that powerful and deep 8.7 quake off the far eastern coast of Russia, a region known as Kamchatka. This comes about a week or so after another tsunami watch was in effect after another quake in the region. Drew Davis has returned to the weather center right now, as we all are keeping a close watch on this. Information is pouring into our newsroom. We're staying up to date with any sort of details, any sort of information. The city's Emergency Operations Center is activated right now at the moment. And you can imagine that a number of other critical government resources, emergency resources, will be activated as well within the next few moments. Again, a tsunami warning is in effect. Specifics on wave heights are not known at this time. Specifics on the arrival of the first wave has not changed as far as I know since the first wave would arrive at 7:17 tonight. Drew Davis is set up once again. We're keeping very close watch on this right now. Drew, what can you tell us right now, the latest update on the tsunami warning?
You know, Mark, I want everybody to realize that when we see a tsunami warning like this is when it's time to take action. Again, the initial estimates of when a tsunami wave could arrive, there was originally at 7:17 p.m. this evening. The time right now is around 2:48 p.m., so we're around a little over 3 hours from that happening. So we're going to continue to watch this. Again, we were under a watch just a little while ago. That was canceled. That's issued when the earthquake first happens. We're now been upgraded to a warning. Let's take a look at where those warnings are. It's not just us. We have a warning up for the Aleutian Islands, the westernmost Aleutian Islands, the entirety of the state of Hawaii, a tsunami advisory also up for the central portions of the Aleutian Islands and portions of the Alaskan Peninsula, a tsunami watch up for the entirety of the western coast of the United States, and alongside portions of Alaska and Canada. Let's also check in with Guam. I want to make sure to see they are still under a watch. They have not been upgraded to a warning or an advisory. Again, we are under a tsunami warning. This is when you need to take action. Let's take a look. I'm going to log into tsunami.gov and we're going to read the bulletin together from what their most recent update. A tsunami warning, magnitude 8.7. Let's take a look at how strong that is in equivalent energy to pounds of TNT. That is 37, or let's see.
Now, Drew, as we're going through this right now, and seeing how the updates have come in. So the initial watch alert popped up at about 1:30 our time. It's about an hour and 50 minutes after that. What does that tell us about, does it provide any sort of indication about the situation we could be seeing here with the warning, just given how quickly these alerts have been coming up and how much, the alerts have been raised from watch to warning status?
Yeah, so Mark, like we were saying earlier when we cut in around, this was just a couple weekends ago, we had that tsunami watch up for Hawaii. We're now up to a warning. A watch, again, is that preliminary level where we're just seeing, that's the preparation phase. The fact that the Tsunami Warning Center has upgraded this to a warning so quickly means that this is something that we really need to take serious. Even if we don't see as much of inundation as areas close to the earthquake. Russia, I believe we were seeing initial estimates on tsunami.gov above 3 meters. That's 10 foot of waves. Again, you may lose our audio here in a second. A tsunami warning may play over the air. So if you lose us, please don't turn away. We are here getting you all of the information. Again, tsunami warning, significant widespread damage, inundation, dangerous coastal floodings and currents. Urgent action is necessary. Start making your plan now. It doesn't matter if you're far away from on the opposite side of the island from where the tsunami was generated, off to our west and northwest near Russia. These tsunami waves can wrap around the islands and still cause damage moving in. Another thing that you might see whenever we see a tsunami is that the water will retract. A lot of people know about this. The water will retract. Do not go out because then you have this huge tsunami wave that's gathering water, pulling it away from the coast, getting ready to move in, causing the damage, the inundation that we're expecting. Again, let's read. I do want to read together what the bulletin was saying. So again, this was upgraded from an 8.0 to an 8.7. That is incredibly strong. We were seeing initial estimates of 33 billion pounds of TNT. That's about the equivalent energy. Evaluation, just reading it off word for word, this is from the warning bulletin. A tsunami has been generated that could cause damage along coastlines of all islands in the state of Hawaii. Urgent action should be taken to protect lives and property. A tsunami is a series of long ocean waves. Each individual wave crest can last 5 to 15 minutes or more and extensively flood coastal areas. The danger can continue for many hours after the initial wave as subsequent waves arrive. Tsunami wave heights cannot be predicted and the first wave may not be the largest. Tsunami waves efficiently wrap around the islands. All shores are at risk. That's why we're seeing the entire state under a warning right now. Just continuing the bulletin. They can wrap around the islands. All shores are at risk, no matter which direction they face. The trough of a tsunami may temporarily expose the seafloor, but the area will quickly flood again. Extremely strong and unusual nearshore currents can accompany a tsunami. Debris picked up and carried by a tsunami amplifies its destructive power. Simultaneous high tides or high surf can significantly increase the tsunami hazard. That's actually a great point from the bulletin. Let's take a look at when high tides are here in Hawaii today. We're going to go off of Honolulu for today. High tide is at 7:48 a.m. We're actually going to be having low tide around 12:57 p.m. Tonight, high tide is around 7 p.m. 17 minutes later, the initial responses, the initial alerts, that's when we could potentially be seeing that first wave arriving. So it's going to coincide with high tide, at least in Honolulu. Over in Waianae, high tide, 7:19 p.m., 1.5 feet above normal. Haleiwa, the high tide in Haleiwa tonight is at 6 p.m., so it'll be on the decline as we're going further into the evening. Again, we're getting all of this information coming into the newsroom.
Just to jump in here, as you're tracking this all down, as the information is updating, as we're seeing this from the National Weather Service, tsunami warning is in effect for the entire state of Hawaii right now. Drew, as you mentioned, it's not just us. There's also warning in effect for parts of Alaska, parts of Japan as well. because those areas would also potentially be in the wave's path, what can that do to any sort of potential damage coming to our end?
So if we're seeing those areas in the path, again, this is a burst of energy. Essentially, if we're seeing a tsunami warning like this, we don't exactly know the fault movement just yet. We've talked about it countless times. We've talked about slip strike, and we've talked about thrust faults. Typically, when you have a thrust movement, which we don't have confirmation from the USGS that's what this is, that's when you see the large movements of the water generating the tsunami. But this is a large amount of energy just pushing water out. Even if these areas like Japan are near the tsunami, you're still seeing energy moving through the open water. If you just take a look at the map, let's zoom out and show you the path of what we could be seeing occurring with this tsunami. Again, tsunami warning you're seeing right here. It's been up on the screen while we've been talking over this. Let's zoom out. Where we're seeing this earthquake generated right here off of Kamchatka, Russia. There's open ocean directly towards Hawaii. We may have other areas like the tsunami warning in the Western Aleutian Islands where we're seeing concerns right there, a tsunami advisory along portions of the Alaskan Peninsula, and a tsunami watch up for Alaska, portions of Canada, and the entirety of the western coast of the U.S. is currently under a tsunami watch, much like we were. But now we have been upgraded to a tsunami warning. Again, we have that open water that could be moving away from the earthquake. Just showing you the epicenter again. This is where it occurred. There's open water in between us and the epicenter of this earthquake. So that's where a lot of the concern is coming from.
What are we learning about the depth of the initial quake, and how could that impact a potential wave turn?
So just taking a look, I'm pulling up the USGS website again. It was originally, I believe, at a depth of 19.7 kilometers. That may be incorrect, but we are now been upgraded to 18.2 kilometers. I believe just off of the conversion, right. That's around 11.3 miles below the surface. So this is still deep, but it is enough and strong enough. And 8.7 is an incredibly strong quake. We don't see these very often. These are very rare quakes. That's where the concern is coming from. Even if it is deep, we are seeing the threat for a tsunami. I'm going to toss it back over to you, Mark.
Yeah, so right now the city's Emergency Operations Center is activated, and we're expecting to hear more announcements from government officials, government leaders. Hawaii residents, those across the state right now, are urged to prepare, take caution right now. Tsunami warning is in effect. This comes at a time where there's been a lot of seismic activity, an increase of seismic activity in the northern Pacific. A 6.4 quake struck in the same area of Russia last Saturday night. That turned into a tsunami watch, and it was later declared canceled about an hour and a half later. But right now, a tsunami warning is in effect. The last update, the first wave would arrive at 7:17 tonight, and as Drew just mentioned, that would coincide with high tide for parts of Oahu's North Shore.
Specifically high tide for Honolulu. I believe it will be coming down for high tide in Haleiwa. I can read off those numbers again, but high tide will allow some of these waves to be larger compared to if we were seeing low tide, allowing for more inundation to happen.
So we're all digesting this information in real time right now. As details come into our newsroom, we're getting updates. We're staying on top of the updates from the National Weather Service, the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center right now. We should mention the last time a tsunami hit Hawaii was back in 2011, following a 9.0 quake off the northern coast of Japan. The first wave arrived in the state about 8 hours later, with the brunt of the damage impacting the Big Island. So that was back in 2011. Right now, this is after a 8.7 magnitude quake off the far eastern coast of Russia, a region known as Kamchatka. A tsunami warning is also issued for parts of the western Aleutian Islands off the coast of Alaska. A watch is issued for parts of the eastern Aleutian Islands, and a warning is also in effect for Japan. We are all keeping a very close eye on our video feeds, on our news feeds right now. We're trying to see the developments here stemming from this initial quake. Very powerful, 8.7. Drew Davis, is there anything, and what is the expectation on kind of, since we're now in the warning phase and the warning stage of this. Drew, is there any expectation on kind of when we'll be receiving updates and what is the kind of the timeline of updates we'll be receiving from weather officials?
So the USGS and the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, especially in events like this, do a really good job of updating these roughly around every 15 to 20 minutes or so. Again, we just got the warning. That just came in, breaking news. Again, we are going to be seeing new information. We have teams going out to the EOC, the Emergency Operations Center that was just activated. I do want to say that I'm going to update this graphic to kind of show you the reevaluation. We originally had a 8.0 magnitude earthquake. This has been upgraded to an 8.7. Let's just say an equivalent amount of energy. That's 370 billion with a B, pounds of TNT detonating below the surface. Even though that's kind of an incomprehensible number, that is the kind of energy that we are seeing with this earthquake. This is the Richter scale. That's why I was saying that these are rare earthquakes. So you don't see these very often. A depth of 19.3 kilometers. So very, very strong movement. Of course, that's why we have the warning. Another look at the warnings. We have a warning up for the entirety of the state. Entirety of the island chain. Here's a look at the areas that could be impacted. This just means it's time now to prepare. Head Mauka. If you're in an office building, a condo, head up floors. Get away from sea level. You can check to see if you are in a tsunami warning zone by going to tsunami.gov or searching up Know Your Zone Tsunami Hawaii. You'll be able to find a map. Of course, you probably already know that information, but just to be prepared, might be a good idea to check. Again, tsunami warning for the entirety of the island chain. Mark, let's take a look. I mentioned that these are very rare earthquakes. I'm going to pull up an old graphic that we have that shows kind of the
Provide some context.
Provide some context for how rare these systems are. So again, let's take a look at the information. So again, we are at an 8.7. We are seeing that this is severe damage and loss of life. About one of these happens per year. Again, 8.7, nearly a 9. Again, the areas that are just close to that earthquake, that is nearly a 9. This happens nearly a 1 every 10 years, a magnitude 9 earthquake. We're nearly to that level. This is a very strong earthquake. Again, I was saying the energy equivalent. 370 billion pounds of TNT detonating below the surface. That's how strong the system is. And it's an incomprehensible number. It's just, it's so much energy, so much movement in the underground. That's causing the tsunami threat. And again, we see these about one every year. We see an 8. Just last week, or a few weekends ago, we had a 7.5 magnitude earthquake happen in that same area that was near Kamchatka, Russia. Just near the same area. This was a 7.5, and it's about 18 per year. That has been blown out of the water, a much stronger earthquake. So just showing you again that this is kind of taking a deeper look at the magnitudes. So just providing a little bit more context, Mark. I hope that can kind of talk about the situation that we're tracking right now.
Oh, of course, absolutely, and thank you for that. And what we've been seeing over the last several weeks, I mean, you just mentioned the quake that we saw last week in the same region. We've also been keeping a close eye on powerful earthquakes that have been in parts of Japan, so that northern Pacific area. So right now, tsunami warning after that 8.7 quake in Russia. Have your preparation plan, have your disaster plan ready to go. If you're in low-lying areas, head Mauka, look for cover. Weather officials are expecting that the first wave would arrive at 7:17 tonight, but now is the time to get ready, to take action. Information is coming into our newsroom. We also have questions from viewers. Drew, one of our viewers is asking that they're in Waikiki right now. Mm-hmm. Should they be evacuating right now?
I would say that if you're in Waikiki, that is an area that is definitely susceptible to this. Again, I want to read out what the Tsunami Warning Center sent out. Again, this is the warning bulletin. This is what exactly was sent to me. Let me pull it up so we can make sure the data is coming in correctly. So are under a tsunami warning. And again, the question is, if we're in Waikiki, should we evacuate? We're still getting more information from the Tsunami Warning Center. We're waiting for their next bulletin, waiting for their next alert. So even if you're in Waikiki, of course, low-lying area, of course, we are seeing that this is near the ocean, of course, is in a tsunami zone. If you're near that area, you need to be thinking about your plan, whether you're in a tall building, head up stories, head upstairs. If you're not in a tall building and you're in a building that's right at the sea level, you need to be starting to think about heading Malka. Again, this is at 7:17 p.m. Again, the time right now, 3:05, so you still have some time. That's why we're here now. That's why we're here live giving you the latest information. But you need to start thinking about, have your plan, find your family, let them know, make sure everybody that you know is aware of this, because again, this is a strong, strong earthquake. 8.7 nearly happens 1 every 10 years. You need to be starting to think about making your next move.
Yeah, have your plan ready to go. You mentioned, Drew, we're live with the information. We'll be staying with you live as details and the updates come into our newsroom. A very active situation right now with the tsunami warning in effect. The city EOC, the Emergency Operations Center, is activated as city leaders. Safety officials converge on monitoring this and mapping out disaster plans. State workers have been told to go home as parts of the state and residents take action with this. Very powerful. Our first alert weather team is staying on top of this very much so. Our Ben Gutierrez, he tells us it's an important piece of information that should be known, that tsunami waves are different from surf waves. The energy will affect all shores, and it could be worse on shores away from the energy as the tsunami converges from both sides. So this is following an 8.7 quake. The last update we have is that the first wave would arrive at 7:17 tonight. Drew Davis, you're tracking this. What can you tell us now? There's something new coming.
We just got new information that the warning sirens will go off at 4:10 p.m. So, and just a little over an hour, 5:10 p.m. and 6:10 p.m. Again, we are getting questions about the evacuation process. We're still getting more information from the Tsunami Warning Center. Again, warning sirens will go off at 4:10, 5:10, and 6:10 p.m. Again, the latest estimate from the Tsunami Warning Center and the USGS is that we could potentially see the earthquake or the tsunami arrive at 7:17 p.m. So we have several hours. You have time to get ready, but you need to be making your preparations now. Again, here's another look at the magnitudes. An 8.7, nearly 1 per year when it comes to an 8, 1 about every 10 years when it comes to a magnitude 10. I believe we have Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins in house with us. Well, she's still getting ready. Let's send it over to Mark.
Thank you very much, Drew. Yes, tsunami warning is in effect right now. This information is coming in. If you are just joining us, we are told that the warning sirens will sound across the state at 4:10, 5:10, and 6:10 p.m. tonight in anticipation of the first wave, which is expected about 7:15 at 7:17. You know, if you are in a low-lying area, a disaster inundation zone, now is the time to have your plan ready. Now is the time to go look for cover right now as we are expecting this. We are keeping a very close eye on this. We are staying with you as we go through this tsunami warning right now. One of the things that we see in these events is that you have several hours of lead time. With a wave coming in at 7:17, there is time now to get ready. Now is that time. So the first initial update of a tsunami watch came in around 1:30 this afternoon. The initial report was that it was an 8.0 quake off the coast of Russia. About 20 minutes later, that was boosted up to an 8.7. Very significant in terms of magnitude, in terms of quake strength, in terms of power and depth. And then the watch officially became a warning about 2:45 Hawaii time. Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins is in place right now. As I said, our team is keeping tabs on everything that is coming in, all the information, all the updates, everything that you need to know. Jen, what can you tell us? Is there any new info that is coming in?
especially when your phone is going off and you're hearing those alerts on the TV screen and on your phone. But the good news behind all of this has quite a bit of time to travel, and even at this magnitude in depth, we're not expecting monstrous tsunami waves. We're talking about minimal tsunami waves, but that doesn't mean that you can't be prepared. This is a deeper look at tsunamis. If we could take a closer look at the energy, if we could take this full screen, please, for the producers out there, you could actually see the wave energy that we're going to be tracking. Looks like the closer look at tsunami energy, it is pretty magnificent how far this can travel. So the earth plates rub together, causing an underwater earthquake along the fault line. The earthquake causes a vertical push of seawater, and as the wave spreads into shallow water, it grows in height. So places of concern for big tsunami waves in this scenario will be places like Japan, even Guam. So it is going to be traveling about 6 hours to get here, and we'll see minimum wave impacts. History has showed that once we've seen these kind of impacts, we have been seeing some disruptive waves patterns that have come through. But when it comes to probably those big tsunami waves, that's going to be left over the far Pacific there. But it can cause huge surge of energy to travel across the ocean. The first wave, like we're talking about, at 7:17, and history has shown preliminary reports. Hilo did see a rise of 0.3 meters at this magnitude, so that's a foot in sea level rise there, so that is significant. And other harbors have seen anywhere from 0.1 to 0.2 meters, so pretty significant still. And historically, we've seen in 1959 a magnitude of 8 from Russia, a lot like this one, generated about 0.1 to 0.2 meters, so that was about 4 to 8 inches. We're expected under about 0.3 meters for most shores. Hilo in the past did see a lot of boat damage with this caliber, and we have been seeing a lot of boat damage. Remember, in the Japan earthquake that we saw, that was a big concern in Hilo. Even though we didn't see the huge magnitude of tsunami wave energy, but even though it landed anywhere from 0.1 to 0.3 meters, we did see that disrupt a lot of the boats and the harbors. And also, I think with this scenario, the main danger remains strong local currents. So that's why you're not going to want to stay close to the ocean. That's why you should be moving towards Malka. And we're not going to be seeing widespread flooding or run up with probably 0.1 to 0.2, but with this magnitude, we could easily see that exceed 0.3, and that's enough energy that it is going to disrupt boats. So if you are someone who is living in a boat, or if you know anyone who is parked at those harbors in a boat, this is the time to prepare to move on and go inland. And that's something that we're probably need to stress of concern here. I know a lot of people 6 hours from now are wanting to watch at the beach what's going to happen, but this is not the time to watch. This is the time to move inland and Malka, because it's very unpredictable with the kind of energy that we're seeing that's traveling this far in a distance, all the way from Russia. We're talking about there's going to be unpredictable wave patterns for one, and also we're going to see really strong rip currents and local currents, and we are likely going to be seeing some significant wave heights, especially in open harbors that aren't obstructed by anything, like in Hilo, like we've seen in the past. So, Mark, a lot of elements that are coming together that we'll have to watch, but like I said, 1959 history has showed that it generated 0.1 to 0.2 meters, and that's about 4 to 8 inches. We could easily get about a foot if this comes our way. So something that we're watching very carefully with all of this energy. And like we were talking about with Drew Davis, coinciding with the high tide, which is a big concern for us as well. And the depth of this, about 12 meters or so, we are going to be seeing a lot of energy come through. And in the past, with these kinds of magnitude energy that's coming through with tsunami waves, we have been seeing anywhere from about 5 to 7 hour window for that first wave to come, and it looks like it's coming our way at about 7:17. And I think it's important to note that even after 7:17, that's when some of that energy catches up, and that's when the strongest surges will be. So it's going to be well beyond that 7:17 mark.
Thank you very much. critical information. The overarching message is to have your plan ready, have your plan of action ready to go. Now, Jen, if you could just hold on there, as you know, we're kind of just looking to map this out and kind of see what we can expect to unfold over the course of the next several hours or so. So it's not just us that's in this tsunami warning. Warnings have also been issued for Japan, the western Aleutian Islands near Alaska. You know, what can that tell us? Because warnings have been put in place for those spots over there, what can that tell us about a potential direction of this wave and the impact here in the islands?
So it actually will reach Alaska pretty quickly because of the orientation of the earthquake itself. And we're talking about maybe anywhere from 2 to 3 hours from now. And that will reach Alaska, the Aleutian Islands. As far as the rest of the Pacific, because we're in the middle of the Pacific, it's going to take its time. We're talking 6 to 7 hours for us. For Guam, a little bit sooner than that. And Guam, as you know, is very vulnerable at this state. And we're talking about them seeing impacts too. We're talking about British Columbia, Washington, Oregon, California, potentially could see some impacts anywhere from 4 to 7 hours. Japan, a closer impact at 3 hours. And Alaska and Aleutian Islands, like I was talking about, 1 to 3 hours. So it is going to gradually see all of that ripple effect that comes our way, starting with the Aleutian Islands and Japan.
We have new information coming out about safety advisories across the state right now. Once again, the City Emergency Operations Center is fully activated. We have a crew en route there right now as city and first responders and emergency officials gather to map out what we're going to be anticipating, the action we're going to be anticipating over the next several hours. The state employees are advised to go home. You can imagine right now that many workers and businesses in low-lying areas have been told to evacuate, have been told to go home. The Department of Parks and Recreation is advising members of the public to evacuate county campgrounds and beach parks. If you haven't done so already, now is the time to head up Mauka, head for cover as Hawaii responds to this tsunami warning. The warning came down on air. You could hear it in our newsroom. You got it on your phones, you got it on your mobile devices, you got it on your watches. The warning came down about 2:45 Hawaii time. First wave is expected to arrive around 7:15 tonight, all stemming from an 8.7 magnitude quake off the far eastern coast of Russia. So once again, have your plan ready to go. Have your supplies ready to go. We're in the process right now of gathering video, bringing you scenes from different areas across the state right now, just to show you as Hawaii is looking forward, is looking to see what's going to be unfolding over the next several hours. So once again, the latest update from city officials, city leaders is to the Department of Parks and Rec advising members of the public to evacuate county campgrounds, parks. That was issued by Kauai County officials. Same message applies for the rest of the state right now as the entire island chain is under a tsunami warning. Our first alert weather team is keeping very close track of the conditions, monitoring the updates in real time. This all started around 1:30 Hawaii time, following that powerful and deep quake off of Russia. It was initially a tsunami watch, as is the protocol for these types of situations. Starts off as a watch. Our emergency and weather officials keeping a close eye on what has been unfolding. It was upgraded to a warning. You got the alerts 2:45 Hawaii time. So the warning is in effect. As we have said, it is not just Hawaii. Warnings are also in effect for parts of Alaska, parts of Japan, parts of the West Coast on the continental U.S. So we have crews heading out, bringing you the latest information. We are keeping track of the latest information and the updates as they are coming into our newsroom. City EOC has been activated. If you are in a low-lying area, find your evacuation zone. Governor Josh Green has sent state employees home early. We are also in the process, in addition to sending crews out to the City Emergency Operations Center, parts of Oahu, We're working on bringing you images right now. This is a live look at Waikiki right now. You see lots of people in the water. The warning has been it is in effect right now. There needs to be a high degree of concern as we're seeing this. So this is a live look at Waikiki at the moment. State officials tell us that sirens will sound 3 times this afternoon, late afternoon, and into the evening. 4:10 p.m., 5:10 p.m., 6:10 p.m. Warning sirens underscoring the message. Those need to be cautious. Now is not the time. We're giving you the live look at Waikiki right now. Now is not the time to be anywhere close near the water. Let's also give you a look from our tower cam right now, overlooking throughout Honolulu, out to the airport reef runway. Conditions appear calm right now, but this is what happens in these types of situations. You have the initial warnings come down, the initial alerts after the quake, and then you have several hours of lead time. You see right there, the earliest estimated arrival of a tsunami wave would be at 7:17 tonight. As we give you a look at Honolulu Harbor, this is something that has impact in any number of areas. Information is coming into our newsroom, keeping such close watch on this. We have our first alert weather team monitoring the updates as they are pouring in. So kind of breaking down the process of how this has unfolded. So you had the initial quake alert come in. It was an 8.0 magnitude quake off the coast, east coast of Russia, upgraded to an 8.7, not insignificant. About 20 minutes later, so that was at 1:45. Warnings were then issued for parts of Alaska, parts of Japan, and then the subsequent warning for Hawaii at 2:45. We have several live crews out in the field right now. We have a crew heading over to the City Emergency Operations Center. This is our live shot from our crew out in Waikiki. Not a sight you want to see. People in the water in a low-lying area off the coast right now. So now is not the time to be heading out to the beach or low-lying areas. So once again, this is something that requires a serious response. You want to be over-prepared. You want to have your plan ready to go. You need to have your supplies in stock here. Just looking up some research here, the last time Hawaii was impacted was back in 2011, following a 9.0 magnitude quake off the northern coast of Japan. The impact came to Hawaii about 8 hours later. And as you may recall, the Big Island took the brunt of the damage in that situation. As we give you a live look from our Hilo cam, we are covering this event right now from all angles, trying to map out this response as Hawaii reacts to this tsunami warning, which is currently in effect. We have teams deployed throughout the state right now trying to monitor this response. As we give you a look from our Hilo Bay cam, you may be hearing another alert coming in. So apologies for any audio disruption right now. You may be hearing another alert coming in. This is from emergency officials warning of the incoming tsunami warning following an 8.7 quake. First wave is expected to arrive at 7:17 tonight. We're tracking this. We have live cams out in Waikiki. And this is our Hilo cam right now. We have a crew out at the Emergency Operations Center. We have crews out on Maui as we speak. So we'll be bringing you video as it comes into our newsroom and new footage of this. So this is something that needs to be taken very seriously. Have your plan ready to go. Traffic is building in parts of the city right now. Let's bring it over. We're covering this event in real time. Let's hand it over to Jonathan Masaki and our First Alert traffic team. Jonathan, can you give us a look at the roads right now? What are we seeing?
Okay, it looks like the roadways are starting to build up when it comes to traffic. We're looking at a camera, or we're trying to get to a camera here at H1N Full.
All right, Jonathan, apologies. We're working on getting your microphone situation resolved right now. As we continue to give you a look at Hilo Cam, this is a shot right now that let's hope it does not look different over the next several hours as we are monitoring this tsunami warning following an 8.7 quake. You heard from Drew Davis, you heard from Jennifer Robbins, an 8.7 quake needs to be taken very seriously. It's very powerful. It was very deep. This comes at a time when there has been an increase in seismic activity in the northern Pacific. We've seen massive quakes off the coast of Russia, powerful quakes off the coast of Japan. And so this is the one that has triggered a tsunami warning. Updates are coming to us right now. The last emergency alert that we see from safety officials says the following, and we're going to be reading this out loud, that due to the tsunami warning and wave arrival time of 7:10 p.m., this is for Kauai residents, 7:10 p.m. of Honolulu, sounding the sirens to alert the public of possible flooding inundation zones. This is a statewide event at the moment. The sirens and alerts will be provided throughout. First siren's expected to go off at 4:10, second siren at 5:10, and the next one at 6:10. I can imagine we've already gotten multiple alerts. You'll continue to receive alerts on your phone, on your watch, mobile devices. That's one of the things that, as disaster response has developed over the last several years, there are more ways to get information out to the public, keep the people informed as we are tracking this tsunami warning, as we give you a live look right now from our camera in Waikiki. Lots of people at the beach, not what you want to see at the moment in a situation like this. Let's bring it back to our Hawaii News Now studio right now. Meteorologist Ben Gutierrez is joining me at the moment. As this is unfolding, as we speak. Bringing in video from different sources. We're bringing in details from different sources. What sort of new information do we have over the last several minutes as we track this?
Right now, we've had a lot of basic questions from people because it's been a while since we've had something of this magnitude, no pun intended. By the way, I'm not a meteorologist. Just a little correction, weather anchor. But one thing that we were getting a lot of basic questions from viewers. One of them is, if I'm in Waikiki, what should I be doing now? Yes. Do I need to leave the hotel? Do I need to drive out of Waikiki? If you are in a high-rise, if you go, you will be safe on the 4th floor or above. This is what is called a vertical evacuation. So there's no need to evacuate the hotel. If you're in a good, solid high-rise, go up to the 4th floor or higher, and you will be safe. If this also is for really any of the high-rise areas, for example, Kailua Kona. Also, we're talking about Ka'anapali, even Kalapaki Beach. And so there's just a lot of places where you can go without having to leave the area.
Okay, so our Lynn Kawano, we have teams out in the field right now. Our Lynn Kawano is standing by live at the Emergency Operations Center with Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi. Lynn.
Yeah, Mark, all city and county employees have been released. You can see that they are walking out right now. All state employees have also been released for the day. Now, what I'm told is the streets are packed. The parking garages are packed as people are trying to get home, trying to get to their families, get to safety ahead of all of this. We were told that the sirens were not going to go off until 4:10, but they did go off a couple of minutes ago. So about 3:24, they did go off here in downtown Honolulu. And joining me now is Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi. He just happened to be walking by to the EOC, the Emergency Operations Center. We stopped him to get a quick update. Mayor, the sirens went off earlier than what we thought. Tell me.
And I don't know why. I suspect there was a good reason. I was on my way to the operating center to find out exactly why. We were anticipating they would go off at 4:10. It was at 2:43 today when we got the official tsunami warning. This is an 8.7 earthquake off of Russia. You and I have been in the business a long time, through a lot of different things. I don't remember an earthquake of this caliber. So clearly, this is serious. And so we're evacuating all of our employees. Right now, the schedule is to have the sirens go off at 4:10, 5:10, 6:10. We're anticipating if there's going to be a hit, it is at 7:17 tonight. Then that's as much as I know right now. Anxious to get downstairs, but I want to go back to everything that we've said to people over the years. Get home, get safe as much as you can.
Yeah, and we want people to get to higher ground as well. That's kind of the issue. They have time right now, 3 hours to try to get over there. You've released everybody. Is that the idea then, to try to get people the time they need?
Anybody who's in a flood inundation zone, they were asking people to evacuate their properties to get to higher ground as much as possible, and that pretty much goes for anywhere. If you're already on higher ground, then you stay there. But you know, it's always a rush for the hills, and we'll see. Don't want to sound panicked, but this is happening very fast, and so we need the community and the public to work with that and be responsive, and hopefully everybody stays safe on the road. Drive with aloha. Let people just get there. Let's just hope for the best here right now, but we're going to go in there and prepare for the worst.
Okay, real quick before you go in there, who is in there and what is the plan for right now, 4 hours ahead of this?
Well, it'll be all of our emergency operating personnel. You know, they come from all the different divisions, first responders, police. You know, we'll certainly have our media team in there and everybody else. We're in full alert with civil defense. It's a whole cadre of people that come down there. This is our first time now since we've been mayor to have this, but in the dry runs that we've gone through, it's quite a few people. So we'll try to communicate with the public as best we possibly can. Watch television as long as you have power. Listen to anything and everything you can get your hands on, but pay attention. And this is serious, or we wouldn't be doing this.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor Rick Blangiardi, heading into the Emergency Operations Center right now here in the basement of the Fasi Center. All employees in the city and county of Honolulu, except essential or first responders, have been released now, and they are heading home, as well as state workers. But I will tell you, the streets are pretty packed right now. Again, the sirens are supposed to go off 4:10, 5:10, 6:10. We were originally told that, but at 3:24, they started going off here in downtown Honolulu. That certainly got people a little bit more alerted. We did also run into Jim Ireland, Director of Emergency Services Department, earlier today, and here's what he had to tell us about moving his personnel around ahead of all of this.
Activate generators, bring in personnel. We also move ambulances that are in coastal areas, and they relocate to other areas that are not in the inundation zone. We have staffing for our ambulance bus and other larger vehicles in the event that we need to use those for medical evacuation, whether it's from hospitals or clinics or people who otherwise can't get out on their own. This is evolving.
All right, I believe, apologies for the technical errors right there. We are mapping this out as the situation unfolds. We were hearing from Jim Ireland, Director of the Emergency Services for the City and County of Honolulu. We heard Lynn in a live interview with Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi, and I think Mayor Blangiardi described this approach in an effective way. You know, this is not a situation to panic, but this is something that you want to take very seriously because it is moving very fast right now.
But one thing I want to say.
Hey, Matt.
2011.
Where's Ben?
Expected to come to Hawaii at 7:17. So looking at my watch very quickly, you've got about, we'll just say 3 hours. You've got 3 hours to do what you need to do. What you need to be doing right now, if you are in a tsunami evacuation zone, you should be getting together a go bag if you haven't done so already. You should have a plan to try and get to higher ground. You should know if you are in an evacuation zone. If you are, again, in a high-rise building close to the ocean, you do not need to leave the area. We have vertical evacuations, and this is basically you go to the 4th floor or higher. At last check, when we were looking at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center site, we could see a lot of places are going to be seeing or could see a tsunami of 0.3, which is a foot, to 1 meter, which is 3 feet. So anywhere from about 1 to 3 feet is the prediction. And this is based on what the water column has had. We haven't had any word on what's happening in the Aleutian Islands, which was placed under the warning and which is the closest area to the Kamchatka site where the earthquake occurred. So that being said, I think we've been waiting for some data to come from there and maybe some word as to whether an evacuations or a tsunami has actually showed up in that area. The other thing of note that I was looking at earlier this afternoon, there's a whole bunch of tsunami detection buoys around the Ring of Fire, which is where the tectonic plates meet and where earthquakes occur, all the way from the Philippines up through Japan, up to the Aleutians, down the west coast of the United States. And what happened, what basically it does is it will measure the water column. And so there was a jolt in the water column. It was only 6 inches, but remember, this is not a case where it's wind-generated waves like surf. This is completely different. It's an entire water column. The best way for me to explain it would be if you have a bathtub and you blow on the surface of the water, that's surf. If you take your hands under the water and you push up against the water, that's a tsunami. So very different behaviors.
Yeah, and very critical information. And those buoys right there provide a critical service for our forecasters about giving any sort of indication on measurements on the activity that we are keeping a close watch on and what we could expect. This is an event that you are covering from multiple perspectives. You have the scientific aspect of the quake itself and the tsunami warning, but you also have the response as statewide as Hawaii residents prepare and take cover. We heard from Lynn Kawano at the City Emergency Operations Center, but you're also seeing those leave low-lying areas as we're giving you our traffic cams. Let's try again with First Alert Traffic and Jonathan Masaki. Jonathan, what can you tell us?
You know, as the mayor was saying, everybody should stay calm because of what's going on right now. As we look at a very low-lying highway, this is Farrington Highway in the Nanakuli area. You see somewhat of the gridlock that's happening right now. You see a police car in the distance over there trying to keep, things under control and keep traffic moving. No doubt people going in and out of the area right now. We're going to check in with the Army a little bit later to see if they will open Kole Kole Pass because, that is a route that they were suggesting. If something like this happens, they might use it to get, traffic away from the low-lying areas. So we'll get back to you on that if that's happening as we speak. Let's bring you into town right now. This is the situation right here, H1N Middle Street. You see the traffic is flowing again at a very slow to medium pace. So you can tell the traffic is starting to build. I'm going to move a little bit farther down right now, get to Fort Shafter and the Moana Lua overpass. You see right here where that gridlock is happening as we speak. Let's get to Nimitz Highway right now. Not looking too bad. You maybe want to take Nimitz to get out of the city, looking pretty good in the westbound direction. Coming into town a little bit slow and go right there. If we go up to the Like Highway, traffic really not existing in that area. Let's get also to the Pali Highway right now. A little bit more busy in that area. So again, the key areas, let's go back to Nanakuli right now. This is where we see the most traffic gridlock as we speak because Farrington Highway is in a very low-lying area. We'll get more details as to how traffic is being affected right now as far as what's going on with this tsunami warning. Ben and Mark, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Yes, we're tracking this from a variety of perspectives at this moment as we're tracking this tsunami warning. We will be staying with you, providing critical information and updates throughout this entire event. It officially became a tsunami warning around 2:45 Hawaii time following an 8.7 magnitude quake off the far eastern coast of Russia. We currently have crews deployed across the city and across the state right now. Lynn Kawano is at the Emergency Operations Center as you see city leaders and emergency officials gathering right now to look at this and analyze the response and make preparations. We're seeing different shots from Waikiki. Jonathan was just showing you the shots on our leeward coast right now.
Yeah, with the leeward coast, one thing you need to keep in mind, once again, Farrington Highway is the only way in and out of that area. So it's going to get backed up. Here's what you should do instead. If you have a chance to, do not leave the Waianae coast. If you can, go further inland. I mean, there are places like Makaha Valley, there's Lulu'ule, some places like that, where you can actually go inland and not cause a traffic backup because, again, again, yes, we have 3 hours, but one, do not panic. You have some time to take action here, and so don't go rushing away from the area. Think this out. If you got friends or relatives, and this is not just the Waianae Coast, but anywhere in the islands, if you have friends or relatives who are in higher ground, try and get a hold of them. Conversely, if you are in higher ground, you might want to prepare or get a hold of maybe friends or relatives who are in an evacuation zone, and you might have to at least take them in for now. At this point, we don't know exactly precisely how big the tsunami will be, but we're looking at anything from maybe 3, 6, maybe even 9 feet. And again, a tsunami acts differently from a surf wave. A surf wave will come in and pull back out. A tsunami, because there's so much energy and it's been traveling across the ocean at about 500 to 700 miles per hour, it's going to start hitting the shoreline, or at least the shallower areas, slow down, start pushing up, and then all that energy is not, again, just the top. It's going to be from top all the way to the bottom of the ocean, wherever that is, and that's going to continue pushing in and pushing in and pushing in. So it's not necessarily a case of, oh, the surf's going to come in and then it's going to draw back out. There is the potential that this will push in a rather large way, and so you just have to be aware of that.
Let's go back to our Waikiki right now as you see what looks to be DLNR crews heading out to the lagoon by the Hilton Hawaiian Village, urging those that are on the shoreline over there to please evacuate the area. Now is not the time to be sightseeing and being in that type of southern coastal area. The sirens will be going off throughout the late afternoon into the evening. 4:10 p.m., 5:10 p.m., 6:10 p.m. First wave expected at 7:17. One of the silver linings with an event like this is that you do have lead time. So since this has become a tsunami warning at 2:45 Hawaii time, even though we were seeing traffic from our different cams, you have to say that this has been a pretty rapid response, from those across the state as we're looking at this.
The good thing is that people are reacting. People are taking this seriously for the most part. We see maybe some exceptions right now on our live cam from Waikiki, or maybe they are not aware because they might not be on our alert system here in Honolulu. And so once again, there is some time, but if they are in a lower lying area, if they're not in a high-rise building, they need to move away. I know it's a couple of hours out, but at least residents statewide have been taking this very seriously, taking quick action. But again, don't panic. You've got a couple of hours, but just go through that checklist of what you need to have, your go bag, your essentials, important papers, pets even, and know where you're going to go if you have to leave.
And this is all part of the emergency response right now. When state and city officials hold emergency briefings and emergency preparedness drills, this is all part of it. So you have state crews going on low-lying areas, urging people that are in attendance to please leave the area. Take this very seriously. A tsunami warning issued for the entire state of Hawaii right now. The specifics in terms of wave height, activity, still too early to tell. But Ben and Drew Davis, you two are keeping a close watch on what we're seeing, gathering as much useful information as possible. What can you tell us about the quake and the ensuing tsunami warning?
Yeah, we've been talking a lot about how much time we still have. Again, the earliest estimates, again, for Honolulu, 7:10 p.m. The rest of the state potentially 7:17 p.m. So we still have several hours. So the time now is to prepare. We're actually going to take a look at one of the tools that we use whenever we have a tsunami warning like this. You can see this is the entirety of the Pacific Ocean. You can see each one of these rings right here indicates about an hour for how long the tsunami takes to propagate across the ocean. And Ben, do you want to point out where we're seeing? This is right off the coast of Kamchatka, Russia. If we count this out, this is 1 hour from Kamchatka, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, and then 6 hours. Again, we saw the initial earthquake at 1:30 p.m., so that lines up pretty close to this prediction from, this is directly, I believe, from NOAA. It's a pretty old map, but it still holds up today. And some of the information that we have from previous earthquakes, especially in the same region, last week we had that tsunami watch from the same area, magnitude 7.5. That was a slip strike fault movement, which is atypical when it comes to these fault movements over near Russia. Thrust movements are very often which are able to generate those tsunamis. And Ben, I do want to point out that one of the previous earthquakes that we've seen from this same exact region, the same exact fault line, was in 1952. Just from some information that we have from NOAA on previous earthquakes, there were no deaths reported in Hawaii, but the waves caused houses to collide, beach boats, destroyed piers, scoured beaches, and moved road pavement. Maximum wave heights were 4 meters, 1 meters, 9 meters, and 3 meters on Hawaii, Maui, Oahu, and Kauai, respectively.
Yeah, so if you're getting that into English conversions, 9 meters is basically 27 feet.
That's nearly a 30-foot wave of inundation.
We're looking at a 30-foot inundation. So once again, I know we're zoomed out a little bit, but just think of this red spot here. This is the bullseye. This is us. And this is where we have seen, in 2011, we had the tsunami from the Fukushima area. It came from here, right here. And so it did take a little while to get here. It got here like about 3 in the morning. Also approximately 6-7 hours for it to get here. So it takes just a teeny bit longer for that to happen. But those of you who were here in 2011, remember that we did have a tsunami. We did have some damage in Ke'ehi Lagoon. We had a house swept away in Kealakekua. We also had some damage along Ali'i Drive in Kailua Kona because the water was coming in over the wall onto Ali'i Drive into the storefronts that were over there, because once again, it's not a wave that will come in and then go back out. It's a wave that it's just basically a lot of energy. You're talking about a water column here, so it's basically the entire ocean from top to bottom, and so it's not just the surface. Like I was saying earlier, a surf wave, basically just think of your bathtub, and if you fan or you blow on the surface of the water, that's surf. If you go into the bathtub and you take your hands like this and you push up against the water, that's a tsunami.
And that's the same type of movement that's caused by those thrust fault movements, and the entire tectonic plate is just pushing upwards and displacing all of that water, and that's why we're watching that threat, the entirety of the water column right off of Russia, moving across the Pacific Ocean. We've got warnings up for Alaska, a warning up for Hawaii, and of course we're still getting more information from the Tsunami Warning Center on where we have watches and advisories as well.
Yeah, but the other thing to think about is the magnitude. We talk about magnitudes here. The Fukushima was, I think, a 9. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember there was one in Chile that caused a lot of damage. 1960, right from here, we had almost 12 hours. We had several hours for it to get here, but it still caused some damage. Also, 1946. Right up here, this was the April Fool's Day tsunami. This is the one that happened on April 1st. Sirens went off. Hilo was devastated because there might have been some people who heard the sirens and thought it's April 1st. No, tragically, it did take some lives, caused quite a bit of damage, and this is why you've got the soccer fields over in Hilo now. There used to be buildings there. After the 1960 earthquake, all that came down. So once again, we're looking at this area, Kamchatka. This is where it is, and then it's got to make its way here. And again, it's traveling at about 500 to 700 miles per hour. If you're out on the ocean, you probably ain't going to see it. In fact, there was like a 6-inch column rise in the Dart buoys a little bit earlier, and it was a very sharp rise. And so that tells me, just looking at it, not necessarily as someone who is from the USGS, that there was a water column change, that there was a tsunami generated, and that's in deep water. And so deep water, I don't know if it's in meters or in feet, but 5,000 was the number, 5,400. And that means you've got a whole column of water now that's traveling at about 700, as fast as 700 miles per hour over the Pacific, about as fast as a jet liner taking you from here to Los Angeles, for example. And then once that water column starts hitting shallower ground, it'll just start squishing together, so forth. It's going to both get higher and wider, and so all that energy has potential to cause some major damage on the shorelines. Mark?
Thank you very much, Ben. We are tracking the response right now to the tsunami warning currently in effect. Here is a live look at Waikiki. Just moments ago, we saw DLNR crews patrolling the area, telling people that are on the beach, on the sand, and now's the time to vacate the area. We have crews deployed statewide right now. Let's go to our producer, A'ali'i, who is in Waikiki and can describe the scene and kind of the action being taken by emergency officials right now. What can you tell us, A'ali'i?
Yeah, Mark, so you can see off into the distance, like you mentioned, like a DLNR vehicle. There is an officer walking along shore right now. He is telling people to evacuate, but as you can see, people are somewhat lingering. Some, though, are listening to the orders and they're making their way slowly to the parking lot so they can evacuate. But again, that officer's still trying to get people to get out of the water. There are still some still swimming, kind of ignoring that warning, maybe not seeing the officer on land. But I'm here near the Hilton Hotel, kind of near the Ala Moana Bowls area. And again, there are maybe about several dozen people here along the beach and in the water, kind of slowly evacuating here. Some still in the water. I'm still looking for that DLNR officer. He's making his way through the crowds, and people are heeding that order to get out of the beach and out of the water. So we'll continue to keep up over here at Ala Moana Bowls near the Hilton Hotel, and we'll keep you up to date with the very latest. But for now, back to you.
Ali, thank you very much. Yeah, this is all part of the response. One of the things with this is that you have lead time. This isn't a time to panic. This is a time to be ready, time to be prepared. So the earliest estimated wave arrival time is 7:17. That is about 3.5 hours from now. We were seeing earlier that there is traffic throughout the city. The EOC has been activated. Governor Josh Green has told state employees, has instructed them to head home with the warning in effect. We are hearing from the U.S. Army garrison that the military is prepared to potentially open Kole Kole Pass for Leeward Coast residents if need be. But at this time, it is our understanding that neither the state nor the city has asked for that to happen. But military officials stand at the ready to potentially open up Kole Kole Pass if that is warranted in this situation.
Yeah, they just did some work up on Kole Kole Pass as well. It was getting a little bit deteriorated, but I know that military officials, the Army, and government officials have been working together to try and prepare it for a night like tonight, or for times like these. And so we will let you know if that is indeed opened up for evacuations. But once again, it is 3:51. We're about 3.5 hours, a little less than that, away from the first waves approximately hitting or reaching Oahu, shall we say, a little bit earlier for Kauai, right around 7:10.
And this is a live look at Waikiki right now. You still have people in the water, which is not what you want to be seeing. But DLNR is going up and down the beach, telling people to vacate the area. This is the shot at Waikiki. You can imagine that this is also happening at different parts of the coastline across the state, around Oahu as well. DLNR crews deploying, warning people to please leave the area with this warning in effect. We are getting updates and alerts into our newsroom. This is from the Associated Press. A tsunami has hit coastal areas of Russia's Kuril Islands and Japan's large northern island of Hokkaido. So with this quake happening at 1:30 Hawaii time, Alaska and Japan were the regions first named in the tsunami warning, and we are starting to see the impacts of that now. AP just reporting a tsunami has hit the coastal areas of Russia's Kuril Islands and Japan's large northern island of Hokkaido. So it speaks to the severity, the seriousness of something like this. Ben.
Now, it doesn't say how large the tsunami was, but it is significant that one has been seen, that one has reached the Kuril Islands and also for Hokkaido. And so we may get video from that a little bit later. We will await that, but at this time, we don't know how big the tsunami was, but apparently something has hit.
When a tsunami does make landfall, does that do anything to dissipate what potential effects could be for other areas that are under warnings?
No. Because what happens is that you've got this large, basically it's like an underwater wall of water. So basically, what you're looking at is all this energy. It's going to sweep past each island. And here's one thing that could happen where that energy will continue on, and then it will, it's like when you have, I don't know if you've seen the Tour de France, but they've got like the roundabouts and the bicyclists go around it and then they converge on the other side. That energy is going to converge on the other side. That wave energy will. And so some people have been asking, won't, like, say, Paliva, the North Shore, be the ones impacted the most? No, because it will basically affect all sides of the island, because that energy will also wrap around, converge again on the other side, and keep going. You might get some areas where it's a little bit blocked, because like Molokai into Lahaina, West Maui, you might get some of that. Or, depending on the direction, and I haven't had a chance to really look at the maps, it could amplify that energy. And so the best thing to do is not try to estimate or guesstimate, really, which is something that I'm kind of doing right now. But basically, I'm telling you that what you should do is, if you're in an evacuation zone, prepare to leave.
Precisely. And this just shows that we're seeing updates and we're seeing the effects of this tsunami already in parts of the world. So a tsunami has hit the coastal areas of Russia's Kuril Islands and the island of Hokkaido in Japan. Still gathering details on wave heights, damage. That is just the initial report right now. Back here in Honolulu, we're also under the warning right now. So the estimated arrival time is 7:17 tonight. You still have people in the water at Waikiki. I got to say, though, weather officials, emergency officials have been on top of this, providing updates when possible, when available, as Hawaii responds to this event. Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins is tracking the forecast and what we can see here. Jen, what can you tell us?
And we have been getting many alerts on the phone, and I know it could be alarming once you hear all of the noises coming from the phone, from the TV, but like we want to stress, just stay calm and be prepared and just move inland. As we take a closer look at tsunami energy, let's take a closer look at what we're expecting. Along the fault line, you can see all the action, the earth plates rub together, causing an underwater earthquake, and that's exactly what we see off the coast of Russia. The earthquake causes a vertical push of seawater to rise, and then as the wave spreads into shallower waters, it then grows in height. And history has showed that we have been seeing tsunami activity in past years, like Ben was talking about, a number of them. The first wave expected to arrive at 7:17, a little bit sooner over on Kauai, about 7:10 in Honolulu. Hilo in the past has seen about 0.3 meters. That's about a foot in rise, and also other harbors anywhere from 0.1 to 0.2 of a magnitude 8 earthquake. And magnitude between 8 and 9 in 1959, magnitude 8 from Russia generated anywhere from that 0.1 to 0.2, so that's about 4 to 8 inches. Some areas though, like Hilo, saw lots of damage, and in the past boat damage and also even houses. That houses were actually taken off of its foundation with this caliber. So if you're right at the coastline and you're not on stable grounds, that's a big concern. So you will want to move inland, of course, move Mauka. And we're expected to see, in many cases, that the initial energy will come in anywhere from 0.1 to 0.3 meters. So anywhere from that 5 to 8 inches mark at 7 o'clock. But then it could jump up as the hour progresses to 8 o'clock to 1 to 2 meters, according to some of the preliminary data that we're seeing. But this is all just preliminary, so we should be prepared for the worst situation here. And it's very unpredictable how strong the currents could be. In the past, we've seen this, that we haven't seen a lot of run-up and also maybe flooding at the coast, but we saw a lot of currents and also those strong currents that were a big concern. So starting at 7:10 tonight, Honolulu this evening, we will be seeing that. And like we were talking about, it started started off as a watch, and we saw that tsunami watch, which was issued earlier today, a little after 1:30, just to give us notice to prepare to take action. But then it was upgraded quickly to a warning, and with all of that coming together, significant widespread inundation is imminent or expected now. This is where we fall under dangerous coastal flooding and currents, a possibility, especially if it comes in at 1 to 2 meters, which is a big concern for us, and especially if you're along the coastlines. If you're living in a boat or parked at harbors, this is the time to prepare and to move inland. Urgent action to protect life and property, including those evacuations. So just take your time. We do have some time until the 7 o'clock hour. Gather some of those belongings and then maybe contact some friends that you could stay with that is inland. We are going to be watching the times. Like Ben was talking about, in deep ocean, tsunami waves reach speeds about 500 plus miles per hour. That's a typo there. That's more like a jet liner. And then in shallow waters, it's about 30 miles per hour. So once it gets closer, it does slow down, but it piles up. So in the early evening hours in Alaska, we're talking about 4:46 to 5:46 Alaska time. That's when they're seeing arrival. And then along the west coast here, we're seeing that anywhere from 11:35 to midnight, and that's Pacific time there. And then we're already seeing that energy already in places like Japan. Back here at home, it's after 7 o'clock this evening. So talk with the family, talk about a plan, and don't rush right now. Just calmly get all your belongings together, especially if you're at those harbors or right at the beach. Mark?
Thank you very much, Jen. Very critical, very important information. We are approaching the top of the 4 o'clock hour right now. If you're just joining us, tsunami warning is in effect for the entire state of Hawaii following an 8.7 magnitude quake which struck off the far eastern coast of Russia about 1:30 Hawaii time this afternoon. And a full-blown response is in effect right now at the city, state, and military levels here in Hawaii. The City Emergency Operations Center has been activated. We've already seen DLNR patrolling areas, low-lying coastal areas. We saw the shots at Waikiki Beach, urging beachgoers to leave the area. First wave is expected at 7:17. We're already seeing reports of a tsunami hitting parts of Russia and Japan. If we do see effects here, that would be the first time Hawaii had seen a tsunami since 2011 following an earthquake off Japan. A big tsunami.
Yeah, because we have had some tsunamis before. There was one off Chile a little bit later, a little after 2011. This one wasn't big, but it did cause some currents. But it technically is still a tsunami.
Stephanie Lum covered the 2011 tsunami and the effects here in Hawaii, and she has more. What can you tell us, Steph?
Yeah, Mark and Ben, I've been listening to the coverage, and like you folks have been saying, now is not the time to panic, but it is the time to be prepared and to heed the warnings and do what is necessary to get out safely with you and your family. After all, as you mentioned, Hawaii was under a tsunami warning back in 2011 after that major earthquake in Japan, and the waves that were generated and were sent over to Hawaii from that earthquake in 2011 ended up causing tens of millions of dollars in damage.
Hawaii was under a tsunami warning back in March 11, 2011. A magnitude 9.1 earthquake hit Tohoku, Japan. Waves disabled nuclear reactors, washed over and destroyed entire towns. More than 18,000 people died. The deadly earthquake was the largest magnitude ever recorded in Japan and the third largest in the world since 1900. The waves, over 200 of them from that tsunami, caused damage here in Hawaii. $7.5 million worth of damage across the state. Those waves of varying heights reached our shores early at 3 in the morning. Many businesses and roads were flooded and washed out. Haleiwa Harbor saw damage to the dock and boats that were not able to sail out in time. It was the same scene at La Mariana Harbor near Sand Island. Big Island's Kona coast sustained substantial damage, where the Kona Village Resort is located, as well as low-lying areas on Maui.
And in the end, of course, tens of millions of dollars in damage after that major earthquake and tsunami from Japan back in 2011. And officials are hoping that everybody once again heeds the warning. There were no casualties in Hawaii after that. And so they are saying, please listen to the lifeguards when they tell you to clear the beaches. Don't be anywhere near the coastlines. And the Department of Transportation actually just sent out a tweet over on Kauai with those waves estimated to arrive at around 7:10. They are asking everybody to please not drive into Hanalei to try and help the evacuees. You'll only end up clogging those crucial roadways for emergency responders, and you might even end up preventing people from leaving and moving inland. Mark and Ben, back to you.
Thank you very much, Steph. Excellent coverage. Yeah, this is a very complex situation. And what we saw from Stephanie's story is what you were alluding to, is that the nature of a tsunami type wave and the fact that, you know, some may see that it's coming from the northern Pacific. Some of you saying, okay, well, if I'm on the South Shore, it's not going to affect. But what we saw in that 2011 event was the island wrap. Yeah. And an effect statewide.
Yeah, two things to remember from this. Remember Ke'ehi Lagoon, La Mariana Harbor, I covered that. Several boats were damaged. This came in the middle of the night, 3 o'clock in the morning. And so that energy, even though it's on the South Shore, still reached the South Shore from Japan, which is basically on the opposite side of the island. And so you've got that energy moving through. Second thing to remember, that particular earthquake, the Japan earthquake of 2011, was huge, was massive, was extremely strong. Basically, a quick note about magnitudes. The one that we're looking at is an 8.7. The one that in 2011 was 9.1. They're almost the same. Maybe about, I would say, well, I'll put it this way. Every time you go up a number, it's not just incremental, right. It's exponential. And so basically the amount of energy in an 8 is 30 times the energy of 7. 7 is 30 times the energy of a 6, and so on and so forth. So when you're talking about a magnitude 8 and a magnitude 9, 8 is strong. Last week we had the 7.2, or a couple of days ago, from Kamchatka, Russia. And so this is something that's 30, maybe 45 times stronger than the one that we saw last week. And so this is definitely something that bears watching. We've also seen some buoy data reports where we've seen anywhere from a foot to maybe 3 feet out in the open ocean. And so there is something going on out there that bears watching. There's no buoys out in the middle of the ocean. They're just along the shorelines. And so we just know something was generated. We've got estimates, possibly 1 to 3 meters. That's 3 to 9 feet. But again, that's preliminary. But again, don't panic. You've got time. Just calmly go through what you need to do and where you need to go. If you are not in an evacuation zone, stay where you are. You're going to be safe. You will be fine. Do not head to the ocean. Do not try to help. Do not get in the way of emergency responders or people who are trying to leave. Do not be a looky-loo. Do not be, don't go and just say, oh, I'm going to get a great Instagram post of this tsunami. No, don't do that. There's a possibility of damage. There's that potential. And so what you need to do is not get in the way of people who are trying to leave or trying to actually, our first responders who are trying to help people who are trying to leave.
And throughout that entire time, we should reinforce Hawaii News Now will stay with you the entire time. We have wall-to-wall coverage, comprehensive team coverage with our first alert weather team, keeping track of the latest updates. We're also mapping out the response as residents map out their evacuation and disaster plans. Earlier, we heard from Lynn Kawano at the City Emergency Operations Center. We have our very own Dylan Ancheta standing by on Maui, giving a look at what is happening on the Valley Isle. Take it away, Dylan.
Hey, aloha. First off, I apologize if my audio cuts in and out. We are on a very remote setup here, but I can tell you that I am in the Kahului area right outside of the University of Hawaii Maui College. In fact, the Queen Ka'ahumanu Center is just behind me. And right now, coming into this area, this is a tsunami evacuation zone. There is still a long line of cars all the way in, and this traffic is not moving very fast. So I have heard sirens. The first sirens that I heard was actually around 3:20 this afternoon, and we know that that siren was cued. We know that that siren was cued for the coastal areas, the people in those areas that really should heed the warnings and evacuate now. But again, people are still going into this low-lying area, which is concerning because we would like people to evacuate out from this area. And just this way, I'm going to go ahead and turn my camera around. There is an emergency siren right behind these telephone poles, and so we are expecting to hear them go off in about 2 or 3 minutes because, again, as we know, the emergency officials are sounding the sirens at 4:10, 5:10, and 6:10 to allow people to get the notification that they should be evacuating these areas. So this is the traffic going out of this area, but you can still see the long line of cars all the way through. People are still making their way into this Kahului area. At this point, we are still trying to get in touch with the Maui County officials. I just got here to this area not too long ago, so we are going to continue to gather more details as to where the evacuation points for Maui residents are, and we will bring that to you on air and online. But for now, that is pretty much all I have, guys. We'll send things back to you.
Of course, we still have a lot of other things going on. We did get some pictures from Ko'olina. There were a lot of people who were leaving Ko'olina out on the leeward coast. I will assume that those are folks who are either in the low-lying townhouses or folks who were at the beach. But if you were in some of the taller buildings, Aulani and so on, those buildings, you are safe to stay there. Just go on the 4th floor or higher, and so you don't cause a big traffic jam, and that will also add to any congestion that's going on Farrington Highway as well. And so, again, if you're in a high-rise, and this is not just for Ko'olina, Waikiki, Kaanapali, etc., go to a higher floor, you will be safe there.
Yeah, we're seeing the images emerge right now. Let's take you to a live look at Hokkaido, Japan right now. This is from a aerial helicopter shot as reports emerged several minutes ago that the first effects of this tsunami are already being felt on the global stage. Tsunami seen in Russia's Kuril Islands and in Hokkaido, Japan right now. Again, this is a live look from a helicopter shot. You see the response that you want to be looking for, right? Those heading for high ground. So this is, and at this time, no details have emerged in terms of damage. Right now is 4:10 p.m. You may be hearing some of the audio from the emergency alerts right now.
Yep. My
coming through
going off
on
right
our
now,
phone.
too.
You'll be getting this on your phone as sirens go off around the state right now. Sirens will be going off at 4:10, 5:10, and 6:10 p.m. As we're bracing and anticipating for what the effect is going to be from this tsunami warning after in I'm told the latest update from the National Weather Service is that it was an 8.0 quake, upgraded to an 8.7 about 20 minutes later.
Yeah,
and about
USGS now has it at an 8.8. Marginal, but still, a pretty good increase. And again, it gets it closer to the 9.1 that the Japan earthquake was. Very briefly about Japan and the live pictures that we saw in Hokkaido Prefecture, and that is that Japan has a very robust tsunami warning system. They've got sirens, they've got announcements, and people there know what to do, but especially after 2011. It's 14 years, yes, but I'm sure it's seared into the memory of a lot of people seeing the destruction that the tsunamis caused back in 2011 from the Fukushima earthquake.
Yeah, and that was a rapid response because if the earthquake happened at 1:30 Hawaii time, it's 4 o'clock our time right now, and so you're already seeing that the first tsunamis are hitting parts of Russia and Hokkaido in Japan. We are staying on top of this. Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins is standing by with any new information that is coming into the newsroom. Jen.
And just to review the tsunami warning, so all of the islands under effect with that warning, with the first wave arriving just after 7 o'clock today. And just to break it down, it seems like last week we did have that routine with the tsunami watch. It was kind of a little bit of a precursor of what to expect for this week. And you could actually see watch versus advisory versus warning. Let's break it down for you. This was issued as a watch initially when the actual magnitude 8.7 earthquake happened. You see issued first when the earthquake occurred to generate a potential tsunami. It gives you fair warning that it could be upgraded to a tsunami advisory or a tsunami warning or be canceled. And it was canceled last week, as you remember. As far as tsunami advisory, upgraded from a watch if potential tsunami could cause strong currents or dangerous waves. Widespread inundation is not expected. But then on the other hand, this is where we are right now, a tsunami warning. Significant widespread inundation is imminent or expected. Dangerous coastal flooding and currents expected, with all of the numbers coming in, with the magnitude, the depth of this earthquake, and already seeing signs of waves that are already occurring, of course, in Russia and all the way in Japan. Dangerous coastal flooding and currents will likely be arriving after 7 o'clock today. Urgent action to protect life and property, including evacuations. So closest to the epicenter, that's where you see the biggest of the tsunami waves. We're already getting reports off of Russia, 3 to 4 meters. Where does that fall? About 9 to 13 feet. And that's exactly what they saw within the last couple of hours. A lot of action there on top of the already earthquake that they face. And then NHK is reporting the first tsunami wave, pretty small in Japan at 30 centimeters. That's just over a foot, but that could easily grow as more energy pushes their way. So something we're watching very carefully in hours ahead. Like we were talking about in deep oceans, you can see how far the epicenter is from Hawaii itself. It travels pretty quickly because of the speed that it's going over open waters. In deep ocean, speeds can reach up to 500 miles per hour. That's comparable to a jet plane. So if you went recently flying to the mainland and you calculate how fast it gets from point A to point B, that's kind of the same idea behind these tsunami wave arrivals. So arrival times early evening for Alaska, anywhere from 4:46 to 5:46 p.m. Alaska time. As far as along the west coast, early to late evening from 11:35 to midnight Pacific time. We're expecting that. Here at home, like we've been talking about, arriving just after 7 o'clock, with Honolulu seeing the first of the impacts. So we're expecting all of that energy to push our way. Once it reaches shallow waters, it slows down. There's a lot of friction there. We have, of course, the outer reefs that has to face, and that slows down to 30 miles per hour. And then it's very unpredictable what kind of energy we'll get when it comes to the strong currents. We'll have very strong rip currents, and that's why it's important not to be in the waters, even if it's not expected to be big waves. But initial heights may be falling between 0.1 to 0.3. This is all initial and preliminary, and then potentially they're saying now up to 1 to 2 meters coming our way, and that will be arriving probably after 8 o'clock. So a lot of elements, a lot of moving parts, and it's a very dynamic situation. Back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Jen. Yes, very dynamic indeed, but not a time to panic. There is lead time with an event like this. We are right now, it's 4:15, so about 3 hours out from the first anticipated wave arriving, the first anticipated effects here in the island chain. We've already seen footage of tsunami, the after effects in the Hokkaido prefecture in Japan, which is the first place it has impacted. We have crews across the state. Let's head over to Lynn Kawano, who is standing by live at Honolulu's Emergency Operations Center. What can you tell us, Lynn?
Mark, we are upstairs of the EOC at the Frank Fossey building. You know, city and county and state workers were all released about 3 o'clock today. That's so that they can go home, get their families prepared, get themselves prepared, and stay safe. But as a result, we saw hundreds of people leaving at one time. And of course, we now have traffic jams because of that. Always at about 4:15, we're going to have traffic jams. But when you have something like this, people trying to get out a little bit earlier, it's going to be even worse. Not a whole lot worse than what we normally see at about 4:15, but we do know that a lot of people took that time and left about 3 o'clock. The sirens just went off at 4:10 on time here in downtown. We anticipated 4:10. We were told 5:10 and 6:10 as well, but we did get a surprise siren about 3:24 today as well. That is just to alert people. While no one is panicking here in downtown, we are seeing people in a hurry trying to get home, trying to pick up their kids, trying to pick up their families as well. And, as we saw people coming in, we stopped the mayor and talked to him. He said they were just getting activated, meaning they were just getting all the first responders here at the EOC downstairs. We did also get a chance to talk to Dr. Jim Ireland of the Emergency Services Department. Here's what he had to say is going on right now with his crews around the island.
Activate generators, bring in personnel. We also move ambulances that are in coastal areas, and they relocate to other areas that are not in the inundation zone. We have staffing for our ambulance bus and other larger vehicles in the event that we need to use those for medical evacuation, whether it's from hospitals or clinics or people who otherwise can't get out on their own. This is evolving.
Yeah, evolving is the word to describe it. We also saw HFD and some other first responders heading down to the EOC where they will have some briefings. Now, we have been told by the city and county of Honolulu, by the mayor's office, that we will get frequent briefings after they get settled and get themselves organized. So we hope to have that in the next 30 minutes or so. Back to you guys on set.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Lynn. Lynn Kawano standing by at the Emergency Operations Center at the Frank Fossey building. You saw what she was describing, right? Employees had the all clear to take off, but what ensued after that were the traffic jams throughout Honolulu, different parts of the city, as people are heading over to their evacuation areas. We do have some information.
Yeah, the County of Hawaii has just told us we've been talking a lot about Oahu, but this is a statewide event, and so there are some counties or some areas that have opened shelters. So for Hawaii Island, County of Hawaii, emergency shelters are being opened at the following locations. So Pu'ueo Community Center, Panaeva Park, Kea'au Armory, Pahoa Neighborhood Facility, definitely for Lower Puna, Ka'u District Gym, Na'alehu Community Center, Yano Hall, Kealakehe High School Gym, Waimea Community Center, Hisaoka Gym, and Honoka'a Gym. And so we just got this information in.
Yep.
If you missed the list, you can probably check in with Hawaii County Civil Defense, but we'll try to get that information online and also have a screen ready for you so you can take a look. Again, that's for the County of Hawaii. Oh, we also have a list on Kauai.
Yeah, Kauai as well. So that was Hawaii County. Kauai areas that are open for evacuation shelters are Kapa'a High School, Kapa'a Middle School, Ele'ele Elementary School, Koloa Library, Kauai Community College, Kala'a Hill Neighborhood Center, Kilauea Elementary School. Those refuge areas will have parking, restroom facilities available, and if you are bringing a pet, you're advised to please bring a kennel, food, and water. So we're seeing this statewide response right now as evacuation sites open in different areas. The counties have their respective plans. You also have the state keeping close tabs on it. We'll be hearing from the governor sometime this evening as state leaders get ready for this. Our very own Mahealani Richardson spoke with Hawaii County Mayor Kimo Alameda and has an update on that. What can you tell us, Mahal?
Well, Mark and Ben, I'm so glad you talked about those emergency shelters being open, because as that list was just being released, I was on the phone with Hawaii County Mayor Kimo Alameda, and he said all of the leaders of Hawaii Island are in that emergency operations center on Hawaii Island. They have gathered. They're making sure that people stay safe and are prepared. Here's what he had to say on the phone just a few minutes ago.
Sure. Right now we're at the EOC, all hands on deck. Every department is here, fire, police, public works. We got state folks here as well, national parks, and we're just getting prepared. So informing the public through our messaging system, social media, and thank you for allowing us to be using your medium as well. So we're ready.
Governor Green has released state workers from their jobs this afternoon. What about county workers for Hawaii Island?
Same here. We already sent a memo out releasing all of our government workers county workers. In addition, we also ask our county workers to take any valuables, computers, cash, anything that is of value, because we have our facilities in the evacuation area. So we have to, be cognizant of that as well.
And obviously, Hawaii Island, very large swaths of area, especially for evacuation zones along the coastline. Can you tell us how the hotels are doing, especially on the Kona side and, of course, in Hilo as well?
Yes, we are in correspondence with the hotels. They are aware that they could use any one of our shelters island-wide, and we've been offering bus service as well to our hotel folks if they need transportation in getting to higher ground.
Are you hearing of any problems with traffic or people evacuating at this time?
Yes, there is significant traffic congestion, and so we just put out a message through our radio waves letting people know, to be patient. We have time. That's what this warning is about. It gives us time to evacuate in a safe and respectful manner, and that's our messaging going out.
Mayor, what about your grocery stores, KTA and other large grocery stores? Are people going there right now to get supplies? What's the outlook there?
Yeah, I haven't got information on that, but I suspect they are going out. We want to remind our residents to, don't panic. We will be okay, but we'll get through this. This is a warning. It could be, definitely could be a tsunami, and so that's why we have to really be ready for it. But we don't want people, jamming our supermarkets and such. It could cause, especially if those supermarkets are in the danger zone.
Mayor, what about for people specifically in Hilo, those long-timers who may recall the last tsunami? What are they saying today?
Well, a lot of them still have trauma. Hilo's a place where we've had many, very strong experiences of the tsunamis that came by. I mean, in my own family, my father, he talks about 2 tsunamis in his lifetime. So, we are taking this very seriously. There is a huge earthquake. It reminds us of the past, and so that's why we are all hands on deck, and this might be the one.
Mayor, we really appreciate your time. Is there anything else that you would like Hawaii viewers to know about what Hawaii County is doing?
Yeah, thank you. I want all our residents to know that we are doing I'm here at the EOC, and I'm watching our team, collaborate, and I'm talking across jurisdictions. Right now it doesn't matter. Everybody is working really well together. We're communicating. I'm so proud of the Big Island. We've been through this before. We're an island of resilience, and we are getting ready, and we're getting prepared.
And that was Hawaii County Mayor Kimo Alameda on the phone just a few minutes ago. Those destructive tsunamis that especially hit Hilo were in 1946, 1960, and 1975. So those longtime residents definitely remember. And that's why the mayor says that they are preparing in the emergency evacuation center, and also that they are preparing those emergency shelters, making sure that tourists in the hotel districts have buses just in case they need it. Also, Ben and Mark, I wanted to let you know that I just got off the phone with Alaska and Hawaiian Airlines. I asked them if any cancellations of flights at this point. They said there are no cancellations of flights, at least for Alaska and Hawaiian, but they will let us know. I also called Maui's airport duty manager. No closures at this point, but we're continuing to monitor that situation. That's the latest from here. I'm Mahea Lenny Richardson. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Mahea. A very comprehensive response, as we just heard from Hawaii County Mayor Kimo Alameda. These updates from state agencies are coming in throughout the afternoon into the evening. We just got this from the Department of Transportation, and forgive me, I'm going to just be reading these off here. Yeah. But DOT is saying they've released details for each island. So for Kauai, avoid Hanalei to allow people to evacuate. They are not closing Wailua Bridge. For Oahu, Likelike townbound has been opened. Kolekole Pass has been open to leave the leeward coast. Nanakuli Contraflow has been shut down. And on Maui, State Highways is staging vehicles and equipment. What else can you tell us, Ben?
Yeah, on Molokai, Ikalaupapa Airport and personnel are ready to evacuate to the lighthouse, which is at higher elevations there because it's obviously right next to the ocean there in a very vulnerable area. On Hawaii Island, Hilo Airport, commercial operations have been suspended to facilitate evacuations from Keaukaha because it's right next to the ocean, among other things, but then also Keaukaha. That neighborhood still has to be able to leave and get past the airports. Once again, commercial operations at Hilo Airport have been suspended. And for all islands, the Coast Guard captain of the port has ordered all vessels to follow their procedures to leave port. Again, Coast Guard captain of the port ordering all vessels to follow their procedures to leave port. Reason is you are a lot safer out on the open ocean because the tsunami will be very small. It's just going to be, you know, a little bit of energy, but you do not want to have your vessel caught up on the coastline when all that tsunami energy
slamming against the harbors.
Yeah, because it could. I remember in 2011 seeing Ke'e Lagoon and the La Mariana Harbor, and a lot of boats had been capsized. A lot of them, many of them had sunk. A lot of them had been bashed against the harbors and against the piers. And so if you are or know somebody who has a vessel, basically the Coast Guard is saying at this point, follow the procedures to start bringing your vessel to the open ocean. And so just get that prepared. You've got some time to do so, but make sure if you want to do that or need to do that, start getting it done.
So we are seeing these updates continue to come in from government, city, state, and county leaders mapping out this response right now. Anticipated first wave time for any sort of impact to the Hawaiian Islands is 7:15, around 7:17 tonight. We've already seen footage of the response in Hokkaido in Japan after the tsunami hit areas of Japan and also parts of Russia. The first effects following this 8.7 magnitude quake. Drew Davis has a closer look at the quake itself and the ensuing tsunami that has been generated. Drew.
Mark, Ben, of course, we've been talking a lot about the potential for the entire column of water to be moving across the Pacific Ocean. I want to talk about what's causing this compared to where we actually had the tsunami watch about a week ago. Last week's earthquake, the fault movement, was called a strike slip. It's where both of the tectonic plates near Russia were moving parallel and away from each other, causing the earthquake that we saw, but it wasn't enough to displace all of the water and create a large tsunami. However, what's possible with this earthquake, this may be a major thrust movement, obviously moving up a tectonic plate, displacing all of that water, and that's very, very common over the plate interface that's right near Russia. Last week's earthquake, where we had the tsunami watch, was actually atypical. It was a strike slip, and now we don't have confirmation just yet, but this is potential that it was a major thrust earthquake. Of course, let's take a look at the details out there. We've got a magnitude 8.8. Giving you a recap, we had an 8.0 magnitude earthquake issued around 1:30 p.m. this afternoon. That was upgraded around 20 minutes later to an 8.7. It has now been upgraded again to an 8.8, nearly a 9 on the Richter scale. Very, very strong. We've got a tsunami warning across the entirety of the island chain. Every area that you see right here in red is under that tsunami warning. Now is the time to take action. Again, move away from the coastal areas. If you're in a building, move at least 4 or 5 stories up to get as far away from sea level as possible. And of course, make sure that you're making preparations now. The earliest potential arrival of the tsunami over in Hanalei was predicted to be 7:10 and potentially 7:17 for other parts of the state. A closer look again at the tsunami energy. We have this fault line. Earth's plates are rubbing together, creating that underwater earthquake. And again, it's displacing this vertical push of seawater, and that's what moves closer to the shore, and it gets taller. That column of air here, a column of water here, gets pushed up, and that's what makes these waves so tall. It spreads into shallower waters, and it grows in height. That's why it's so damaging. Again, like we've been mentioning, it's possible that this tsunami, when it arrives around 7 p.m., could be arriving around high tide for some of the state. So around 7 p.m., we could be seeing 0.1 to 0.3 meters, potentially even up to 1 to 2 meters around 8 p.m. This is tsunami surges of energy. Again, this is unpredictable, strong currents. We're watching this very, very closely to see how this evolves. This is the time to take action. This is the time to be prepared right now. Just a deeper look at the magnitudes out there. Again, this is an 8.8. We typically see an 8 around once per year. So we see a large earthquake like this around once per year. A 9 once every 10 years. So this could be close to that, one every 10 years. And of course, we are under a tsunami warning. Now is the time to take action. That was a closer look at what's going on. Let's send it back to Mark and Ben.
All right, thanks very much, Drew. Of course, we have had some areas that are starting to back up. We're having reports of Alameda Boulevard backing up over from Waikiki as people try to leave. But once again, you should do what your hotel does if you are visiting. You do not have to leave the hotel if you're in a high-rise. If you are, go up to the 4th or higher floor. It's what is called a vertical evacuation. And so don't tie up traffic that way if you don't need to leave, especially if you're a visitor and you're in a high rise. You should be safe on the 4th floor above, but do not go to the beach because the Department of Land and Natural Resources has had officers that we've seen earlier this afternoon trying to get people away from the water. Yes, it's a couple of hours beforehand, but they don't want to take any chances as far as anyone not having heard of the alert or something like that. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes people will not be getting the alerts on their phones like we had at 410. So
it's happened several times already where the alerts have gone off on our phones on air. The first official siren came down at 4:10. There will be another one at 5:10, at 6:10. Once again, all leading up to the anticipated first arrival of the effects from this 8.7 magnitude quake. We are getting videos sent into our newsroom from across the state. We want to play something and give you a look at what the scene on Maui when the sirens came down. Again, this is not a live siren. This is when the siren occurred earlier this afternoon.
Of course, people in Kahului now are starting to leave because Kahului is in a low-lying area. There are several areas that are definitely at risk of a tsunami. That looks like that's around Maui High School, maybe. That looks like that area, one of the places that were evacuation areas. We haven't had a list yet, or we haven't gotten a hold of the list yet for any refuge areas or any shelters for Maui County as of yet. I'm pretty sure there's one out. We just haven't had it. Here's more from Maui, but this is Oahu actually.
Yeah, so that was the moment the tsunami warning sirens went off on Oahu.
That's the Kalihi YMCA on the right, so that's going up Likelike Highway.
Up Likelike. Horrible traffic around Oahu right now, as many are leaving for evacuation sites. It officially became a tsunami warning about 10 minutes before 3 o'clock this afternoon, after which we saw traffic jams throughout different areas of the city. This is in a Cook Street parking structure. You know, you can imagine private businesses told their employees to head home. State and city workers were told to go home. So everyone hitting the roads all at one time. You can also expect to have plenty of lines at grocery stores, gas stations as well. What we see in these types of events, that is a look right now at the alert that came down. You know, that applies to Hanalei, but we all got some sort of version of this in expectation of the 710 wave.
Yeah, once again, this is a statewide event, and do not be alarmed. Well, don't panic is our basic message. Again, 4:35 right now. You've got about 2.5 hours, if I'm doing the math correctly, to take action and do what you need to do. Here's a list of the Kauai emergency shelters once again: Kapa'a High School, Kapa'a Middle School, Ele Elementary, also Kauai Community College. We also have the Kalaheo Neighborhood Center and Kilauea Elementary School that are open, and Koloa Library is also open. Again, that's a list of the emergency shelters. On Hawaii Island, we've got Pu'ueo Community Center, Panaeva Park, Kea'au Armory, as well as Pahoa Neighborhood facility, Ka'u District Gym, Yano Hall, and then a little bit farther south in Ka'u, Na'alehu Community Center, the Kealakehe High School Gym, the Waimea Community Center in the upper elevations for those who need it, and also Hisoka Gym that's located, and the Honoka'a Gym. Those are the Hawaii Island emergency shelters.
Yeah, we're compiling different lists of the shelters at each of the different counties. If you didn't hear moments ago, we just got this update that the U.S. Army and U.S. Navy have opened Kolekole Pass from Lualei Naval Road to Lyman Road. This route is now accessible for emergency use and may be used by residents as an alternate evacuation path. Motorists are advised to use extreme caution and follow all posted signs and instructions from military and emergency personnel. The pass will remain open until the all clear is given by Emergency Management Authority. So Ben, Kolekole Pass being opened and being used for what it's designed for, in events of a disaster and an emergency situation, providing accessible relief for Leeward Coast residents.
Yeah, there's always been this concern as to what would happen in an emergency, a hurricane, a tsunami, an earthquake, for areas like, for example, hate to say it, but Lahaina, one way in and out. That's very accessible. Also, obviously, the Waianae Coast. There's like 16% of roadways around Hawaii which are just one way in and out of a particular area. So we understand what's going on in Waianae, the Waianae Coast. If you are in an area where you can go into higher elevations, because you do have the valleys, you do have some areas where you can go a bit further inland and be out of a tsunami evacuation zone. But if worst comes to worst and you really need to get out for whatever reason, or you've got relatives who are outside of the evacuation area or outside of the Waianae coastline, we understand what you're going through. Be patient. But again, Kolekole Pass has been opened by the military for your use to evacuate and will remain open until an all clear is sounded. And that obviously hasn't happened yet. We're still under a tsunami warning.
What we're seeing right now is the transportation response to all of this, right? Because you have so much time before the first anticipated arrival, these are the types of updates you're seeing. So Kolekole Pass is open back up. We just got this notification that the Hilo Airport is closed as of 3:30 p.m. No commercial flights in or out. So once again, the Hilo Airport has been closed, anticipating what we're going to be seeing from this wave. And then also we saw that shot earlier from Waikiki. Those still on the beach, here's an update in regard to Waikiki. International Marketplace will be closed for the remainder of the day out of an abundance of caution for the safety of tenants, employees, and guests. That isn't because people would be going to shop at this moment, but we're saying that as an indication of what's going to be happening in the surrounding area. That's going to be one of many businesses closing its doors for the day if they haven't already.
Yeah, I think it'll be plenty obvious for a lot of people that trying to leave or get around, or thinking, why is the store closed? But again, it's because we are under a tsunami warning once again. Again, International Marketplace is closed. We also have a lot of areas where the traffic is backed up.
Yeah, we're getting video of traffic sent into our newsroom from all across Oahu right now. This is heading out to the Kaneohe area. So if you are in this, you're listening to the audio on your phone, listening to our newscast. Thank you for joining us. But you are not alone in the traffic right now. We are seeing traffic heading out to the Windward Coast, heading out to the Leeward Coast. The opening of Kolekole Pass should alleviate that. There's traffic around town on the freeway as people are heading out to their evacuation sites or stocking up on supplies.
Also, we've been hearing from the Coast Guard about vessels at sea. Obviously, we are an island state and surrounded by the Pacific Ocean, and the tsunami will be coming in. The Coast Guard has been telling vessel owners to get their vessels out to sea and follow those procedures. We have some video of one of those boaters preparing at the Alawai Small Boat Harbor.
I'm just gonna get prepared in case I have to hitch it and take it into higher ground. I'm just gonna untie it, get everything ready, hooked up. So all I gotta do is hitch up and throw it away.
What do your other buddies out here have to do?
They gotta go out. They have to, unless they're gonna ride the storm, they're gonna have to go out past the swell.
With a tsunami, that's pretty safe.
Yeah, if you're on the other side of the swell, but it looks like the swell is gonna be coming from the north. So it'll wrap around the island like this. So they'll probably have to go out this way.
So once again, the Coast Guard telling people to get their vessels out to ocean, or if they are on land, to definitely get those vessels away. This is a shot of people in line to get gas at Ewa Beach right now, and so there are a lot of people trying to prepare, get some last-minute gas in case there are electrical outages, just basically to top off at this point. So again, use some patience here because there's a lot of traffic, a lot of people trying to get their preparations done because of the tsunami warning, and also to be getting out of areas like Ewa Beach to try to, basically be out of an evacuation area.
And we continue to receive these images. Here is a aerial view from Ala Moana, overlooking Ala Moana and Atkinson. You can see just the traffic all along Ala Moana Boulevard, which is to be expected. This is something that turned into a warning just before 3 this afternoon, moments before an expected rush hour. Right, Ben? So you have all these people on the roads right now. DLNR is going throughout the coastlines, clearing people out, telling people to leave the area. You have many employees who are in the downtown business district or throughout Honolulu heading to the roads right now. So a high view. Traffic is just horrible right now. Please be patient, but this is a matter of not panicking, but be prepared. There is time. So 7:10 is the expected arrival of the first wave following an 8.8 quake in the far east region of Russia. And this is also what you see typically in these types of moments, right, Ben?
A lot of people getting their water over at Costco. At last check, I don't know, there might still be some, but people are getting their supplies. This is not like a hurricane, but at the same time, there is still the possibility that maybe infrastructure could be affected because some of the coastlines have some of the electrical places. Hiko has the Kahe power plant. Maybe it won't be affected, but it is a major power producer on the island of Oahu. Also Pearl City, that power plant there too, pretty close to the water. And so there are indications, well, no, I won't say indications, it's just that there is the possibility, but people trying to be prepared, getting their water at Costco earlier this afternoon.
Everyone's getting prepared. City officials are getting prepared. We have a shot from inside the city's emergency operations center right now. You see Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi in front as the city's emergency officials have gathered, just waiting to see what will be unfolding, monitoring any updates that may be coming in right now. This is a statewide event. All of Hawaii is under a tsunami warning right now, with the first wave expected to arrive at 7:10. Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins is tracking those updates and has information for us. Hey, Jen.
Mark and Ben, all very good information that you have been sharing. We have been seeing some of those updates coming our way, and I have to say that this, which is great news to see that the city and the county has been prepared, and it looks like everyone is preparing well. Just a reminder, tsunami warning is in place due to this large earthquake that occurred in Russia at 8.8 magnitude, the depth at 19.3 kilometers. And with this caliber, that's why you could see the waves travel so far, as fast as a jumbo jet. We're talking about 500 plus miles per hour traveling over open waters with those tsunami waves. Tsunami warning is up, and it's going to be up throughout the next several hours. First wave expected after 7 o'clock. The closest to the epicenter is where the biggest tsunami waves have been reported. Of course, just off the coast of Russia here. We're talking about 3 to 4 meters, 9 to 13 feet has already been reported. And the NHK reported the first tsunami wave at 30 centimeters. So not very large in Japan quite yet, but they're expected it to be quite large into the next couple of hours. This is how it's going to break down. The tsunami readings already coming over Russia and Japan. Hawaii expecting to forecast anywhere between 1 to 3. That's where it's going to fall under, at 3 to 10 feet expected. So expected after 7 o'clock. Guam expected the same kind of forecast at 1 to 3 meters, and that's 3 to 10 feet as well. None confirmed yet there. History has shown this magnitude with the depth happened between 8 and 9 in 1959, magnitude 8 from Russia. It generated anywhere from 0.1 to 0.2 meters. That was just under a foot, expected under about 0.3 in this situation. Hilo saw the most damage in past tsunamis, and with all the boats and also the caliber of this, it could create even some foundation concerns for some of the houses that are very close to the shoreline or even right at the harbor there, all those boats that are parked there. So this is the time to prepare. This is going to coincide with the strong currents, rip currents coming our way, very unpredictable, as you know, and possibly some coastal flooding coming our way, coinciding with the high tide. So the high tide is peaking at 7:03, expecting the first wave to come our way at about 7:10, and it is coming in at 1.52 with that high tide. So on top of that, we're getting that tsunami energy coming our way. So for the first wave of energy, expected it to fall maybe at 0.1 to 0.3 and potentially could get up to 1 to 2 meters. It highly depends on how fast it travels over open waters, and unpredictable with those strong currents like we're talking about. So a lot of moving parts, a lot happening, and we're getting closer to that 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock hour. So definitely prepare calmly, but I have to say, guys, it's amazing to see the city, county, and all the residents come together in a fashion that has been fairly calm despite the chaotic news of the tsunami coming our way.
Thanks very much, Jen. We are, of course, trying to cut through the chaos and give you some calm,
Precisely.
cool, and collected information. So once again, this is not a time to panic, but it is a time to take action. A lot of people, unfortunately, are taking action all at once. It's not their fault, but it's because the tsunami warning came down and then everybody started leaving at once. Case in point, Ala Moana Center, of course, the stores started closing there, and we did see a big traffic backup coming out of the parking lot. I think we've got a little bit of video of that. You can see traffic
Yeah, this is
at a standstill.
This is happening in parking structures all throughout the city right now and all throughout the state, as everyone was leaving at the same time once the warnings came down. We are also receiving some new information on kind of the effects of this tsunami in other parts of the world. We had mentioned that a tsunami has already been seen in parts of Russia near the quake's epicenter. Japan was also under a tsunami warning, and Hokkaido is seeing the effects. Information is emerging from Hokkaido. The Japan Meteorological Agency said a tsunami measuring 1.3 feet was detected in Tokachi on the southern coast of Hokkaido, the northernmost of the country's main islands. And so early readings are coming in, Ben.
Yeah, it's a foot, and 1.3 feet may not sound like much, but once again, we will still have to be on the lookout for strong currents, because once again, this is not just the ocean surface, this is the entire water column that's being affected. And so we're going to at least see currents. We also have traffic, not only in Ala Moana, but also Ko'olina. This is what we are seeing getting out of that area. Most of these people, hopefully, were folks who were on the beach, who were maybe in the lower townhouses. But once again, if you're in those taller buildings, out in Ko'olina or anywhere else, if you're in the hotel district, if you're in an office building, 4th floor or above, that's where you should go. You will be safe there no matter the size of the tsunami. So again, 4th floor and above, do what's called a vertical evacuation. You don't have to leave the area, just go to a higher floor, 4th floor or above, and you will be safe.
We've seen traffic in Waikiki, Ala Moana, parts of urban Honolulu, out on the leeward coast at Ko'olina. We also have shots of the driving conditions along Oahu's windward coast right now. This is the Kaneohe Kahalu'u area. As you have traffic in, this is also an area too where, much like the leeward coast, a lot of high degree of concern among residents here to make sure that you have an evacuation plan and you have something in place, you have somewhere in place in times like this.
Yeah, especially this area, you're going to see a traffic backup nonetheless, because all these homes that you're looking at, they're very close to the ocean. No doubt they are in an evacuation area. Also, some people had to be told to evacuate. This is what it was like when HPD has been going out along the coastlines telling people what they need to do.
To evacuate Ala Moana Beach Park. We are locking and securing the gates in 10 minutes. We are locking and securing the gates in 10 minutes. If you fail to comply, you are subject to arrest. The tsunami wave is expected to be hitting soon. Once again, you need to move to higher ground. You need to move to higher ground. You have 10 minutes.
Yeah, definitely clearing out Alameda Park, a very popular place for, at this time of day, there would be a lot of people swimming, a lot of people jogging or walking. And so there are, again, Alameda Beach Park is closed. Don't go there. And as police have been saying, you're subject to arrest. Also, Kekaha, Kauai, we have video from that area of the traffic backup along the highway. So there are a lot of people trying to move away, to move to safety, moving to higher ground, or at least maybe get home if they're one of those workers or people who are at work, trying to get to their family or their loved ones to make sure that they're prepared as far as tsunami preparations go.
And a lot of these shots that we're seeing of people driving out are mainly in the coastal areas, right? So
Yeah.
Ko'olina, Kekaha, Kaneohe, and Kahalu'u. So, you just have residents in the area taking action, and there is lead time on this. The first wave is expected at 7:10. The next siren is expected at 5:10. So that's going to be in the 5 o'clock hour at 5:10, and there will be another one at 6:10. We have some video of the moment the sirens came down on Maui earlier this afternoon. Again, this is not a live siren. This is from earlier this afternoon.
So that's one of the first indications, at least on Maui, as the siren sounded. We did have the first siren sounded about 3:25, a little earlier, but again, sirens are going to be sounding hourly, 4:10, 5:10, 6:10, as we look at Kahului with Iao Valley off in the distance. We also have some traffic backups in Waikiki, a lot of people trying to get out of that low-lying area. Alawai Boulevard backed up as well. We have some video of that, and you've got 3-4 lanes of traffic backed up considerably, some viewer video. So just again, use patience, because there are just a few roadways. Kapahulu Avenue, you may want to take Montserrat and then cut across over to Diamond Head. If you want to take Montserrat and try to get to Kahala and go back up, that's one thing that you should be able to do.
Yeah, and even when there isn't a tsunami warning, commuting around that area can be difficult at times. But that is a look at Alawai Boulevard. You're seeing a statewide response to this event right now. All of Hawaii is currently under a tsunami warning following an 8.8 magnitude earthquake. Tsunami has already been seen in parts of Russia and Japan. I am told that we have an interview with Kauai's mayor, Derek Kawakami, talking about the county's response. I will be informed when that is ready to go. But we're getting in touch with city leaders. Earlier, we heard from Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi, Hawaii County Mayor Kimo Alameda. Let's go back out to Waikiki right now. I believe this is a live shot. What we saw earlier this afternoon were state officers patrolling the coastline, telling beachgoers to please vacate the area. There are still some on the beach, but it looks much better than what it was about an hour and a half ago when you saw many still in the water. I think also some of the hotels and the businesses may have been helping out with the evacuation response as well, because if those spots are going to be closing, you just want to get everyone to safety. This isn't a time to, be frantic about what could be happening, but be in a safe spot right now. Don't let yourself get caught into a situation where it could get hairy. And then also, too, as we approach the top of the 5 o'clock hour, the expectation is that we'll be hearing from Governor Josh Green in a news conference. We see Kauai County's Mayor, Derek Kawakami. We're told he is ready to go. Mayor, thank you very much for joining us. What is the message that you want to impart about safety for Kauai County residents?
Well, I think you covered it perfectly. I think right now the number one mission is to get everybody to higher and safe ground. If you're in a safe area, then stay safe. Being on the road unnecessarily is adding to the traffic. Right now, our EOC is fully activated. Our IMT is ongoing with planning. It's all hands on deck. The number one thing that people can do is stay calm, stay safe, try to stay off of our roads if you don't need to be there. And if you're a low-lying area in a tsunami evacuation zone, you should be seeking higher ground.
Yeah, like I said, Mayor, we've got about 2 hours before the first wave is expected to, the first wave is expected to reach the Garden Isle. So let's say we've got about an hour and a half to basically prepare to get to safety. What should people be doing in the next 90 minutes?
All right, I believe our connection dropped off. Great question. We'll get to it and we'll relay it. Okay, we have Mayor back online. So what was that, Ben?
Yeah, I think, Mayor, I don't know if you heard the question, but we've got about 90 minutes at most, I will say, to be safe. What should people be doing, Kauai residents be doing in those 90 minutes?
They should be getting to higher ground. Material items are replaceable. Right now, if you don't need to be on the road, you should absolutely not be on the road. You should be seeking higher ground, and people need to stay calm. Right now, there's a sense of almost panic. The worst thing that could happen is causing an accident when people are trying to evacuate. So please, if you're in a safe place, stay there. 2 hours are gonna come real quick. We're trying to evacuate people that are in dangerous areas. And so what people should be doing is staying safe. If they're already safe, try to stay there, and stay tuned. Our best information for Kauai residents is kauai.gov/KEMA, or our county Facebook page is being updated regularly.
And I think, Mayor, also because there are a lot of coastal areas, because Mount Waialeale basically keeps people from going in or building in. The thing to remember as well, and I'm also talking about maybe visitors to the island, is that most of the roadways along the coastline are 2 lanes. And so you're going to have to practice a lot of patience. Is there anything that, say, law enforcement or others are trying to do as far as guiding traffic, or at least trying to bring some control to the situation?
Yes, they're all there right now. Hanalei is a very tricky spot with the number of 1-lane bridges. And also, people should not be inundating our 911 line if they don't have an emergency. If they're looking for information, please go to our website. Right now, our dispatch is being inundated, quite frankly, with non-emergency calls. They can get all the information they need from our website or our Facebook page. But yes, we are very challenged by the number of lanes on our highways, and that's why we're urging people that if you are safe and don't need to be on the road, do not be on the road.
We saw, too, that there are a number of shelters that have been opened up. What can you tell us about the resources available at these sites?
Well, right now, the number one thing and the number one resource is that we have these shelters open. As we proceed and see the impact of this tsunami, we will be able to get more resources out there. But the number one thing is we have a number of shelters that are open. People can take a look at our website to see specifically what shelters are open, and we will open more if needed, and we will close some if that is necessary too. But like I said, I think the number one thing people should do is not actually look for a shelter, but just get to higher ground. They can figure out the shelter after we get through this.
And not only just looking for a shelter, but just to make sure, again, for people like in Hanalei, the thing that I've been telling people is that not to do is to try and be like a looky-loo. You know, I want to go see the tsunami. That's something that you really shouldn't do.
Oh, you don't want to be that person.
Definitely. All right.
Kauai County Mayor Derek Kawakami, thank you very much for joining us, as this is a statewide response. Stay safe out there. Kauai County and the counties across the state have this event covered right now and doing their best to get updates out in a timely fashion, making sure residents aren't panicking. We are going to take a quick break right now. Just going to reset, and then we'll be joining you shortly. 6 o'clock now.
From Hawaii News Now, this is breaking news.
Robbins, and we are tracking a tsunami warning, and we are going to be seeing the impact start after 7 o'clock. You see all of the islands under a tsunami warning. Let's take a closer look. The source of why we're seeing tsunami waves come our way is an 8.8 magnitude earthquake that happened in Russia, the depth at 20.7 kilometers. So incredible to see all of that energy. They're already seeing reports of big waves there along Japan as well, and now traveling over open waters. Closer to the epicenter, anywhere from 3 to 4 meters has already been reported. That brings us to 9 to 13 feet. And then you can see the first tsunami waves initially reported at 30 centimeters over in Japan, but it could be expected to be larger as we go into the next couple of hours. So here are the wave readings and what we're expecting when it comes to the forecast. Along the Russian coast, 3 to 4 meters, that's about 10 to 13 feet they already have observed. In Japan, up to 3 meters, but already observing 1.3 feet. In Hawaii, expecting that after 7 o'clock, 1 to 3 meters. That brings us to anywhere from 3 to 10 feet. And also for Guam, the same forecast there, none confirmed yet. So historically, as we break this information down, the Great Chilean earthquake in 1960 was 9.5 magnitude. One of the strongest earthquakes arrived 15 hours later. Here in Hawaii, it was up to 35 feet. In 2010, the earthquake a magnitude of 8.8, much smaller when it comes to the tsunami waves at 3 feet. In 2011, Japan earthquake was 9.1, 6 to 7 feet. Lots of property damage, and we could be seeing some property damage along the coastline, some coastal flooding, and certainly with boats. So if you are in a vessel or have a vessel or know someone who are in harbors, definitely check on them to see if they have a plan to evacuate and to get away from the coastline and go inland towards Malka. And this is going to coincide with high tide peaking at 7:03. High tide coming in at 1.52 feet. High tide and tsunami coming in at the same time. Strong currents and rip currents is going to be a big concern for us with that coastal flooding. Well, it's really hard to say how big the tsunami is going to be, but the initial set of energy arriving at 7:10 in Honolulu this evening could easily be about 0.1 to 0.3, and then gradually getting larger and larger as the night progresses. According to some of the forecast readings, maybe 1 to 2 meters, which is quite significant. More than 3 feet a possibility. Unpredictable, strong currents. That's why you need to stay out of the water. We've been seeing very rough shorelines when we have tsunamis, and we've seen that in history. So something that we'll be watching very carefully are all of these elements coming together. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Jen. And of course, we do have crews stationed throughout the island, including our Jonathan Masaki, who's headed to the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. And even our own Daryl Huff, who apparently is stuck in traffic as we monitor the different situations across the roadways. We're getting reports of a lot of traffic jams across town.
This is a statewide response right now. So we've been showing throughout the afternoon is traffic jams throughout different parts and throughout different counties across Oahu. Many employees leaving their places of business. Governor Josh Green instructed state employees to leave after the warning came down just before 3 p.m. Hawaii time. And this is what we're talking about here. Many hitting the roads. This is from earlier this afternoon, just giving you a picture and giving you a sense right now as residents respond to this warning, which is unfolding in real time. First anticipated wave is at 7:10 this evening. There will be a warning siren going off any moment now. We were told that it will be happening at 5:10. So if that audio does kick in, forgive us here if you're hearing it over the air, or it could be popping up on our phones as well. But the expectation is that another siren will be going off at 5:10, after which we'll be hearing from Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi and city officials here in Honolulu about the response.
Yeah, so of course you are seeing these images right now of the roads that are just jammed.
Okay, we're working out to get get Stephanie's microphone sorted out right now as we're mapping out this response statewide. Traffic jams and traffic backups happening throughout Oahu right now. We are seeing Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi getting ready for a podium at another monitor we are monitoring in the newsroom here. As we give you a look at the backup on windward Oahu, we also saw a similar sight on the leeward coast. Kole Kole Pass is opened up for emergency access at this point. Let's also give you video from Hilo right now. Hawaii County residents leaving the area, and you could be hearing the sirens over air right now as the second emergency siren warning of the tsunami warning is going off right now.
So the message that we've been hearing from emergency officials is to prepare, to have a plan in place. Do not panic at this time. As we take a look at the situation here in Kaka'ako, don't wait until the last minute to leave. But if you and your family do have a plan, meet at a meeting place. Make sure that you have the necessary materials, your medication. Make sure you unplug those sensitive electronics. Also, if you live on a boat or if you have a boat, make sure to tie up that boat properly and take it out to sea. So we again are hearing these sirens sounding off on cell phones across the state. Of course, Hawaii under a tsunami warning after a powerful magnitude 8.7 earthquake off the east coast of Kamchatka, Russia.
Let's go to Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi at the city's Emergency Operations Center with an update.
Well, good evening. Well, if you're watching us right now, you're fully aware that the state is under a tsunami alert. That said, what you're doing is the right thing to do. We ask you to pay attention, stay with your media for updates. Here in Oahu tonight, I'm surrounded by a bunch of people who are going to give you some really pertinent information. But I ask that you stay calm. If you're in a low-lying area, please get to high ground. You'll hear about our emergency centers that are open, and let Randy Collins, our Emergency Management Services Director, tell you that. But we need people to cooperate with each other. Right now, the roads are full, people trying to move. We ask you to stay calm, cooperate, and get to high ground, if at all possible, where you are. We promise to give you complete updates. Right now, the expected time of anything that might happen here in Oahu is going to be somewhere around 7:15. We're expecting it to be at Kauai around 7:10. We'll know. We've been told by Civil Defense that when it passes the island of Midway, we'll get a good read as to what we can expect, and that's not scheduled to happen for a while yet. But we promise to keep you updated. Please stay close to your media. Listen. If you are in a safe place, stay there. And if you're not, do something about it. Get to higher ground. So with that, I want to bring up Randy Collins, who's our Emergency Management Services Director. Randy.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. As the mayor indicated, our number one priority is to get people to safety. So get out of the tsunami zones, out of the tsunami inundation areas. Those are clearly marked by the tsunami zone signs that you've seen around that we worked hard in instilling over the past year to make sure that you're aware of where those tsunami zones are. You can also find out more information at www.honolulu.gov/DEM. There you will be able to find all the various types of resources about these tsunami warnings. As the mayor mentioned, our number one priority is life safety. And so right now it's an easy thing. Get away from the beaches, get inland, and get upward. So that's our message right now. I would also tell you that we are working hard with all of the city agencies and other stakeholders to make sure that we are activating the tsunami assembly areas around the Oahu. And we want everyone to, if you do live in an area that's within a tsunami area, first and foremost, go to a friend's house, go to a neighbor's house, go to your workplace, but go inward and upward out of the tsunami area. If you have no other place to go, then go to the tsunami assembly areas that we have activated around Oahu. Would also encourage you to not call 911 for evacuation out of your home. Depend on your friends and family and your neighbors to help you get out of the tsunami zones. 911 services are not for helping to evacuate. Our 911 services are for in danger of life and health services. And so we don't want to over or inundate the 911 centers. So please make sure that you use all other resources available to you to evacuate out of the tsunami zone and get to those other refuge areas. And again, as a last resort, go to those tsunami assembly areas. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ocean Safety for some information about what's happening on the beaches.
Hold on one second. I have Mayor step in.
Sure.
The tone was running over the TV.
All right. Well, good evening again. I guess the tone was running. So I want to open up by saying if you're watching us right now, no doubt you understand that we're under a full tsunami alert here. And so that said, we at this point are taking that most seriously. And our appeal to you is to, if you're in a low-lying area, get yourself safe, get to higher ground. Okay, we ask people to stay calm, cooperate. We know the roads are full out there. Our anticipation right now, based on the latest information we have, is that we're a couple of hours away from any potential impact to Hawaii. We're going to get, as I understand it, we'll have a better read once it passes Midway, which should be substantially before then, and we'll be able to pass that on. I've come up here tonight with all the right people here to keep you informed. That's what we want to do, and we will continue to keep you informed. So everybody has power now. You have access to your media outlets. Pay attention, listen. We'll try to help you as much as we possibly can. All of our people are out there doing what they can to help people, but the best thing you can do is to help yourself and get you and your family safe. If you can, get to higher ground, okay? So I'm going to bring up Ocean Safety right now. Sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Buck Giles from Ocean Safety. Not much to say, but just to reiterate, get to higher ground. Our lifeguard towers right now are closed. We have mobile responders currently giving warnings to people to get away from the beaches and out of the ocean. We've conducted ocean rescue warnings from Diamond Head through Hilo Basin, as well as on the other sides of the island. But we really need to stress that get to higher ground, get out of those tsunami zones, just be smart and follow what the news is telling us. We will know more information as it comes. Again, we are here to help in before and after anything happens. Thank you very much.
Aloha, good evening. Chief Howe from the Honolulu Fire Department. Just like everyone else said, I'm not going to repeat, but we want everyone to stay safe, evacuate early so you don't put yourself in a tough situation. As far as for our response, we'll do our best to continue services. And at a certain point, our personnel would also have to relocate those low-lying areas. So we came up with a plan to move our resources inland and at a higher elevation. And we're just going to monitor all the reports that continue to come in. And again, try and maintain as much of our response capabilities as long as we can, and not to endanger our staff as well. So I'll hand off to HPD. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Sergeant Dana Souza from the Honolulu Police Department, Major Events Division. Most everybody said it before me. We'll continue to work with fire, any other emergency management agencies to ensure public safety. If you could rely on one another and utilize your resources as much as possible. And if you need to utilize 911 for concurring emergencies. Thank you.
Hi, Roger Morton, Director of Transportation Services. A little bit about our transit situation, that we are planning to stop operating any trip that was scheduled to start at after 6 p.m. So up until 6 p.m., we're going to continue to operate trips. Having said that, some of those trips would not have finished their trip and still be in a possible inundation zone. And so there may be detours that drivers will take people to higher ground if they're in danger. If you are a loved one of somebody that takes the bus and you haven't heard from them, then I would urge you to try to call them and tell them what's going on with the bus service. We have a lot of people that have language difficulties sometimes, and got to get the word out to your loved ones that after 6 p.m. we're going to suspend any service that starts after that point. For Skyline, we're going to run Skyline until the 6:35 trip from Halava, and that'll be the last Skyline. Now, having said all of that, We're going to be monitoring the situation very closely after the event. It's possible that we will restore service sometime in the evening. Thank you.
So I want to say it one more time. You can help yourself the best. We're here to help you, but we need you to help yourself as well. We would not be doing this if this wasn't most serious at this point in time. So please take this very seriously, and don't go down to the beach. Don't be looking at waves. Get yourself as high as you possibly can. So with that, if I can answer any questions, we'll be happy to do so. Yes.
I think it's horrible out there. You know, is there any alternative that HC or CPS or anything anyone can do to kind of clear things up so people can get home?
You know, I would imagine that HPD right now is out there trying to move traffic along to the best of their ability. I know we've gotten some calls that it is horrible and people are in gridlock, and that's, you know, all I could ask is for people to keep their calm, and we'll try to move things along as best we can, you know.
We're getting calls from people who are disabled. Is there anything they can do with the handy van? Is there anything to try to evacuate or get to higher ground?
Yeah, Roger?
Yeah, we are stuck in the 93% of our service right now is running late. And most of our assets are not in a position where we could respond at this point. We urge the families to try to, to take advantage and keep their loved ones away if they're in low-lying areas.
Any other questions? Yes.
Is there any message you can have to people who traveled here, who were vacationing here, that are not familiar with the area?
Well, I know that they're doing a lot down in Waikiki if they're in hotels, and each and every property, I think, has got their own plans, if you will. So pay attention. This is real, and it's most serious. And if they happen to be watching, we don't have these events very often, but when we do, they're real and they're serious. So we just ask you to pay attention, do what you've been asked to do, and we're all going to hope for the best. All right, we'll be back, okay? We'll keep you posted. Anything that we hear that's definitive, that could be of importance in news, we certainly will provide that. All right, thank you.
And you just heard from emergency officials there. And as we take a look now from Kauai about the Kauai emergency shelters, we're going to list them off for you. These are areas that you can evacuate to: Kapa'a High School, Kapa'a Middle School, Ele Elementary School, Koloa Library, Kauai Community College, Kalaheo Neighborhood Center, Kilauea Elementary School. Now, these refuge areas will have parking and restroom facilities available. And keep in mind, if you are bringing a pet, make sure you bring a kennel, food, and water for the animal.
And county officials are responding statewide. We just showed you the Kauai emergency shelters on Hawaii County. You have evacuation sites open at Pu'u'eo Community Center, Panaewa Park, Kea'au Armory, Pahoa Neighborhood Facility, Ka'u District Gym, the Na'alehu Community Center, Yano Hall, Kealakehe High School Gym, Waimea Community Center, Hisaoka Gym, and Honoka'a Gym. So a number of sites available for those seeking shelter on Hawaii County, as well as Kauai. And as we just heard, circling back to the news conference with Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi, as well as with city first responders, there's an overarching message of, be prepared. Don't panic in this. Have a plan. So you leave the inundation areas, get inland, get upward. So the official warning came down just before 3 o'clock our time. And since then, we've seen traffic backups across different parts of the island, across different parts of the state. Roger Morton, City Transportation Director, was saying that bus service will be going on until about 6 o'clock this evening. And then Skyline, the last trip is at 6:35 from Halava. So there has been lead time in this, so there is time for many to take shelter.
Yes, and the emphasis is if you are in a low-lying area to move inward and upward, just as you said, Mark. But what hasn't been said is obviously if you are not in a tsunami zone, there is no need for you to be out on the roads Again, we are seeing these images just coming into the newsroom right now of the traffic gridlock all across the island. And the emergency officials want to make clear that we want to make sure that we do not congest or overwhelm these roadways unnecessarily. So if you do have a loved one, come up with a plan and make sure that you have a family member. Go ahead and meet them at that area. We want to go now live. We're hearing that a news conference is happening right now with Governor Josh Green, along with other state emergency officials about the tsunami warning. Let's listen in.
Everyone is prepared, everyone is ready for what may come, but there is always some uncertainty about the size of the wave. In about 5 minutes, we'll reconvene a statewide meeting. We will hear an update on the size of the wave, as I said, as it passes through the middle of the Pacific. We'll also be in communication with other states and islands, such as Guam, CNMI, finding out what they have experienced. After the wave has passed, after we're all safe, we will reach out to these other friends of ours across the Pacific to support them in their recovery also.
Mahalo, Governor. Andrew?
From what you shared so far, is any of that based on any ocean readings between Russia and between Midway and Russia?
Yes, there was immediately a response from all of the nearshore buoys. The question was answered almost immediately. Right after the earthquake, it was clear to us that there was going to be a wave. As we have shared, we don't know how large a wave, usually until it passes Midway. And as you can see, it takes 5 to 6 hours to come across the Pacific in this case. That's why we're always postured to first check. We don't want to alarm people unnecessarily, but once we see that there's going to be a wave, we begin our protocol. And usually the protocol results in an initial siren, which you heard, just to kind of wake people up to the severity of the situation, followed by the 3 hours out, 2 hours out, the 1 hour out, and the 30-minute out warnings. At that point, we expect everyone to be fully evacuated, either out of the inundation zones or vertically. People should not, and I will say it one more time, should not, as we have seen in the past, stay around the shoreline or risk their lives just to see what a tsunami looks like. It is not a regular wave. It will actually kill you if you get hit by a tsunami. So you have to be out of that area. Please do not put anyone in a situation where General Logan has to search and find you with a helicopter. It is not likely we will recover you if a tsunami takes you from the shore.
If you're stuck in traffic right now or in the coming hour or so, trying to evacuate, at what point, should you consider, what advice do you have to people who are still trying to evacuate at this time and as it gets closer to the 7 o'clock?
I believe everyone should have adequate time to get out of the evacuation zones. There were some accidents on the highway, as we were aware, coming in. We'll continue to update you, especially based on the size of the wave. Obviously, everyone has to be away from the shoreline. We've been in contact with our tourism authority, Jimmy Tokioka, who's our director of DBED. He's been talking to the hotels. I've been speaking to the hospitals. They are prepared. They've actually activated additional shifts in case there are mass casualties. We are praying that that will not be necessary. If the waves come and go and then we give the all clear, we will be back to fine. We'll be back to normal. We probably will have a lot of debris to clean up. That's where our team will execute kind of the cleanup. There could be some power failures if local poles go down. Be aware of that. There could be some loss of water pressure. That happens sometimes in these circumstances. But once we give the all clear, we will no longer worry about casualties when we'll just be cleaning up. I really think people should have plenty of time, given where we are. Some of the traffic was already beginning to abate when we got here at about 4:55.
This formally concludes the presser, and we will stay tuned. We will have more updates in future press conferences. Mahalo.
To a news conference with Governor Josh Green and emergency officials who spoke earlier, re-emphasizing the same plan echoed by Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi, that in a situation like this, we do have some time to prepare, so use that time. This isn't a time to freak out or panic. What we've been seeing is, aside from the traffic jams, some of the crowds at grocery stores, a very measured response statewide.
Yeah, we're even seeing those long lines at the gas pumps as well. But an important thing that was mentioned in the Honolulu press conference with Mayor Blangiardi was about the 93% of handy van services are running late at this time. So if you do have a loved one who is relying on that service, Roger Morton, you just heard, call them up, call your family member up and let them know that it's likely they will not be picked up. Again, he said 93% of handy van services are running late at that time, and he's urging families to please take care of their loved ones if they are relying on that service and if they need to get out.
Yeah, and let's give you just a recap of kind of how this afternoon has unfolded. The initial quake off the far east region of Russia happened about 1:30 this afternoon, was an 8.0. About 20 minutes later, it got updated to an 8.7 magnitude quake, extremely powerful, very deep below the ocean's surface, and then it was later upgraded to an 8.8. The first anticipated arrival is around 7:10, so about an hour and a half away. Governor Green was saying that a lot of the traffic on their way in, throughout Honolulu seems to have dissipated, as many have seemed to have found their sites. We're staying with you throughout this entire time. So is our First Alert Weather team. Let's send it over to meteorologist Drew Davis with the latest. Drew.
Let's take a look at some of the historical context for this earthquake near Russia. Of course, I'm going to break this down percentage-wise. We've got the tsunamis that have affected Hawaii. 19% come from the west coast of South America, and this is since the 1850s, so it's a large swath of 150 years of data out there. And notice this, the second most, 16% from Kamchatka and the Kuril Islands just off to the east of Russia. Going down, you've got the west coast of North America. That's about 13%. 13% come from Alaska, and then 12% come from New Zealand and Pacific Islands, and it goes down as you're going closer to Indonesia. Well, you may notice about 6% is actually missing from this chart. The rest of the 6% comes from Hawaii. And I do want to talk about, again, some of the historical context from the 16% that come from Kamchatka and the Kuril Islands. In 1952, we had another earthquake off of the same area of Russia, the same fault line that we've been talking about over the past couple of weeks. We had a magnitude 7.5 a couple of weekends ago that actually triggered another tsunami watch. Again, we do have that tsunami warning right now. That watch upgraded to a warning around 3 p.m. this afternoon. There were no deaths from that 1952 earthquake in Hawaii, and I'm just reading some of the information that we have directly from NOAA. But the waves caused houses to collide, beached boats, destroyed piers, scoured beaches, and moved road pavement. And here on Hawaii Island, they had wave heights of 4 meters, a little bit over 3 feet, 1 meter on Maui, 9 meters on Oahu, and 3 meters on Kauai. Again, that's that 16% coming from Kamchatka and the Kuril Islands just off of Russia. Again, this is just a little bit more context to show you that it's very common here in Hawaii, at least over the last 150 years, and that's the only data that we have here, that we see these tsunamis moving across the Pacific Ocean and across the open water towards the island chain. For now, I'm going to send it back to Mark and Steph at the desk.
And we just got this in from Hawaiian Airlines. They issued a statement saying that we are monitoring a tsunami warning for the Hawaiian Islands and portions of the state of Alaska and assessing our flight operations. We are holding flight departures to the islands of Hawaiian islands on Hawaiian Airlines and Alaska Airlines, and as a safety precaution, flights en route to Hawaii are returning to the mainland or diverting as needed. And guests with travel to or from the Hawaiian Islands should check the status of their flight before heading to the airport. So we're going to be monitoring all the impacts here.
Yeah, and this is a statewide transportation response. When you have this much time leading up to when the initial wave is expected to arrive, a lot of the state agencies, a lot of those in the transportation business are, setting out their updates. We heard earlier this afternoon that the Hilo airport is closed. In regard to harbors, those with the boats and vessels are expected to take them out, away from the harbor to avoid any sort of damage and keeping them tied off into the slips, because heading out into the open ocean is actually beneficial in these types of situations. And then we also heard as well State Department of Transportation officials and the military saying that Kolekole Pass is open for Leeward Coast residents.
Right, and our Mahealani Richardson is standing by with an update on that. She just spoke to military officials and joins us now with the latest. Mahea.
That's right, Steph and Mark. This is in conjunction with the U.S. Army, the U.S. Navy, and state officials that Kolekole Pass, linking the west side, particularly in the Lualua Valley area, is now connected to central Oahu and Schofield Barracks. For many, many years, we had heard complaints, especially from those in the windward from West Oahu, rather, that they were trapped and they could not get out if there was an emergency because there is one way in and one way out. And after the Maui wildfires, people were particularly concerned. And so earlier this year, U.S. Army officials and the state had an exercise to rehearse this exact scenario. We just spoke with the U.S. Army Garrison Hawaii spokesperson, and here's what he had to say.
Yes, ma'am. So the U.S. Army, in partnership with the U.S. Navy, the DOT, and HAIMA, have opened up Kolekole Pass on the leeward side to facilitate evacuations from the west side. Commuters will be able to travel Lualua Naval Road onto Lyman Road and exit in central Oahu.
Are people using the pass now? Can you give us a sense of what's happening there now?
Yes, so both gates, the Navy and Army gates, have been opened on Kolekole Pass, and civilian motorists are currently traveling from the Navy side onto the Army side and to central Oahu from the west side.
It was a long-standing issue to use Kolekole Pass. I remember a lot of people were anxious about being able to evacuate the west side because there's really only one way in and one way out. And there was an exercise specifically for this earlier this year. What can you tell us about that exercise?
Earlier this year, in January, we partnered with the Navy, HAIMA, DOT, and DEM for an exercise that simulated a wildfire on the west side. So to get vehicles from the west side of Oahu to central Oahu using Kolekole Pass. So that was a proof of concept for something that we're using in a real-life scenario today.
At least during your time with the Army, has Kolekole Pass been used before for an emergency?
For an actual emergency, this is the first time that I've seen Kolekole Pass been used for a real-life scenario. We would like to say that the pass is very steep. There are several hazards throughout, so folks that decide to use this evacuation route, be extremely, extremely cautious and listen to military and evacuation personnel as you transit that pass.
You know, most people have not traveled along that pass. So how long does it take?
Right. So the pass technically starts around Lualua Naval Road. So if you turn right there at the Nanakuli McDonald's onto the road, go all the way back, it's very straight. It's mostly 2 lanes until you come across a small bridge. But it is fully paved. There may be some rocks in the road. So again, we just advise people to be extremely cautious while you're going up the pass.
And how long would it take to travel the whole pass?
With no traffic, it takes roughly 15 to 20 minutes to transit the pass. With traffic a little bit slower, it's hard to tell. I would say maybe upwards of 30 minutes or so. But it is the only alternative route if you're stuck in gridlock on Farrington.
Is there anything else that you would like our viewers at Hawaii News Now to know about the military's efforts during this tsunami warning?
I would just want everyone to know that the military is here as a community partner. We also live here in our community. Our families are in the community. So we want everyone to, be safe and get to safety if you are in low-lying areas, and listen for updates on official channels.
Can you tell us any information specifically about your service members and how they might be preparing if they are in low-lying areas?
Right, so we do have a couple of installations on low-lying areas. Pilila'au Army Recreation Center was evacuated about an hour ago, so the guests there have been evacuated from the west side. We also have several thousand guests staying at the Halikoa in Waikiki. So those guests are, to be protected from any potential storm surge, or advised to be roughly the 3rd or 4th floor and higher.
Okay, so the guests at the Halikoa, they're not being evacuated, but they were told to go to the 4th floor or higher.
Right, especially with traffic concerns and that kind of thing. Anyone in a high rise, if you can, the higher the better.
Are you getting any first reports specifically from the Halekoa and just how the situation is in Waikiki?
No specific reports. I did see that there are several folks still on the beach. So I would just really advise folks, take this warning seriously. Your safety should be of utmost concern.
And that is Nathan Wilkes from the U.S. Army Garrison. He's the spokesperson there. Again, Kolekole Pass is open, linking Lualualei area on the west side to Schofield Barracks in central Oahu. That pass was just in an exercise earlier this year, a multi-agency exercise, and it's now being used for real life. Back to you.
Lani, we appreciate that report. And standing by live now is Hawaii County Mayor Kimo Alameda. Mayor Alameda, thank you so much for joining us right now. I'm sure you and your administration are definitely monitoring the situation at this hour. Can you tell us what the county is doing to prepare?
Right now we're at the EOC. We've activated several hours already, and we got all hands on deck. We got all the departments here. And we're working across jurisdictions, so state, National Guard, Red Cross, our county workers as well. We've been through this before, and this is we're not, we're the island with the disasters, right? So it's like a well-oiled machine. So we're doing really well right now.
Mayor, what can you tell us about the shelters available and the resources there that being provided for those that want to attend the evacuation sites?
Yes, absolutely. We activated all our shelters, and so we're sending out messages already, various means, social media, our website, press release. They know where the shelters are at. We also deployed our teams to make sure that there's water and food, and and we're reaching out to our hotels. Those in the low-lying areas, if they need transportation, we have that as well. So we are transporting some folks who need the transportation to our shelters as we speak.
And Mayor Alameda, the alert came out after 1:30 this afternoon. What are you seeing out there on the roads? Are people heeding the warning?
Yes, they are. In fact, there is road congestion. And so, my message to the residents is to be patient. It's a warning, so we have time, and be respectful. And we sent out our police officers, as well as our firefighters, to make sure that the roads are safe. And if we need traffic cops in different areas, we are deploying them as we speak.
What kind of action is being taken as well in regard to the ports? And many have vessels tied up at harbors. What has been the message there?
Well, that's all, danger zones, right? So, they know the protocols on our island. They're very familiar with what to do with those vessels. In fact, Pride of America, big ship, they knew what to do, and so they head out to the sea because it's safer there. And we took on their passengers. We provided them with transportation to our shelter as well. So, like I said, we have protocols in place. We've been there before, and we're just implementing it as we speak.
And Mayor, do you have a message for air travelers, and can you update us on the situation at Hilo Airport at this time?
Sure. So Hilo Airport's closed. Kona Airport's open, and it's in a safe zone, and so they are continuing their flights, is what I'm told. So if you're coming into Hilo or if you're going out of Hilo, it ain't gonna happen.
All right. Hawaii County Mayor Kimo Alameda, a comprehensive response being activated statewide right now. Mayor, thank you very much for joining us. I'm sure we'll be talking with you more throughout the evening as we keep a close watch on this tsunami warning. So shelters are activated. There was a lot of lead up time to this. Many are heading for higher ground. Speaking of which, we caught up with back here on Oahu. Our very own Billy V caught up with some residents and visitors who headed up to the Tantalus area in Makiki.
Thank you very much. There's a steady stream of cars up here in Tantalus. People just, trying to find a place to go. Maybe they left Waikiki, maybe they left the lower areas, or maybe they're heading on the freeway and they had to go all the way to the west side. And we've been finding that they've been pulling off of the roadway to come here just to stay, have a place to be for a while until things calm down. We know that's not going to be for a while. But once again, Tantalus is busy right now.
I got told by a friend of mine who's over in Florida right now. He heard it before I did, and so he let me know about the alert, and I checked it out and decided to maybe go up mountain for a minute.
What was happening? What were you doing when you first heard the alert on your, I'm guessing, your phone?
Waimanalo Beach, kids were in the water, and then we heard we got the warning. We got the warning, and we immediately left.
Okay, so you guys are up here at Tantalus. What was the thought behind coming up here?
This was the highest point we knew. We came in here yesterday and we were like, instead of going to the hotel, let's just go here. I don't know which boat is safer or not. We couldn't ask anyone.
Well, I was swimming in Ala Moana Beach Park, and I got done and I usually check my phone for if any emergencies, family stuff. So when I saw that, whoa, then I checked with my family to get out of the water already, because I did my lap, so I was getting ready to eat. So I got on the road and I noticed traffic is getting crazy. And I live in Makakilo. We're on a hill now. And I was thinking, no way, that H1 is crazy congested right now. And the first thing came up, hey, how did they drop Tantalus? So I took Punaho, I came up here. And
from Tantalus, Billy V, Hawaii News Now.
Thanks very much, Billy. I'm Ben Gutierrez along with Drew Davis here in the First Alert Weather Center. And just to recap, we are again under a tsunami warning for the entire state of Hawaii after an 8.8 magnitude earthquake struck off the east coast of the Kamchatka Peninsula. The first waves are expected to reach Hawaii at about 7:10 this evening, first for Kauai, then down the rest of the island chain, maybe about 7 minutes later for the island of Oahu, and then continuing downward. All of the emergency operations centers for the counties have been activated, and people are being told, if you haven't heard so already, to be prepared to evacuate if you need to. But if you don't, if you are not in a tsunami evacuation zone, you should stay where you are. Earlier, we had a lot of traffic because a lot of people were let go at the same time. State workers, county workers, just people basically at work, all being let loose at the same time to try and get home, to try to get their belongings, or at least, just to be prepared as best they can.
And just to recap, again, this is an 8.8 magnitude earthquake. Earlier today around 1:30 p.m. Hawaii time, it was an 8.0, upgraded about 20 minutes later to an 8.7, and then reevaluated later to the 8.8. I do want to point out something that Ben and I just discovered as we're trying to get the latest information from the Tsunami Warning Center and the USGS. We're going to tsunami.gov, where you can actually look at those bulletins for yourself, and the page is unresponsive. It seems that there's so much traffic. Of course, this is a national news event now. Everybody is watching on the continental United States and across the U.S. They're trying to get into the tsunami.gov website. Of course, everybody is looking for information. And one of the things Ben and I have been talking about today, of course, this is not something to take lightly. This is this is the warning. We had the watch earlier. We were upgraded very quickly to a warning about an hour after the watch was issued. This is the time to take, not to panic, but to take action. Start moving in towards Melka areas, moving up 4 stories or above if you can, if you're unable to move Melka.
Yeah, this would be, when we talk about we always talk about the vertical evacuation. So 4 stories or above, this would be for high-rise buildings, including hotels, Waikiki, Ko'olina, we're talking Ka'anapali, also maybe even Kalapaki Beach on Kauai, that building there, even though it's kind of like a little bit higher up, but for peace of mind, at least on Kauai, move up to a higher floor. You don't need to evacuate the area. Also, emergency officials and we are telling you, if you don't have to evacuate, don't. Stay home, don't clog up the roads. And the worst thing you can probably do is try and go and take a look-see. There's a live look right now at Coconut Island, Hilo Bay, where we have seen in the past some currents that have been coming in. Earlier we talked about or the governor during the press conference that he had talked about how we don't really know how big the waves are necessarily going to be, because we do have the buoys that take the measurements right close to the coastline, right along Kamchatka, right off Kamchatka, right off the Aleutian Islands, and then you've got this big, wide open ocean where there's no data.
It's just open ocean in between the peninsula and us here in Hawaii, so we have to get the information from Midway and other Pacific Islands before we can really have an idea. We still have the warning up. It's still very important to take this seriously. I do want to give some stats here. We've had a couple of earthquakes, again, 16% of earthquakes since 1850, so about a little over 150 years of data keeping of tsunamis here in Hawaii. We've had an earthquake in 1923 from the same fault line. That was a magnitude 8.3, so a little bit weaker than what we're seeing out there right now. And it took about 6.5 hours to arrive to Hawaii, and it caused $20 million in damage and killed one in Hilo. 1952, it caused another tsunami, a 9.0 magnitude earthquake, a little bit stronger than what we're seeing with this one, caused $8.94 million in damage. So, of course, there is cause for concern, especially when it comes to infrastructure and potentially impacting those near coastal areas.
Yeah, and when we're talking about 8.8, remember that the Fukushima tsunami was generated by a 9.1 magnitude earthquake. So 8.8, that's very close in magnitude. It is still a bit weaker because, again, the magnitudes are exponential, but when you start getting into the upper 8s, the lower 9s in particular, and when you start getting to 9.2, which I think was the Chile earthquake, definitely it's something to basically be aware of and to be prepared. Right now, let's head back to the desk with Mark and Steph.
Thank you very much there, Ben and Drew, for your analysis there. We also just got a list here, and we'll read that off for you, of the shelters on Maui. But first, we want to show you these images just into the newsroom of the busyness at the gas station over in Eva Beach. You can see long lines of people there. And you heard from Mayor Blangiardi and other first responders said, please just keep your cool. The roads are congested. But on the lighter side, we are actually seeing that traffic is tapering off in some areas.
Yeah, in certain areas. I mean, through the thick of the afternoon, coinciding with the typical rush hour, there was traffic gridlock in parts of leeward Oahu. We also saw lines in windward Oahu. In town, we want to pull up this video. This is many flocking to grocery stores to stock up on supplies at Don Quixote. This is kind of what happens in an event like this. We see this with hurricanes. Good thing about tsunamis is that you have typically several hours to prepare. But backups throughout Honolulu County, but we also saw footage from across the state as well. We also have this footage right now. It was an aerial shot of traffic in the heart of Honolulu. Let's pull that up right now. If you can see just the backup when coinciding with when the warning came down.
That's right. And they have their list with them: toilet paper, bottled water, make sure you have those important medications, enough food to last a week. And we are going to get this list that we want to show you of shelters that are open right now: Lahaina Luna High School and Kihei Community Center.
And our very own Dylan Ancheta is standing by live on Maui right now with the very latest, and he also spoke with Maui Mayor Richard Bisson. Aloha, Dylan.
Aloha, thank you so much. I want to go over the full list of emergency shelters that are opening here on Maui. The county says Lahaina Luna High School, Kihei Community Center, Velma McWayne Santos Community Center, Hannibal Tavares Community Center, Hana High School, and Molokai High School for Molokai residents. Those are all in the process of being opened and shelters. I spoke to Mayor Bisson about 10 minutes ago, maybe 15 or so, and they said that they are in the process of opening those shelters. They hope to have them open very soon, if not already, and they do encourage people who are in low-lying areas to head over to those shelters. And they are welcoming pets in kennels. They are following the usual guidelines set forth by the American Red Cross for those emergency shelters. But I do want to play a little bit more from my one-on-one with Mayor Bisson. Here's what he said.
Yeah, the main thing we want people to know is there's time
for us to be calm in moving to inland and higher land. So we just want people to move out of the tsunami zone areas, the inundation zones. We want them to move inland, go to higher ground, but we don't want them to panic. We don't want them to, have to be rushed. We know the traffic is challenging right now because people are trying to do just that. But we just want the messages, stay calm, work together. There's plenty of time for everyone to move out. We're not expecting the first wave to hit Kauai until 7:10. That's the information we received. We're going to get another update maybe in about 10 minutes from Pacific Tsunami Warning, so we'll get a better idea of how big it is and how fast it's traveling. That's our best estimate. Here on Maui, we want people to know there are going to be shelters open. There's 5 of them. The Lahaina Luna High School, the Molokai High School, on Molokai, Hana High School, the Wailuku Community Center, and the Kihei Community Center. They'll all be open. They'll be staffed, so people will have a place to go. There'll be places for them to rest, stay while they ride this out, literally, and then bathrooms. We want people to know that their water, especially in all the coastal zones, from Wailuku to Napili, Lahaina, the different coastal areas, that water will be shut off, and that's to prevent any contamination and any destruction of the system. It won't all be shut off at the same time. There's a sort of a rolling shut off. It'll start to shut down. So if people want to start filling up storage containers with water, now would be the time to do that before that gets to their areas. We want people to be aware of what's online, the different alerts that are out there, the sirens, the MEMA alerts. And again, just to take care of each other. That's really the big message. Take care of yourself, your family, our kupuna, and help those that need extra assistance.
Mayor, I want to ask, can you list off some of those specific communities that people should be clearing out of right now? Just earlier, I was by the Queen Kahumanu shopping center, and there was still a line of people going in toward the low-lying areas. Can you just list off some areas that people should not be going into?
Yeah, most people know what zones they live in and the inundation zone. We have it online, so people can go on. There's also a map at the NOAA, NOAA site. There's also pretty explicit maps. But anywhere that's an inundation zone, the low-lying areas from Waihe'e, Wailuku, Kahului, there's several throughout the island, throughout. And what is important for people to know is that this wave will be a wraparound wave. So although it'll come from the west, when it hits, it'll wrap around the island. So all the coastal areas need to be evacuated and head to the highlands. Obviously out in the west side of Maui, all the beach zones, the beach areas, people will know. We just want people to be safe. You might be seeing people go in to get their things to leave and to evacuate. And so, and we're trying to assist with the traffic. We've opened up some roads here on Maui that have been used for our temporary debris sites. So it's from Kuihelani Highway to Veterans Highway or Mokulele, and then from Mokulele up to the Pulehu o Maupio roads. People are already using it now. MPD is monitoring it, so people can cut through what used to be the cane fields and get up to the upcountry homes quicker, instead of having to go through what we all know on Maui to be Hanson Road or Halakala Highway. So there are people that are taking advantage of those routes right now, so we can alleviate, again, the traffic. And again, we're trying our best. People can call 911. They can call the MEMA hotline as well. We have a MEMA hotline, I want to say 270-7825, I believe it is. That's the number that people can call in order to get that information. I do have the number someplace, but sorry, 270-7633. That's our MEMA alert number, 7633. So again, we can assist with what you need, especially if it's evacuation. We want people to give us notice so that we can send a car to get them, or send our paratransit trucks, our MEO, Maui Economic Opportunity vans. We have people making rounds right now, trying to get people out of those areas before the waves hit.
And last question, can you talk about some of the exactly what you mentioned, but for Maui Police, your EMS, what are they doing right now, and are they, how are their levels? Are they pushed? Is it all hands on deck? I mean, how are they feeling?
Well, this is absolutely all hands on deck, but it's very measured. The Maui Police Department, which always comes through for us in our emergencies, I will say, they're helping us control the traffic. They're helping us control, the evacuations. So right now, it's, we're asking for mandatory evacuations for everybody who's in those low-lying areas. Absolutely, going inland, and we're trying to offer the shelters so people have a place to go besides, family. I should say here on Maui, Oski Rice Arena also opened their parking area upcountry in that Makawao, Olinda area. So anyone in the upcountry area who's looking for a place to park their cars and ride this out, Oski Rice Arena, thank you to those folks for offering their location as well. I'm sure there are other places, neighbors, that are helping each other that I may not be aware of right now. This is the latest information we have, Dylan. We're hoping to get an update in just a few minutes.
Sounds good, Mayor. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So once again, that was Maui County Mayor Richard Bisson providing us the latest on what they are doing to prepare the residents of the Valley Isle to make sure that everyone is safe and out of the tsunami inundation zones. I want to recap those official shelters that he mentioned: Lahaina Luna High School, Kihei Community Center, the Velma McWayne Santos Community Center, the Hannibal Tavares Community Center, along with Hana High School and the Wailuku Community Center. Those are the shelters here on the Valley Isle that are opening or in the process of opening for residents. And on the island of Molokai, we have Molokai High School as well preparing to open. Earlier this afternoon, around 4 o'clock, 4:10, during the sounding of the first emergency siren, well, second I should say, I did see a long line of people that were still going into the low-lying areas of Kahului. We were right outside the Queen Ka'ahumanu Center, and there was traffic back to back. And looking at the maps here, it still looks like there is heavy traffic in those areas. So officials are encouraging people to head to higher ground for those who are in those low-lying areas. But ultimately, again, Mayor Bisson says there are many people who are likely looking out for their neighbors and helping one another. And that's what it's all about here on Maui and across the state, really. They want everyone to proceed with caution, proceed with aloha. And if you are out on the roads, there is no need to rush because, again, there is several hours before we are expected to see the first impacts from this impending tsunami. So wherever you are on the Valley Isle, if you are on the lower areas, make sure to make your way upland. Now, Maui, of course, geographically is very tricky because so many of their communities are coastal communities. And so what we're seeing right now is two sides of the Valley Isle, residents from both sides essentially making their way up to higher ground, whether that's meeting in the center or going up the Mauna. And so we are keeping a very close eye on all of the situation, the happenings here on the Valley Isle, and we'll bring you more details as we get them. Again, Mayor Bisson is inside Maui County's Emergency Operations Center, and they are getting constant updates, and we are learning those updates alongside all of you. Live in Maui, I'll send things back to the studio, guys.
Thank you very much, Dylan. And we are still awaiting a news conference that could begin at any moment, and we'll take you there live. Hawaii emergency management officials are gathering. But right now we want to go to Oahu's North Shore, where we have our Kyle HNN standing by live. Kyle.
Yeah, that's right, guys. We're here at Sunset Beach here on the North Shore, and it's a very eerie scene right now. It's a ghost town, one of the more popular beaches here on the North Shore, especially during the summer months. We got here at around 5 o'clock, right before sunset, people catching off. Just want to show you the beach right now. It was sunny. It's sunny right now. It was a little bit dark and gray and rainy just a couple of minutes ago, and like I said, it's pretty eerie seeing here a very popular beach that is empty right now during the summer months. And on our way here, it was very, very packed full of cars, bumper to bumper, with people trying to leave the area. First, when we were leaving, or we're heading here from the Kaneohe side, people leaving from Polynesian Cultural Center, Kualoa Ranch, heading that way back to the Kaneohe area and town. And then when we got onto this side, past Kahuku High School and Intermediate, the line of cars were going this way, heading towards the Haleiwa side. Everyone trying to get away from the shoreline, and that was an encouraging thing to see. Although it was bumper to bumper on the roads, people were trying to get to higher ground, getting away from the beach, and people were practicing their patience. Not a lot of people trying to overtake. They understood the situation, and we passed by stores and different establishments here along the road and on the North Shore, and it was just a ghost town essentially. It looks clear now. A lot of people. I want to show the road. Just about an hour ago, it was at a standstill almost, and now you just see a little bit of local traffic here and there, some trucks driving by as people are preparing for the first wave to hit, which is supposed to hit in about an hour now on Kauai. But here on the North Shore, people are being prepared and staying ready for the chance that a wave hits here on Oahu. Now, excuse me. As you can see, it's clear, it's pretty barren, minimal cars on the road now, people getting to safety and getting out of the shoreline areas here on the North Shore. And as we continue to get updates here from the officials at the state and city level, and we'll keep you guys updated. But for right now, it seems that everyone is heeding the warnings from the officials here in the state to stay away from the shoreline and stay and get to higher ground. So that's kind of the scene here, a very quiet and unusual sight for the North Shore here during the summer months. That's the latest here, reporting live from the North Shore. Guys, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Kyle, thank you very much. Yeah, what a image that we saw right there. And also as we saw some of the response vehicles rolling through the region, as we saw earlier this afternoon, some DLNR officers were clearing beachgoers off of coastal areas. Can imagine that was also happening on the North Shore as well. We just got this list from the city of Oahu, what is being called tsunami assembly areas. We're not using the word shelters for Oahu sites, mainly because there are limited services available. So, if you need to be somewhere when the event is happening, these are areas to gather. Here's the list: McKinley High School, Hahaione Valley Neighborhood Park, Waimanalo District Park, New Valley Middle School, Makaha Community Park, Waialua High and Intermediate School, Kailua District Park, and Kaneohe District Park.
Kahuku District Park, Kalakaua District Park, Wilson Community Park, Eva Mahiko District Park, Nanakuli High and Intermediate, Kokohead District Park, Waipahu District Park, and George Fred Wright Wahewa District Park. And once again, the city is not calling these evacuation centers because services are very limited for residents who need to evacuate and move inland.
Yeah, very limited services right now as we are mapping out the response in anticipation of that first wave just after 7 o'clock. Another siren is expected to go off at about 6:10, so just a few moments from now. We have earlier images from this afternoon of the moment the sirens first happened. This is on the North Shore, as you can see in the middle of some gridlock. Okay, there was no sound on that, but that was when you had residents looking for, just trying to leave the area, low-lying areas, trying to get inward, get upland. So we're about just an hour out from that first expected wave. As we're also showing you Haleiwa right now, I think it's also important to note that on a global stage, we are seeing some effects of this tsunami. Tsunami reported earlier in Russia, which is close to the epicenter of the initial quake itself in the Kamchatka Peninsula, and also tsunami seen at the island of Hokkaido in Japan, reported 1-foot wave. Extent of damage so far, not yet known, but when the tsunami made landfall in Hokkaido, the reports are emerging that it was 1 foot.
And for us here locally, of course, the experts at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, they're still waiting for more information and for that first passing Midway Atoll to get that first reading, to have more of a better sense in terms of the size of those initial waves that would impact Hawaii. As you said, Mark, 7:10 this evening, the first expected waves to arrive in Hanalei, and then 7 7:17 this evening for us here on Oahu. We just also got an update on when we could expect that press conference to begin with Hawaii Emergency Management Agency officials. Now they're saying anywhere around 6:15 this evening. So we'll bring that to you live as soon as they become available.
A comprehensive response that we are seeing statewide and also from the individual counties themselves as we show you what the roads look like in Hilo this afternoon. The watch became a warning officially just before 3 o'clock Hawaii time this afternoon. What we've seen are a number of developments, especially in regard to the state's transportation infrastructure, road closures to stay out of the low-lying areas, what we've seen with the harbors, boaters advised to take their vessels out into the open ocean. And then also, too, we want to reiterate that Hawaiian Air released a statement about 5:30 this evening that they are holding flight departures to the islands on Hawaiian Airlines and Alaska Airlines. As a safety precaution, flights en route to Hawaii are returning to the mainland or diverting as needed. So you have, what we're seeing here is you're just keeping a close eye on what's going to be happening and taking the utmost precaution as possible.
Right, and if you're still wondering at this hour, if you are indeed in an affected zone, you can always go to the Emergency Management Agency website, and there you can scroll for every single county. You can see the latest maps out there that will outline if you are indeed impacted.
Shelters, evacuation sites, tsunami assembly areas. We've been with you nonstop since the warning happened, since the watch happened at around 1:30 this afternoon. We aren't going anywhere. We are staying with you wall to wall throughout this entire event. Our First Alert Weather team has been doing a tremendous job tracking the very latest updates. Let's send it over to Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins with the very latest. Jen.
Thank you so much, Mark and Steph. A lot of important information right at your fingertips, and you can also get that at hawaiinewsnow.com. And we saw the tsunami warning like we're talking about after 1:30. Now we're approaching that window of time, an hour left. It was anywhere from 5 to 6 hours to get here. Now it is 6:10, expected to come our way at 7:10, so within the hour. Magnitude 8.8, and you can see a lot of energy. The caliber of earthquakes, significant. Falling under that 8 to 9 magnitude. Great when you take a look at the severe damage, loss of life. This happens anywhere from about 1 to 10 years. So we are seeing a lot of energy that's happening over the Pacific Ocean along that fault line, a lot of shaking, as you know. The Earth's plates rub together, causing an underwater earthquake. And we saw the depth that came through, very high in depth. I'm sure you're getting the warnings right now. The earthquake causes a vertical push of seawater that causes the tsunami waves. And with that, as the waves spread into shallow waters, it grows in height. And we're seeing these travel thousands and thousands of miles across the Pacific Ocean. It could travel so fast. If you could think about from point A to point B when you're flying in an airplane, you could see that it takes you so long to travel. Well, these are traveling at 500 miles per hour over the Pacific Ocean, over open waters, and then it gets here within that 6-hour window. So taking a look at history, really interesting when we dive into the tsunami history and their relationship with Hawaii. Hawaii has endured over 160 tsunamis since 1812. Usually the origin that has really impacted us has been Alaska, Chile, Japan, and Russia. It can cause huge surge of energy to travel across the ocean, as you know. And during the past, the most affected area, let's take a closer look. You can see Hilo gets hit the hardest, and the hardest years were 1946, 1960 and 2011. It's known as the hotspot of tsunamis due to the bay shape. And usually when the wave interacts with the bay shape and how shallow it is, it causes bigger waves to come their way over in Hilo. So very interesting with the dynamics of the topography, the depth of the bay, and the bay shape itself. Kona has suffered damage in 1975 and 2011. And as far as the rest of of us, Kauai and Oahu's north and east shores can see some run up depending on the wave direction, along with Maui County. And this is key on the wave direction. What kind of wave will be coming our way? There's a lot of unknowns as it's traveling over open waters and that far of a distance. But history shows the magnitude of depth between 8 and 9. You can see in 1960, one of the strongest earthquakes on record, it arrived 15 hours later, up to 35 feet, with Hilo receiving a lot of damage there, and we even faced deaths in 1960. In 2010, the Chile earthquake, magnitude 8.8, really highly depends on that direction. It was only 3 feet, so even though it was a high magnitude earthquake, it was only 3 feet in that rise. In 2011, the Japan earthquake, 9.1 in magnitude, 6 to 7 feet, lots of property damage, as you know, and that one was one for the history books. Taking a closer look at Russia coast, we were forecasting 3 to 4, and observations jumped to 10 to 13 feet, so on target of that. Japan up to 3 meters is in the forecast, but so far the readings observed was only 1.3. That has been confirmed there. Hawaii expected a little less than an hour from now after 7 o'clock, from 1 to 3 meters, about 3 to 10 feet. Highly depends on the wave direction and how it travels over the open waters. Over in Guam, about the same, 1 to 3 feet, falling anywhere from 3 to 10 feet. So none confirmed yet. We're just waiting on that. We're closing in on that last hour before it comes our way. And I just want to point that the initial surge of energy could be much smaller, maybe about 0.1 to 0.3 meters after 10 o'clock. But once we jump up into that 8 o'clock hour, that's when we could see that big jump and rise as all of that energy catches up and comes to the islands. And this is going to be wraparound energy across the entire island chain that we're seeing, but starting at 7:10 over Honolulu this evening. And it's important to note, even though some areas may not see a whole lot of run-up or coastal flooding, it is going to be very unpredictable with the strong currents. And this has been a concern with a lot of our tsunamis in the past, strong rip currents and the strong currents that will come. So that's why it's important to leave the beaches, not be near waters, not watch from the shorelines, to be at higher grounds, because there's just too much that's unpredictable in all of this. So tsunami warning is up and running, and that is going to be closing in on that hour as we approach 7:10. Mark and Steph.
That's right, Jen. Thank you so much. And we want to go now live. This is a live look at Hilo Bay on the Garden Isle. And this is where the first tsunami waves will arrive at around 7:10 this evening.
Yeah, that is the first site of expected activity. We are now less than an hour away. After the quake happened around 1:30 our time this afternoon, we are anticipating an update from state and county emergency officials at any moment now. When that happens, we'll be going out to it live, but the first wave is expected to arrive. 7:10, Honolulu is that first location where we could be seeing any type of activity. So as we're keeping a very close eye on this, we have crews at the Emergency Operations Center. We have a crew on Maui. Dylan Acheta was there. We just heard from him. And also we have a crew en route to the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center right now, expecting a new update very shortly.
And of course, our First Alert weather team is also standing by with the very latest. And we want to go now to our Ben Gutierrez and Drew Davis for more insight.
All right, good evening, Steph. Good evening, Mark. Of course, we've been tracking this throughout the entirety of the afternoon. The earthquake happened at around 1:30 p.m. Hawaii time. One of the things, of course, we've been talking about is just absolutely how strong this earthquake is. This is an 8.8, upgraded from an 8.7, which was originally estimated to be around an 8.0. Of course, we don't typically see an 8 in terms of the Richter scale about once a year. We're nearly at that 8-point or that 9-point scale, where we see one of those about roughly one every 10 years. We've been showing this graph a lot today. This is just the overall caliber of the earthquakes, and of course this is on a fault line that's very active just off of Russia. Ben and I have been talking about this since last week. Ben, you were here in the studio covering a tsunami watch for the island chain for a magnitude 7.5 earthquake, which is an energy equivalent equivalent to about 1 billion pounds of TNT or explosive, but this one, nearly 1 trillion pounds of TNT. And Ben, what was it like when we had that watch initially and it was taken down about a week ago?
It was there was obviously some concern because during the watch, this is the period of time when officials, Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, the geophysicists, the seismologists are looking at all the data and trying to determine if a tsunami has indeed been generated. The watch basically means that it's a heads up. You're supposed to take basically, be aware that an earthquake has occurred and a tsunami may have been generated, and then be on the alert for a tsunami advisory, which would tell us that a tsunami is coming, but it won't be destructive, or a tsunami warning, where a destructive tsunami could be possible. We've been talking about, even the officials have been saying, we don't know how big the waves are going to be. On the Kamchatka Peninsula, as Jennifer has been talking about, or Japan, parts of Russia, some of them have been up to maybe 20 feet or thereabouts, 15 feet. It depends on where you are. Some of the data that we've been looking at have been indicating that we might get a tsunami anywhere from maybe 3 to 9 feet, but that is not for certain. What we do know is that this uncertainty means that we need to evacuate nonetheless, because again, there's a distinct lack of data. When you look at the globe, we're in the middle of the Pacific, and basically there's nothing in this large area back here or over here that tells us exactly how big a wave is going to be, how big a tsunami is. We've got all the dart buoys that are like right along the coastline, so that'll give us the initial indication. But then when you get to the actual in the middle of the ocean, we have to guess, basically.
We're kind of in just kind of a waiting period right now. Again, we've been reporting all afternoon and all evening that we're waiting to see the data from the Midway Atoll. That's typically our first chance to see the size of a tsunami when it comes from the northwest or comes from the west, like we've seen in 2011 with Japan. We have to wait to see how it propagates across the Pacific Ocean. And we're about at that time where we're expecting to get that data soon. And as soon as we hear from the Midway buoys, we will report that as soon as we can. And now we're within 1 hour. Right now, as of on air, it's 6:20 p.m. The original estimates for the Hanalei arrival of the tsunami, 7:10 p.m. We're within 50 minutes of the arrival, or the estimated arrival. It's not going to be exact, but we're going to be around that time, 7:17 for Oahu, and then continuing down the island chain within the next 20-ish minutes. So again, we've got a lot to watch over the next hour or so, and we still have time. You still have time to prepare. You still have time to go upstairs. Make sure to grab important documents, grab water, non-perishables in case you're stuck for a while, and of course, make sure to take care of your family first and make sure they are aware of the threat.
The other thing to remember is that even though we might not know the size of the wave, again, and just reiterating, this is not a surf wave. This is an entire column of water that goes from the ocean surface down to the bottom of the ocean. And as that ocean bottom starts to get higher and higher, as it gets closer to land, that energy is going to be going up into the, basically, going upward and spreading out. And so we could still see some very strong currents, even if the wave is not there. Right now, we've got a live press conference to take to you. I think this is over at the Hawaii Emergency Management Agency.
Aloha, we're going to give another quick update here. As everyone has heard several times, a very significant earthquake off of Kamchatka, creating a wave. Important data point, when the wave passed through Midway Atoll, it was in total from peak to trough, okay, trough to peak, 6 feet. That means a 3-foot wave riding on the top of the ocean. And that was the piece of data we got just a few moments ago. We're tracking the wave at several different points. As I said, at Johnson Atoll, we had that wave at 3 feet amplitude. We will also be getting data from Wake Island, and the Aleutians are seeing some waves. And then finally, French Frigate Shoals at 6:33 p.m. we expect more data. Guam will see some waves at 6:57 p.m., but we are still expecting this significant wave. So everyone has to continue to be vigilant. There are a few other things that I need to report. As to the evacuation, that should be maintained absolutely beyond the waves hit on our island shores.
we will only give the all clear when we feel there's total safety. We have begun coordination for additional people. The homeless coordination has been ongoing. We're making sure individuals without houses are notified of the tsunami warning and they're being removed from the areas. That coordination is going on all islands. We're working with service providers everywhere. I will say, once again, this is a very serious event. We have Black Hawks activated. We have high water vehicles ready to go. So we will be able to rescue people, but please do not put yourself in harm's way. Make sure you actually evacuate right now. We're going to have another update from everyone soon at 6:50. You'll hear one more alarm, remember, at 6:40. That's 30 minutes out from when the first wave is expected to hit Kauai, and that will be the last alarm you'll have, but we will give constant updates. I'm going to turn it over now to General Logan.
Aloha and good evening. Thank you, Governor. So the Hawaii National Guard remains postured, as I described earlier. We've placed liaison officers into all the emergency management agencies within all the counties to create a near real-time response capability. We also have additional forces that have been activated. The governor touched on this, but we have high water vehicles, which are those with large tires, big engines that can do a variety of different mission sets, and we have soldiers that are already manning those. We also have additional aircraft placed into an alert capacity with crews that can do a variety of mission sets, which are medevac, search and rescue, and hoist operations to rescue folks and take them to a hospital care facility or a point of care. I want to reiterate something that Governor Green said is we're not out of the woods yet. We're collecting data as the wave or the energy passes through some of the other islands. We're in constant contact with all of our partners, either on the mainland or within here, our state of Hawaii, the greater part of the Department of Defense, and also transmitting data to our National Guard headquarters on the mainland. So I ask everybody to remain vigilant. Take this seriously, and wait until you get the all-clear signal, or we reduce the warning to a lower level from either your state or your county official government sources. Thank you very much.
Mahalo, Tag. Up next, Hawaii Emergency Management Agency Administrator James Barros.
All right, aloha. As we move this evacuation from those zones, we want to ensure that you're doing it safely and you're not panicking. You have time to get out of the inundation zone. The counties are working their sheltering plan and opening up tsunami assembly areas. So work with your counties, go to your county websites and see what shelters are being opened. The state is posturing that if needed, we can provide additional support post-impact at the shelters. I have opened the line of communication with FEMA, so we're on several calls so far. FEMA's postured to support the state at this time. Thank you.
Mahalo, Administrator Barros. Finally, we will bring up the Director of Business, Economic Development and Tourism, James Kunane Tokioka.
Mahalo. Aloha. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I will give an update on the visitor industry and what we're doing to the visitors that are here in Hawaii and informing them. I've been in contact with Jerry Gibson from the Hawaii Hotel Alliance and Jeff Wagner. We leaned on them during the Maui wildfire to help us, so we're leaning on them now. And the properties that are along the coastline are being asked to evacuate vertically, 4 floors and above. Some of the people have left the hotels, and the ones that have left the hotels to go to the airport, if they need a place to stay, when the airport is shut down, if it is shut down, then they should call the property that they came from to see if there is still availability at that property so they can go back there. I want to ensure that their friends and family on the mainland understand that there is a plan, and I think we need to give the governor and Administrator Barros and General Logan, big kudos, because there was a lot of training that went on after the wildfires, and this is the perfect opportunity for us to put those training, what we learned in training, into place. So thank you all for that, and be patient with each other. God bless you all.
Mahalo, Director Tokioka. At this time, we will open up for questions from the media, and I will call upon everyone one at a time. And I'm going to start with Ashley from Hawaii Public Radio.
Can you talk about what it means, what a 6-foot wave kind of means? Like, can you give some type of, I guess, like reference point for people as to what that's going to look like?
So the question is asking, can we clarify and kind of give deeper details to what a 6-foot wave means?
I think that's a very important question to clarify. So when we describe this wave, it's probably more accurate to describe it as having an amplitude of 3 feet above its base. When the water pulls back from a tsunami, you have the base drop. That becomes the trough of a wave to a peak, which is higher. That full distance from peak to trough is 6 feet. This would be 3-foot wave riding across the top of the surf. I wanted to remind people, this is not just like a wave comes off the shore, a 3-foot wave smacks down on the beach. This is a longitudinal wave with great force driving through the shoreline and into land. That's why we ask people to evacuate very far back. People asked if there was a generic way to describe how far you have to get away from the shoreline. To be absolutely safe, it's at least 4,000 feet. That's the better part, that's 4/5 of a mile, basically. That's why these inundation zones, which you can see on the map, which show red, are not just a few feet off of the shoreline. It is, again, not just a 3-foot wave. It is a forceful wall of water that will move across the shoreline and into the community if we ultimately get hit by this tsunami. We will get extra information as we go. It was described to us that it is impossible to predict until we get closer exactly how large the wave. It could be significantly larger than that, and it also could be smaller. We're aware of that. A little bit of history, just so people know real quickly. In 1946, before we had alarms, on tragically April Fool's Day in 1946, the tsunami hit Hilo. It was started by an earthquake that was 8.6. This one is larger. It took 4.5 hours to hit Hawaii. That year, we lost 159 loved ones. It was the middle of the day. Another tsunami that came in 1960 that hit Hilo, also there, came from Chile. It was a 9.5 magnitude, which is an extraordinarily large earthquake. That was on May 22nd, 1960, took out 500 homes. That caused a 35-foot wave. It happened at 1 a.m. in the morning, which is why we lost 61 loved ones that year. So we will not be out of the woods until we come past first the wave that strikes Kauai, and then we'll see where it inundates along the rest of the shoreline. Again, it will not just hit some parts of the island, it should probably spread around the islands. And so you can expect waves everywhere, provided that tsunami does hit as we expect.
Andrew, Honolulu Star-Advertiser.
You answered a couple of questions I had already. What about electric utilities? At least Hawaiian Electric says they're coordinating with emergency management folks. Is there a plan for the power companies to preemptively shut off power sometime before the expected arrival time?
So the question is around public utilities and whether or not there will be a shut-off, electricity.
So we are in constant communication with HECO. Right now, the protocol is not for them to shut off, but we're in constant comms with them that if we see it impacting worse than what we anticipate, then we'll ask them to go into a shutdown. But we're having conversations with them.
Also, as it was described to me, we can't expect the wave to hit poles, and usually poles will go down. We expect significant debris. If we end up having a 3-foot or larger tsunami come through communities, there are going to be significant amounts of debris that can damage these poles. They will be out in force immediately once they get the all clear. They will also have to wait for the all clear because we can't afford to lose anyone driving along the roads. And we also don't want to send the wrong message. Anyone could be confused by seeing, anyone other than General's team out there. You can expect everyone to stay off the road. But we will do search and rescue throughout.
Le'ui, KITV4.
Andrew had my question about the electric grid. So
My question is, what specific criteria moving forward, whether it be seismic activity, are you guys looking at to lower the threshold of the tsunami warning and going down?
So it's a request to describe sort of the criteria for how we move down from a warning moving forward? Mike,
The first part will be the actual progression of the waves. So at 6:50, which is about 17 minutes from now, we'll resume our next meeting. We're probably getting data almost as we speak from Wake Island and then the French frigate shoals. That was expected in this moment. So they'll be giving us some extra wave data. But that first wave will hit around 7:10, and it could take as long as 30 minutes for the waves, is my understanding, to hit other parts of the islands. So we'll be able to give kind of constant updates about where the waves are. As you can imagine, there are going to be people out there communicating on social media. Again, please just stay home. Let the waves ride out, let the energy dissipate, and then we'll be able to give people a full accounting of when the time is to stand down.
Again, I'll just reiterate, we're going to leave it to the science, and the folks that are at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center are well-versed and well-experienced in all of these types of activities. They're gathering data, like the governor said, from some of the other land masses and the buoys and the deep ocean sensors, and we're going to rely on them to advise us. I don't anticipate it to be immediate as the waves first start hitting the parts of our state at 7-10 hours, so it may take several hours after that to see that amplification and see it dissipate. But rest assured that immediately upon learning that, we're going to put that information out through a variety of different media, to include the media that we have here today, so that people can try to get their lives and return to normalcy. Thank you.
I'll go to Daryl Huff, Hawaii News Now.
When you talk about a 3-foot wave, how does that compare to the ones that caused the great damage in Hilo? And also, how certain are you about that measurement? Can people look at it and rely on that when they look at, say, a tsunami map? Is there any reason for people to go beyond what the tsunami maps tell them about where they should evacuate?
So lots packed into that question. So it's a question around describing that 3-foot wave, the impact in comparison to past history, which I think the governor shared.
Okay, so the comparative waves, the wave in 1960, when we had the giant earthquake off of Chile, was gigantic. It was a 35-foot wave. I mean, that was a total destruction wave. It came and wiped out houses completely. Right now, the first indication we had, the first small crest was actually just 30 centimeters, about 1 foot, and then that was followed ultimately by 6 feet from peak to trough, okay? So that 30 centimeters, I believe, was the peak to trough of initial. Now we had a 6 foot. We continue to get data. It can come in like several kind of waves of water. It usually goes in cycles of about 20 minutes is how they are seeing these this forceful water come through. This is not, we pray, going to be anywhere near like that tragic tsunami in 1960. And we'll give updated measurements as soon as we hear specifically what the French frigate shoals show. That's going to be helpful. As we hear those data, we'll be able to push some of that out perhaps on social media. We'll come back out again repeatedly throughout. But soon we're going to see the wave. In about 3 minutes, everyone can expect the final siren, which is 6:40, and then we will hopefully see everyone out of harm's way, and we'll begin to tell you how the waves actually hit.
One final question from Daryl.
So given the size of this wave, what is the vulnerable infrastructure other than the electric grid?
So given the size of the wave, what is the vulnerable infrastructure besides the electric grid?
A couple quick things, and then I'll have General come up. I mean, this is about 3 feet, okay? But a wave of water, that means it can move cars, it will throw fences around if it hits, it can dislodge trees. That's why you just can't be out there. The impact is at great speed. Any structure that gets loose and strikes an individual could take them out. And people can drown quite easily with the force of that kind of wave. So again, people have to really distinguish the waves we are accustomed to on the coast every day versus a tsunami. It's a different beast altogether. And of course, if it gets much larger, they do anticipate it could be larger. That's why they get multiple measurements. It's even more dangerous, even more forceful. Houses will be damaged. There will be debris all over the place if we do get a full tsunami.
Yeah, the federal government classifies critical infrastructure into 16 separate categories. About 13 are relevant to the state of Hawaii. One in particular is what we call transportation. It's broken down into either airport, highways, or harbors. As you know, all of our harbors are at sea level and are vulnerable. We don't know what those impacts are going to be, and we're constantly evaluating those, because not just a tsunami here, but a hurricane could have similar effects. Most of our airports are also near sea level, except for some of the smaller ones. So it's good that we have the Department of Transportation participatory in the update meetings that we're having so they can anticipate what those impacts might be. And then we have plans in place to try to assist to get those back operational as quickly as possible. The governor did talk about many of our road networks are near sea level in our coastal regions and quite possibly to the road itself, or all the power lines and all the other infrastructure that goes along with it may be impacted by some type of wave or tsunamic system. So we're careful about that. We don't have a compiled list together yet, but in just about every hazard that we have, it's incorporated into our all hazards plan, and we're either going to be directly able to help assist in its recovery, or call in additional assets as necessary.
Expect in one moment the next alarm, so why don't we actually pause now, and we'll come back to you in short order. We should have more data, but if we don't come back to you, just please everyone be very safe, and we'll begin to report on the waves as we get direct observations. Kind of around, we still anticipate 30 minutes from now, around 7:10. Thank you for being safe.
And that was just really good information provided by the governor there and officials about the first measurements that they got from Midway Atoll, the wave measuring 6 feet, but across the ocean 3 feet. And they say that it doesn't sound as large. However, do not be mistaken, because these are tsunami waves, different from a surf wave. They push inland and they also wrap around the island.
Yeah, and emergency officials repeated, several times that, it's impossible to predict. Whatever happens in one location is not an indicator of what will happen here in the islands, as we are about 30 minutes out from the first expected impacts of the wave.
Right now we're hearing that alarm. That is the final alarm that the state is going to issue, signaling that we are just 30 minutes away from the estimated arrival of the first tsunami waves that will arrive in Hanalei on the Garden Isle, on the island of Kauai.
And Governor Green also said that this will be the last siren.
This will be the last
so the 6:40 siren that just went off right now, we'll be having more updates from emergency officials. But in the meantime, we do want to go back to our first alert weather team, kind of breaking down what Governor Green was talking about, because this is really the first time that we've gotten some real data in regard to impact on this. So let's send it over to Ben Gutierrez at the First Alert Weather Center. Ben, how do we process and digest what the governor just said in terms of measurements?
Well, when he's been talking about trough to crest, and of course that is at the buoy over at Midway Atoll, which is, I'm going to try and zoom out here, and it is actually right, if we didn't have, hang on here just a second, because we've been working on trying to get some of the data to you. We're looking at, hang on just a second, I'm just going to erase the satellite imagery. Honolulu is there, you can see that. And then we're going to try and put at least some kind of indicator as to where the Midway is approximately, I'll just put it right about here or thereabouts. I've got two that the passes, yeah. So let's see, hang on just a second. We're just gonna try and zoom out a little bit.
Just so we can see the labels real quick. Again, Midway Atoll is off to our northwest. That's typically where we see information from approaching tsunamis. And one of the reasons we are a little bit concerned about this is kind of the way that the seafloor works here in Hawaii. Unlike the continents, we don't have a continental shelf. really that's right offshore. You don't see very shallow water really quickly. The Hawaiian Islands, of course, are formed volcanically, and they're essentially steep mountains in the ocean. So there's a very steep drop off into Pacific water. And
if you can come back to the Weather Center for just a second, because I think what we can do is show you a little bit. So here we have the map of the islands, and then farther off in the northwestern Hawaiian Islands, Drew, if you can like zoom out, we're talking about Midway Atoll, which is one of these islands here. And of course, the buoy there is the one that recorded the trough to crest of 6 feet. Now, again, what does that mean? It means that we do have at least a column of water that may be about 3 feet tall. That is in the open ocean because it is still pretty deep. Let's zoom back in on the Hawaiian Islands, and then we can show you a little bit of what we call the bathygraphy, which is like the opposite of topography, which is what you see on land. Bathymetry, rather, is what we have. So if you look at areas like Hilo Bay, and we'll just go to a close-up, we can see like right here at Hilo Bay, it might be a little bit shallower over here, and so that means that the energy is going to start coming in a little bit higher. And we do have another press conference right now. Mayor Rick Blangiardi of Honolulu is about to take the podium.
Have already gotten to safe places. And the fact is, I would encourage you to keep watching. We'll try to update you as much as we possibly can. One of the things that's developed, we brought our team here, and I want Chief Vanek is going to speak to you in a moment, is that at 6:30 tonight, we began a contraflow to traffic to send everything Mocha. So any one-way streets headed Mackay, people can get on there and head Mocha. So if you know somebody who's stuck in traffic, and we know there's a lot of people still stuck in traffic, if you could place that call, I'll let Chief and Roger Morton, the head of Transportation Services, give you a little bit more detail, but we want to reverse that. We're trying to get everybody out of harm's way, okay? So again, if you're watching us now, you know somebody who's stuck in traffic, okay, tell them they've got to be very careful because we can't have the lights. I don't know how many patrol officers we have out there to direct traffic. Be careful, but you can go out on a one-way street and head Malka. So with that, I'd like to bring up Chief Vanek.
Thank you, Mayor. So the first thing I'd like to say is just to echo what the Mayor said is make sure you're listening to the first responders if they're giving you directions. Definitely if they're telling you to evacuate, evacuate. If they're giving you directions to drive in a certain direction, follow their directions. The next thing I'd like to ask and tell you is if you don't need to be on the roads, don't be on the roads. If you've arrived at a safe location, like if it's your house, a friend's house, a shelter, or just somewhere safe, stay there. And stay there until it's safe. If you don't need to be on the roads, don't be on the roads. Stay there until you get the all clear. And then finally, if you don't need to call 911, don't. Don't inundate the 911 system. We have a lot of officers out there. They're responding to emergencies. So if you don't need to call 911, unless of course it's an emergency, stay off the 911 system because we need our officers to be able to respond to actual emergencies and calls for 911. With that, let me turn it over to Director Roger Morton.
Yes, thank you. I know it's been a rough day on the highways today. The good news is it seems to be we're clearing a little bit, but but since 2 p.m. we have been adjusting our traffic lights to facilitate Malcolm Mackay travel, and we're continuing to do that. In addition, HPD has been getting their officers to give directions right on the street. My message really is we're half an hour out from when we anticipate this wave to hit. If you're on an east-west coastal highway, now is the time to calculate, are you going to be on high ground? And if you're not, if you have any doubts, you need to get up Malka side immediately because that's where we're going to have a problem is on our coastal highways, on Kamehameha, on Farrington, on other highways around the island. So that's the message that we have is that police on downtown areas are facilitating travel up. It's been a rough day. I know it took a long time for people to get out, but now's the time to get to high ground.
Aloha, Randall Collins with the Department of Emergency Management would like to reinforce inland and upward. get to a safe zone. Get out of the tsunami area and get to a safe area. That is the number one message. The second message is to stay informed. There is one place to get accurate information, and that is at hnlalert.gov. There's no www, it's just hnlalert.gov in your browser. Not only can you get information there about the tsunami zone areas and where we have activated our tsunami assembly areas, you can sign up and stay informed as we continue to text out information and message information through that application. So hnlalert.gov. Would like to thank the mayor for his leadership. We have enacted or proclaimed a local state of emergency that has opened up all the funding and all the resources and all the decisions that we need to make sure that we can keep people safe. And so with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Ireland.
Good evening, Jim Ireland, Department of Emergency Services. EMS has had a really busy afternoon and early evening. I want to thank all our paramedics, dispatchers, and EMTs for just all the hard work that they've done today. We have an emergency plan for this type of scenario. We will stop potentially responding and may not be able to respond into the inundations zones as we get closer to the predicted wave arrival, and that time has already passed. So for emergencies that are in the inundation zone or near the inundation zone, we may or may not be able to respond over the next 45 minutes and potentially longer until we get the all clear. EMS has had a variety of calls today, just like any other day, but we've had, it seems like an excessive amounts of traffic accidents. We had a critical accident up in Laie, another accident in Waialua, as well as Pearl City. So just wanted to echo what the others said as far as just taking your time, drive safely, be careful, because we don't want to tie up ambulances and resources for preventable accidents like traffic accidents. So be careful, again, heed the warnings, get to higher ground now. This is all good advice, but we're really coming in really close now to the predicted wave time. So as we get closer, again, EMS may or may not be able to respond to a call in the inundation zone. Corps, which is also in my department, has been very busy. Since about 4 o'clock today, they've been going to coastal areas to help inform and give notice of evacuations to our homeless encampments and populations in these areas. They haven't been able to hit everywhere on the island, but they've tried to hit the busiest and most populous areas for the homeless. So again, a very busy afternoon and potentially evening for EMS. We have called in extra resources. Our ambulance bus is staffed if we need that later, and we'll be standing by with everybody else to see what exact impact this event will bring over the next few hours. Thank you. Yeah.
Accurate information can save lives, okay? So as I've said repeatedly throughout the breaks today, you know, watching your television stations, stay in tune as long as we have power. Please do that. Provide good information. What Randy said about hnlalert.gov, absolute source of correct information. So I want to caution everybody, because I've already seen some social media stuff out there. We're talking about a circumstance right now that we really cannot predict, but we know one thing for certain. If it hits, okay, it can affect lives. It's strong enough, the potential of that. We want you to be accurately informed. As you can see from what you heard in the state report and our city report, we're doing everything we possibly can to help you. So please, stick with the accurate information. Don't be deceived by all kinds of stuff. Look to your sources here. And I promise you we'll continue to update you, not just after the wave hits, if in fact it actually hits, or what happens throughout the night. Because just so you know, and I've been through this before, the wave is expected to be here 7:10 in Kauai, a few minutes after that on the island of Oahu. But we might not get an all clear for hours, because that's how these perform. March 11, 2011, that's exactly what happened. We were due at 3:17 in the morning, and at midway, it was a 6-foot wave. It was a 6-foot wave traveling 550 miles an hour, and we were not looking at a good situation. Tonight, they didn't talk about the speed, except we were being told by the civil defense people that this is going to be really bad. Okay, that was then. So it turned out we had some damage. The waves came in, they receded back out, they went back in. They did it 4 or 5 times, and they kept telling us the next one could be big. We did not get an all clear for a wave that was supposed to hit us till 3:17 until 11 a.m. the next morning. So we don't know what kind of an evening we're in for, but you want to pay attention. You want accurate information. This could save your life. I promise you, all of us will do everything we possibly can to help everybody out there, but you also have to help us too. So pay attention to that. And one last time, okay? If you're anywhere near the water, get out of there. Get to high ground, okay? Thank you. Any questions?
A lot of people park like on Atlas and
Yeah.
mountain areas, just kind of waiting.
Yeah.
So I know you said it's hard to predict for a timeline, but a lot of them will see that initial wave and then say, okay, we're good. So what do you tell them? They want to get home, but they're still in the car.
Well, I think that they want to go to HNL Alert, and we'll be talking to people at that. If all they have is cell phones, assuming they're not watching, they can't watch television, maybe they have some kind of reception there, or to any of the station's websites, but stick with accurate information. And we'll keep you folks advised too as to what people should do. We're going to just, Lynn, in this situation, we cannot over-communicate. We all know that. We're going to try to do that as reliable and as a detailed way as we possibly can. So I know last time, because people did the same exact thing, and that's what we've been encouraging. People didn't come down from the mountain until after sunrise. A lot of people stayed up there. You want to stay until you get told that it's safe to come down. That's what I would tell people. Wait until you find out it's safe to come down, because as I said earlier, that last time on March 11th, if you remember, that tsunami was in Japan. It was the most televised tsunami ever because it was daytime, cameras everywhere, and it was almost surreal watching what was going on. And so while I choose not to think about the worst happening, at this point in time, in this hour, I want to be as conservative as we possibly can in the spirit of saving people's lives. So information is very, very important. Okay, we don't know what we're dealing with right now. Within minutes, we probably will, and we'll go from there, and we'll keep you posted. If you're in a safe place, stay there until somebody tells you to leave. Yes, ma'am. Well, we're going to have to see what the extent of it is. I think, we've got everybody out there between HPD, our fire department, our first responders, EMS, Jim is here. We're going to be on full alert. I mean, we're going to try to do everything we possibly can. And you heard the governor say the same thing with all services here. We're all in this together in a moment like this. We will do everything we have with the available resources we have to respond the way people would hope we would respond. That's the best I can tell you. Right now, I'm hoping for the best. We're trying to prepare for the worst. We're hoping for the best. Yes. Yeah, I'll bring up Jim Island as far as the tools. Okay, thank you.
Well, from our standpoint in EMS, we have ambulances, ground ambulances, SUVs. So those are our tools. But I think in the earlier press conference from the governor, he talked about his air assets and the National Guard being on standby. And I can't speak for the Honolulu Fire Department, but they also have air assets. So when we are in a rescue situation, we have seen the air assets for lots of different agencies here and across the country, whether it's National Guard, Coast Guard, or the Fire Department, be able to do rescues where ground vehicles can't get in. So besides what we have available to respond on the ground, there are those air assets for those other agencies, not ours.
Yeah, and I would like to add, I spoke to Admiral Reagan earlier from the Coast Guard, and they've deployed all of their assets out in the ocean. They're hitting around all the coastlines, and they're also going to be readily available, which is a great resource as well to complement our other resources. Anybody else, guys? Anybody here? Anything else you want to add? Is there anything else?
Mayor, so Dr. Ireland said that they can't send their ambulance crews into the zone right now. Is that the same with HPD and with HFD just because of the danger to those assets?
The question is, can we send our HFD or an HPD into the zones that Jim said we're going to keep out of right now if they're in danger zones? Is that right, Wayne? That's the question?
Yes.
Our officers are dedicated, and they're going to put themselves in danger like they do every single day. But I'm going to tell you right now, if there's a 6-foot wave coming at 500 feet per second or whatever it is, I don't think I'd blame them if they don't go rushing into that. But what I will tell you is that our officers are highly dedicated, and as a matter of fact, we've kept back all of our daytime officers. We called in our nighttime officers early They're not actually even supposed to start until 9 o'clock, but all of them came in early. So we have way more than 100% working right now, and that just goes to show their commitment. I have full pride that they're all in, working really hard. All of our support units are in. We'll do what we need to do to make sure that we keep the public safe. And I want to assure you that we're there for you to keep the public safe. And if you need us, we'll be there. We'll answer that call for service.
Yes, just an update on some of the highways. Some of our highway routes have been closed. HPD is enforcing closures on Farrington Highway at Waimea Street, at Fort Weaver Road at North Road, no Mackay-bound, ocean-bound traffic, and Fort Weaver Road at Papipi Road, no Mackay ocean-bound traffic is being let through at this point. So be on the lookout. There could be other closures that occur as the officers in the field deem necessary. But those are three that we know of that we're just advising the public.
Any other questions? I want to thank you and all the media outlets for staying on this all afternoon like this and continuing to broadcast here. And let's just all hope for the best, okay? You have a big responsibility, and we're here to answer whatever questions, but we need your help too in reaching the people, and I thank you for that. Again, stay away from social media. No false information. Deal with accuracy. It can make all the difference. Okay? Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. We'll bring you back down for the next update.
And now this is a live look at Hanalei, where the first arrived waves are expected to arrive, at 7:10. That is less than 12 minutes out.
Yeah, we're giving you a live look at Hanalei Bay right now, which is the first site of any sort of anticipated activity. You just heard from Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi saying that, even after that we hit that time, we could be in for a long night until that all clear is given. You also heard the emphasized message from emergency officials. You should not be on the roads right now. You should not be in low-lying areas, and do not flood the emergency call system. At this point, you should be at a place where you're safe. You're at an evacuation site. You're at a tsunami assembly area as we kind of wait through and see what this 8.8 magnitude earthquake that originated from Russia earlier this afternoon, 1:30 Hawaii time, what that brings. So again, a live look at Kauai right now. We want to go back to Ben Gutierrez and Drew Davis for their explanation on what we could expect. This is coming off of what we heard from Governor Green getting the first initial readings from the buoy at Midway Atoll. While they do say it's impossible to predict what could be happening here in Hawaii, what you do see at Midway was very newsworthy. What can you tell us, Ben and Drew?
All right, thank you, Mark. Thank you, Steph. Of course, at this time, we're less than 10 minutes out from the potential arrival of the tsunami in Kauai and up near Hanalei. Again, just one last quick look. Of course, we're watching it was a 3-foot wave on top of the ocean reported at Midway Atoll. And of course, the waters get very shallow very quick right off of the Hawaiian Islands. Of course, we don't have a continental shelf around us like the continents do, where they have a large area of shallow water and then just a strict drop off into the deep ocean. It gets very shallow very quickly. We're mountains building up underwater. One last quick look at the Kauai evacuation zones. You can see this behind us. Again, less than 10 minutes away. That's when we're expecting to see the tsunami. It might not be exactly at 7:10, but that's the best prediction right now for the arrival of this tsunami. Just taking a quick look, most of Kauai is in the tsunami evacuation zone, at least all of the coastlines. And the reasoning for that is because of all the Mauka areas, the mountains, it pushes right up against the coastline. You don't have very many areas that are highlighted in yellow right here. That indicates the extreme tsunami evacuation zone. And that's for the worst tsunami possible, the worst possible modeled tsunami. We don't expect that that's going to be the case with this one. But again, we have to take precautions across the entire island. island. Again, less than 10 minutes out. Ben, what can you tell us about the tsunami? We're watching the Hanalei live cam very closely. We've just taken a look out there. What can you tell us?
Well, basically, when you look at the tsunami evacuation map, obviously places like Hanalei and also West Kauai, where you're looking at that area, there's a very big run-up. And then when you look at East Kauai right now, basically Kapa'a all the way down to Wailua, even down to Hanamaulu, that area there are some points where it is pretty shallow, where it is pretty flat as far as the landmass, but at the same time, places like Hanalei, even Hanalei as you can see that the tsunami evacuation map is a little bit deeper. It goes further inland. And one point I want to make up too, we've been talking about a wave. We could be talking several waves because that would be, we've been mentioning the first wave. And so tsunamis generally you don't just have one, you're going to have a bunch of them. And so there is that possibility where we will see waves possibly for several hours. And you can definitely see as we take a closer look at the island of Kauai evacuation maps, you can definitely see that Hanalei up at the top and also West Kauai, there's a very large area that goes inland and also on west or make that East Kauai, places like Wailua, also the Kapa'a area, Anahola, Hanamaulu, those areas are also within that evacuation zone. Kauai also is older geographically or geologically rather, and so that means there are larger rivers. And so that also means that you should stay away from any of the waterways that go inland. The Wailua River, for example, is one. Navilivili Harbor is another, where you're going to have some of that energy from the tsunami going further inland because of the fact that it is a wider waterway, and then that will be able to go in. A couple of years ago, we had a smaller tsunami, and we had videos of that actually going up the canal, Kawainui Stream, I believe it is, up in Kailua, where you could see the tsunami wave. It was only about yay high, but you could definitely see something rolling in on the river headed toward Enchanted Lake. Now, you'll see something on the surface, but at the same time, remember, it goes all the way down to the bottom of the ocean. And so even if the wave isn't that big, there's going to be strong currents. That's the reason why the Coast Guard has ordered evacuations of the harbors, because boats could be pushed around by these currents and could be pushed into piers, could be pulled away from their moorings, could get loose. We saw that in 2011. We saw boats hitting each other, causing major damage to vessels, also causing major damage to harbor infrastructure, and that's why we're seeing all of those boats leaving.
And we're at around 5 minutes out, I believe. It's 7:05, at least on the clocks that we have here in our studio. This is the time where we're watching for potentially water receding. Again, if you're near the beach, of course, go away. Do not stay there to watch the tsunami. This is an incredibly strong event, and we're no stranger to the power of water here in Hawaii. The river's point, that's a great point. All of that water, that energy rushing in, it's going to impact the entire island potentially when it comes to those rushing waters, rushing up the rivers, and of course the coastlines, of course, will be the most impacted. That's it for Ben and I here in the Weather Center. Let's send it over to Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins with more.
Thank you so much. Very good information, gentlemen. We are going to be seeing a lot of action within the next hour. And first, beginning with that receding water and then the rush of energy. So the initial readings that they were talking about in the press conference, 3 feet, lots of forward motion we're talking about. It's almost like a freight train racing across the ocean, initially at speeds of 500 and 550 miles per hour. Once it meets the shallow waters, that's when it slows down to speeds of about 30 miles per hour. Usually I use this graphic when we talk about flooding from rain, but this shows you the power of water and how incredibly powerful water can be and pick up people, just sweep them right off their feet. 1 foot can pick up cars, 2 feet can move SUVs and heavy trucks. So the power of water, especially along those rivers and everything that's meeting along the mountain base, is going to be a big concern, even if it is at 3 feet. So I just wanted to take a close look at the past most affected areas. This is going to be a lot of wraparound energy. That's why we have the tsunami warning for all of the islands. So it doesn't mean we're going to be in the clear for one island or the other, but Hilo does have a history getting hit hard by tsunamis, 1946, 1960, and 2011. It's known as the hot spot for tsunamis due to the bay's shape. It's incredible of how shallow shallow the waters are. And because of the shape of the bay itself, it actually has some of those waves get even bigger along Hilo's side. Also, Kona has suffered damage in 1975 and 2011, and we have been seeing damage with other tsunamis across the western end of the state, particularly over on Kauai, on Oahu, the north and east shores. You can see some run up depending on the wave direction, and that's key, and that's one component we really don't know. Like Ben and Drew were talking about, there's a lot of information that's missing over open waters with the lack of buoy data that's over the open water. So the wave direction is a big player of what kind of wave will be coming our way with these tsunamis. So we are coming close at 7:07 right now. Initial readings will likely be seeing that receding water at first over on Kauai, and then anywhere from 0.1 to 0.3 a possibility. And then that energy, like we're talking about, racing across the entire ocean at speeds of 550 miles per hour, that energy is going to get caught up. And so we could see the biggest of the tsunami surges come in during the 8 o'clock hour. And then it's going to be highly unpredictable throughout the night, especially with those strong currents. And that's why evacuation zones, you must just heed to all of those warnings, especially along the coastline, along the rivers, and along anywhere there is water. So taking a closer look at the readings from tonight. So 3 to 4 meters, that translates to 10 to 13 feet was observed along the Russian coast. We did see in Japan about 1.3 feet. It was up to 3 meters was the forecast. Over in Hawaii, initially we're forecasting 1 to 3. With that Johnston Atoll reading at 3 feet, we could see that energy coming our way around that marker, but it could be even higher, like we're talking about Hilo and the shape of the bay, that could pile up water even more. So that's a big concern after the 7 o'clock hour, and Guam ran anywhere from 1 to 3 meters, which translates to 3 to 10 feet. So historically speaking, we've seen a number of tsunamis like we've been talking about throughout the evening. Over 160 since 1812, the origin, Alaska, Chile, Japan, and Russia, and it can cause a huge surge of energy traveling across the ocean. And like we're talking about this evening, the power of water is incredible, and you can see the history is there. Tells a big story. With 1960 magnitude 9.5 arrived 15 hours later, up to 35 feet. In 2010, magnitude 8.1 or 8.8, we did see 3 feet, so the direction of the wave does play a big role in that. And then Japan quake at 9.1. 6 to 7 feet with the property energy. So we're watching the buoy readings very carefully, and the latest information, let's send it back to Mark and Stephanie.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jen. We are now at 7:10, which is exactly when the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center predicted that we would see the first arrival of the tsunami waves generated by that powerful earthquake in Russia. And as we're looking here, Drew and Ben, what are you noticing?
Way off in the distance. We're talking about way off in the distance there, right around the middle of your screen, right at that point. It looks like there is something happening there as far as like ocean activity. You see some white caps that are slowly spreading across the bay. We haven't seen something that often occurs with tsunamis, and that is the pullout of the water. Usually there'll be an area, or places like Hanalei, the water will recede a lot, and then the tsunami will come back in. But I'm not sure exactly if that way off in the distance there is actually something at the moment. On the right side of your screen, right where the sunbeam is, there's a little bit of current activity. So you can see there are some currents that are occurring as some of the water starts to flow out. But as far as the actual wave action, Drew and I have been looking at this, and we just see something that appeared off in the distance right at the edge of that point, where you can see some what looks like white caps. I don't know if that could be like something that is basically artifacts off the camera or whatnot. But one thing I'm also looking at very closely is the actual waterline, the shoreline there. Not seeing anything. And again, 7:10 was the estimated time of arrival. And so that's again, as it indicates, it's an estimate. It can be faster, it can be longer. You know, it just kind of depends on what this had to travel through and also the kind of earthquake that it was, because then it depends on how quickly it was pushed over. But no doubt, it does travel very quickly in the ocean. You know, there's nothing there to basically hold it back. So we're looking again, speed of a jetliner. But at the moment, that area of white really hasn't moved an awful lot. So we're not quite sure exactly what is going to be happening, if the tsunami, the first wave, is going to be late. But again, you can see some streaks on the ocean. Those are like rip currents that have developed, and
definitely the tsunami is going to be playing into strong currents. We're watching the water at least start to move in a little bit. Like you said, over near the sunbeam reflecting off of the water there, you can see the direction of the water flowing into the bay. Again, it was 7:10. This is the best prediction for the arrival of the wave. Much like weather models, it's very hard to simulate the entirety of the ocean. So that was the best prediction given by the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. And again, we're going to keep watching this. If it is delayed out here for Kauai, that also means that it will be delayed as we're going further down the island chain. Again, it does seem like we are seeing some waves moving in. Again, this is a very active scene. We're trying to watch exactly what's happening.
That's right. And, you know, I mean, taking us back now to 2011, Ben, I don't know if you remember, but the 9.1 magnitude quake in Japan, it was a very powerful earthquake, and that sent us a tsunami wave as well. And you could definitely, when you do see it on camera, you can definitely tell that that is the tsunami wave. You talk about the receding of the water, and I remember vividly watching Hilo Bay, and you will definitely see that big difference there. As far as right now, though, again, we are just monitoring and looking at the shoreline for any changes there. And again, once again, off in the distance, that sunbeam that you were pointing to, you're also noticing some subtle differences and changes in the water there. No major recession of the water yet, which is a telltale sign that the tsunami wave has arrived.
Sunset is expected at 7:12, so we've still got some daylight. We're just past that. And thank goodness that we still have that light out there to really give us a clearer sense of what is happening. We're going to be staying on this cam at Hanalei right now. This is a live stream overlooking Hanalei Bay with the expected arrival of the first activity of the tsunami generated by the 8.8 quake. We're looking at this. Our first alert weather team is monitoring this shot very closely. Literally an unfolding situation as we're watching the water and kind of paying close attention to what we're seeing here with the conditions.
And again, the water here has to wrap around, since Hanalei Bay is on the northern portions of the island. It's coming from the west and northwest. Russia is off to the northwest of the island chain. We've been showing that map of just completely open water. So we have to see a little bit of a wraparound. First, it hits the Nepali coast and then starts to move into Hanalei Bay, move down the western and leeward coast of Kauai. So we are going to continue to see how this evolves.
And Drew and Ben, talk about the impact of, I know this earthquake, 8.8 earthquake off the eastern coast of Russia, had the depth of 46 miles down. Now, talk about how that plays a role in the strength and power of a wave.
Well, usually the deeper an earthquake is centered, the less likely it will cause an earthquake. It will cause a tsunami, rather. However, it kind of depends on the type of earthquake. Drew had explained earlier, if it's a slip, not too bad. If it is a thrust earthquake that goes straight up and that pushes a whole column of water up, that's one of the things that we were seeing in the Thailand earthquake, the devastating, I believe it was 2006 earthquake. Might have been, I might have to check on the date there, but the one that devastated so many places like Indonesia and on Christmas Eve of that year. Right now, Hanalei not really showing anything, but then again, 710 was an estimated arrival. There was a wave that was recorded, according to Haima officials, at the buoy at Midway Atoll. So depending on how things are going, we could be seeing a delayed arrival. But then again, remember,
And it
is
just
not
hit
just the first one.
7:17, which is
Yeah.
when we were expecting the first waves to arrive on Oahu. If we can now switch over to, this is a live look at Honolulu Harbor, where earlier we were also monitoring quite a few reports that boaters, a number of them, and fishing boats were heeding the warning, and we also saw them head out to sea, staying away from the channels, going in water at a depth of 300 feet or greater. And you can see it looks like the harbor is all clear. Even got word that the Coast Guard cutter ship also left the harbor right now. As we take a look at Honolulu Harbor, 7:17, again, the estimated arrival of the first waves here at Oahu.
Yeah, and the ability for these vessels to evacuate is one of the silver linings of an event like this, because you had a 6-hour notice, for the boaters to head out to the open ocean, for residents and visitors to head to different evacuation sites right now. So we're keeping a very close eye. Live look at Honolulu Harbor. It's 7:18 right now. 8 minutes after the first wave was expected, and the epicenter, so to speak, when something like this, the first area of focus is Hilo Bay on Kauai. We still have some daylight out right now to keep a close eye on this. Now, Drew and Ben and Jen as well, as we're looking at these images here, what should our viewers be paying attention to in regards to the water movement and activity?
Sorry, before you guys answer, can we switch over now to this live look at Waikiki, where we might be able to detect more changes in the water here, and you can definitely see a clear view of the coastline, and definitely empty there. Earlier shots, right, Mark, when you guys began the coverage right after the tsunami warning, the beaches were crowded. You can see that is not the case right now. They heeded the warning. Mayor Rick Blangiardi said, if you're anywhere near the coastline, get out.
And I think it's important to note just generally the ocean conditions right now. We do have a small craft advisory. We have strong trade winds. We also have a rising swell on south-facing shores and east-facing shores. We're seeing wave heights expected today at 3 to 5. And this is wave heights alone, waves that you surf, not the tsunami itself. East-facing shores at 2 to 4. So you could kind of see in some of these shots, there does seem to be some disruption, some rip currents that are happening, strong currents that are happening. So very interesting as we look at these live shots, since it's not, it's traveled so many miles to get here, so far with the epicenter just off the coast of Russia and giving us that 6-hour window to get here. We are likely going to be seeing on a smaller scale of a tsunami, but still a lot of energy. But it's really hard to predict how the wave direction is going to be impacting some of the spots. But like we're talking about, the shape of Hilo Bay itself historically has caused damage in the past, especially for boats and even along the coastal harbors there. So this is something we're going to have to wait and watch throughout the next couple of hours. The initial wave could be small, but then build up throughout the next couple of hours.
One thing that I'm noticing when we have had tsunamis in the past, when we have shown this shot, this live shot of Coconut Island, usually that little channel between the island and the main part of Hawaii Island, you can see a current that is going in and out. We haven't seen that yet in Hilo, obviously. Right now, here's another live look at Hilo Bay. And whatever was happening off in the distance might have been a camera artifact. Haven't seen it off in the distance anymore, off at the point, but we are still seeing some currents that that still indicates some sort of activity. The shoreline right now, the water has not receded, but there is, again, as Jen mentioned, the possibility that maybe the first wave, not so big, but again, it's a series of waves. We had in 2011, huge waves start coming in and impacting the Kailua Kona area, causing major damage to the shops on Ali'i Drive. And that was like 4 or 5 hours after the initial waves had hit Oahu. And so we're not in the clear yet. It's not a single wave.
That's true. It's not always the first wave that might be the most dangerous, and it is a series of waves. That's a great reminder, Ben. And now we want to turn things over to our reporter, Mahealani Richardson.
Yeah, we had mentioned the vessels leaving harbor areas, heading out into the open ocean. We have great video of some of the vessels leaving the ports. Let's send it over to Maheo with some of the images you've captured. Hi, Maheo.
Thanks a lot, Mark and Steph. And of course, if you need to interrupt me at any moment, because we're all keeping an eye on our ports, but I wanted to show you this video that our Casey Lund was shooting from a Kaka'ako high rise, and it was amazing to see all of the ships evacuating. Now, this is because at about 6:47 this evening, the U.S. Coast Guard ordered the evacuation of all commercial vessels from all commercial harbors in the entire state. So you can see the Coast Guard there was also moving. Several boaters were getting out of the way. I called a boating friend, and he had already gotten the word. In fact, many boaters were not waiting for the U.S. Coast Guard to give this official warning, but everyone just certainly getting out of the way. There are 9 commercial harbors on 6 islands. We also saw there was a cruise ship in the Hilo Bay area that loaded their passengers, and they were heading out to sea. Now, I also called Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam to ask about the military ships. They would not say what the military ships are doing, and so we're trying to get official word on what those battleships are doing. But again, the U.S. Coast Guard has ordered the evacuation of all commercial vessels from every harbor in the state of Hawaii. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Mahealani, for that. And so we were monitoring those live cameras, and we still, during Mahea's report, we have not noticed anything that sticks out just yet. But just before we went to Mahea, Ben Gutierrez just mentioned what is really important, and that is the reason why, even though this timeline, it has passed, it's not the time to go back to the beach. If you're curious, because we have not seen anything noticeable. It is a series of waves. That's what a tsunami wave is. It is not just one, and it is not a surf wave. It wraps around the island.
Yeah, it's not a singular event. This is an hours-long event, right? Right? And we're looking at this. This is something where you're watching very closely. You're looking at the changes in the water activity. Now, as the sun has gone down already, who knows how much this shot is going to change, what we'll be able to see right now as we're staying on our Hanalei cam. We are constantly refreshing, making sure it is the most up-to-date image and the most accurate representation of Hanalei Bay. As the reports have come down, as the updates have come down, Hanalei emerged as kind of the first site that was going to be seeing any sort of activity.
We want to go live now to our live cam on Maui. And this is the coastline there, and you can see, I don't know, are you noticing any differences out there, Ben?
Not just yet. It kind of looks normal, but again, we still have some of those streaks of flatter water off in the districts, again, indicative of some currents that are going on. The people who surf, watermen, waterwomen, those who use the ocean a lot are very familiar with those streaks and look for them, because those are the things that will indicate that could get you into trouble if you get caught in it. But nothing that I see. Jen, do you see anything?
It's really hard to tell from this vantage point, but it does seem like stronger currents are occurring. At the same time, I think it's important to note that we do have high tide that's peaking right now. So there is a rise in water overall and a lot of movement over the water on top of the expected arrival of the tsunami. So a lot of moving parts. It's very dynamic over the Pacific Ocean right now.
One thing that we have had that we haven't really been able to share with you is that the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center has been putting out, or receiving rather, some data as far as the wave heights. And so Wake Island got a 0.7-foot wave that was recorded at the buoy there. Midway, 1 feet. That's not the that's basically the amplitude. That's basically the regular. That's not trough to crest. That is the ocean, the regular ocean surface, and then added to that, 1 foot is the wave height. Highest one we've got is one of the dart buoys, which had a 3-foot wave out in the open ocean. This is closer to Kamchatka. I'm trying to figure out which exact buoy that it is, but it is DART 21416. There are a couple of buoys that are kind of like out in the area. I've got just so you know what I'm doing, I'm kind of like looking at the map, trying to figure out which one is 21416. And this is probably one of the ones that is pretty, 21416 with a 3-foot amplitude is the one that is closest to the earthquake itself. So that one recorded a 3-foot wave out in the open ocean. The other ones are a little bit smaller. Back to some of the wave heights. There's about 1.1 feet in Japan, 2 other DART buoys that are out there, 1.5 and 1.4, 0.6 feet and 0.9 feet. And so there is a wave out there. It might not be that big, but again, even if it's not that big, there's still currents.
I know one of the buoys that they were trying to get more information on was the one in Guam at 657. Ben, do you see any data generated at that buoy?
Oh, is that Midway?
Guam?
Guam. I don't have Guam on this list, but I'll look it up.
Okay.
And see if I can look it up for you.
We do want to take a look at one of the reasons, of course, why we were watching Midway Atoll so closely is because it is kind of the first warning when we get a tsunami coming from the west or northwest like this. Let's actually take a look at some of the observed water levels. If we can bring up graphics 12 or max 2 real quick, you can see this very clearly. This is over it seems like last 24 hours. The blue line, that's the actual prediction for where the water level was going to be. The water level is in red, and you can see as we're going into today, as the tsunami wave is passing, the tsunami waves, I should rather say, is passing the atoll buoy. You've got this jump up, you've got this jump down, you've got this jump up, you've got this jump down. Again, this is just indicative of how many different waves are going to be potentially moving in. Of course, it looks very different out there. It might look very calm on the camera, but again, Ben and I have been talking about how Hawaii is kind of in a very unique circumstance when it comes to our seafloor, our seafloor topography. Our waters get very deep very, very fast. So when this wave, this column of water is potentially moving in, it is going to grow very fast as it reaches the seafloor and grows quickly towards the coast. We get to the deep ocean pretty quickly here in the island chain. We don't have a continental shelf around us like the rest of the continents do. And of course, on that graphic that we were looking at, you can very clearly see the jump in the buoy, jump up, jump down, jump up. And again, that's multiple waves. It's not just one wave.
Is that an indicator on how strong the energy is from?
It absolutely can be, especially if we were seeing a much stronger, like much higher and much lower troughs and crests from the waves. Again, the buoy is on the top of the water as the wave is troughing, so it's going down to the bottom, the buoy goes down. And so you're seeing it jump. This is the height in feet. If you let's bring up max 2 again, graphics 12, so you can see what we have out there. Again, this is on the y-axis. This is the height in feet. You're seeing this jump between 2 to just below -1 feet below the average very quickly. This is a very quick jump.
Drew, something I want to jump back to is when we heard earlier from Governor Green, he was talking about the activity with the buoy at Midway.
Yes.
And so can you clear up for us and give us kind of like a direct line explanation? So he said it's measured at 6 foot at the buoy. Mm-hmm. What does that mean? What's happening at the ocean surface?
So, to the best of my understanding, and Ben, if I say this incorrectly, please correct me. 6 feet is what he's talking about between the trough and the crest of the wave. So it's 6 feet from the top of how tall it is, how tall the buoy goes up, to how low the buoy goes down in the water. So when we're seeing that, he talked about that 3 foot number, that is 3 feet above the typical water level or the tide level at that time. You can even see the tides in the beginning of this chart here. You've got high tide around 8. And then as you're going into even further, you've got low tide. You can see the up and down, and then you see this jump indicative of the tsunami waves.
We want to show you the waves that were just the first waves to arrive on the coast of Japan here. And gentlemen, if you could describe what we are seeing here. This was shortly after the powerful earthquake off the eastern coast of Russia.
Yeah, it looks like I'm going to assume that the ocean is on the right, or it might be a jetty. Oh, there we go. That's a better view. All right, this is basically classic tsunami wave action because it's coming in from the open ocean, and then you can see that very, very disturbed, kind of a wall of water that's coming in and overtaking, for example, the seawall there. You see the smaller waves, those are probably the normal waves that are, just basically every day. But you can see how that big area of white, that white water that pushes in, definitely that's a tsunami. It's a slightly large one. It's not huge by any means, but it is a tsunami wave because you can see just how much energy that it has basically generated and basically pushing in. And so the waves, the little ones you see on the beach just above, basically in the center there, those are regular waves, but tsunami waves, those are definitely been coming in for Japan. Again, it's a little closer to where the epicenter of this earthquake was. But right now, as we take another look at the Honolulu camera, we're not seeing an awful lot. We're still seeing a little bit of the current action, and it seems a little bit flat close to the area. All right, Pacific Tsunami Warning Center is about to hold a press conference with the latest information. Let's go live there with the latest.
Coming in at Honolulu Bay, not so big, maybe about 1.5 feet above normal sea level, and then the signal was dropping to below normal sea level when I left a minute ago. But that's just the first part of the wave, and we know from what we observed at Midway, it was actually the third wave at Midway was the largest. So we've got some time to wait here. At Honolulu, which was the first place it arrived, and of course it is moving down the island chain. So we hadn't seen anything on any other gauges as of yet, but we know it's coming. So we're always hopeful it won't be too bad, but anticipating from our models that yes, we are going to have a significant tsunami going across our islands and arriving on all the coasts. We monitor about 15 sea level gauges across the state, so we will have more reports later. And of course, our news channels will also probably be telling us what they're seeing in places where they can safely observe the coast. So please stay out away from the coast. I know you've all evacuated, so continue to stay evacuated. And the instructions ultimately on when it's safe to go back will come from the state and county emergency management agencies. But we've got a ways to go. It's probably going to be several hours before we may even be able to lower the warning here in Hawaii to advisory level when waves go down, and probably not at least until tomorrow morning before we're able to completely cancel the warning. And right now most of us are still waiting, and we are waiting to see just how big it is going to get across the state. So stay safe, everyone.
Given that the third wave was the biggest for Midway, are you expecting the same here in the islands of Hawaii? And what's the interval between waves?
So the interval between waves can be 10 to 20 minutes typically, from one wave crest to the next wave crest. And we don't know exactly, that Midway it was the third wave doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be the third wave. Here the wave pattern gets very complicated as the wave crosses the state because those tsunami waves reflect off of islands, and they wrap around islands, and they interact with each other. So at every location it can be a different wave. But the threat will definitely go on probably for several hours.
Dr. McCurry, if you could kind of encapsulate everything again with regards to what are you looking for right now? I know you said we're still not clear, but what are the specific elements that you are really tracking to see what's that next data point that you can release?
So we're pretty much done with forecasting the tsunami at this point. We are just reacting. So, of course, our center has responsibilities across the whole Pacific. So we are continuing to send messages to other countries around the Pacific. But our main responsibility is here in Hawaii. And so at this point, we're more or less just monitoring the situation to try to determine when we could lower the alert level and ultimately when we can cancel.
The last time that you folks, I guess, were activated in this capacity, was that back in 2011 during the Japan earthquake? And how are the situations different? Because it's about the same direction of where it's coming from.
Yeah, 2011 was certainly the last significant tsunami we experienced here in Hawaii. But we actually handle many tsunami events in the Pacific every year because earthquakes in the lower magnitude 7 range are pretty frequent, maybe about 10 a year in the Pacific, and almost all of them generate some kind of smallish tsunami, but we don't normally hear about it. But sure, yeah, the Japan tsunami was the last significant tsunami, and in some ways it's similar, but every tsunami is unique in certain ways. The way the source behaves affects the tsunami, and crossing the bathymetry in the Pacific, the waves get focused and defocused in different ways, and so that's why we need numerical models to help us predict what might happen on our coast.
I know you were expecting 3 to 10. Now here we are, and we're more in the reaction phase. But can you revisit that prediction of up to 10 foot?
Yeah, sure. So the main thing we use to constrain our models are these deep ocean gauges that we support in the Northwest Pacific. Well, we support them all across the Pacific, but the ones for this event are the ones in the Northwest Pacific, and they're out in deep water. They measure the tsunami without interference from reflections on the coast, which you have with a normal tide gauge that's in a harbor. And so our models try to match the signals that are seen on those deep ocean gauges, and if we can match them, then we know we've created the right kind of wave. And so, of course, in the beginning, we only have a reading on one gauge, and later on it's 2, 3, 4 gauges, and so we keep iterating with these models. But even from the get-go, from the very beginning, the forecast was pretty consistent, even with more of this data telling us that, yeah, Hawaii had this threat. And for the coastline in Hawaii, there's another part of this model that actually brings the synthetic wave up onto the coast in a few, maybe about a dozen places around our state. And so some of those models did say that we would have roughly 10 feet above normal sea level. So that's what we've been going on, and it's been pretty consistent.
And when will you update us again?
I guess I can take your advice on when you'd like an update. I think I should probably come down maybe in another half an hour or so, because we should have more readings from across the state, and then I can give you another update.
What sort of conversations will you be having in the next few hours?
Well, mostly we will just trying to see if the readings we're getting are consistent with our model, and thinking about the other places around the Pacific that we're advising at this time.
What places are the dozens of places that could see up to 10 feet?
Well, certainly Hawaii has certain areas that in the past typically get pretty big amplitudes, and that's Hilo Bay, it's Haleiwa on Oahu, it's Kahului on Maui, and it's Hilo on the Big Island. And so those are for our models now, those are also the biggest places. Okay, stay safe, everyone.
And that was Dr. Chip McCreary from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center saying, again, they are done predicting this event It is actually happening right now. And during that press conference, Mark and Drew and Ben, we were actually monitoring this live shot of Hilo Bay and actually seeing signs that the waters were receding, and at times even parts of the reef were exposed.
Yeah, I've been looking very closely at the shoreline, which is just above the red banner. At one point, it was a little bit further out, and so that may have been a little bit of the water receding. Not a ton, but there is a sign that something was happening, and that there were some people in the Honolulu area who were saying that the water had receded enough where the reef was exposed. We were seeing some things on the camera. We weren't particularly sure what it was, but now looking at it, it might have been the reef getting exposed there, and then the water is now coming back in. But we do have just an indication that some kind of tsunami wave may have occurred or may have arrived in Honolulu. It's not that big, it's just not huge. But then again, remember, even if you don't have the size and height on the surface, this energy goes all the way down to the bottom of the ocean, wherever it may be, and is still capable of causing currents. And we're seeing a bit of that right now because it's a little bit flatter close to the shore, and then you can see those tendrils of currents that are heading out those areas of flatter water that kind of snake out into the further distance there. So it might not be huge, it might not be something that looks extremely destructive, but just from looking at the ocean and the way the ocean looks, there is something happening out there right now. But as Chip McCreary from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center said, this could still be several hours. As we've been saying this evening, it's just the first wave. It's not going to be the whole, it's not going to be one and done. It's going to be an event where we're going to have waves coming in maybe every 20, 30 minutes, possibly for the next several hours.
And it does appear that, from when we first started taking this cam at 7:10, about a half an hour ago, that you can see more movement in this camera. And when you are speaking of an event like this, when you're seeing any types of movement in the current, that can speak to the strength and power. Drew Davis, you're looking very closely at the cams as well. What are you noticing on your end?
Like you mentioned, Mark, we are seeing some strong currents. It's a mixture of water going out. Ben mentioned that we were able to see some of the reef exposed, potentially even pretty far out, closer to that point that you see far off in the distance. And just taking a wide view, if you kind of look at you can see the currents in the water right now, actually. If you look at the water and look at the sunlight, you can actually see the water pushing in towards the coastline right now. So the reflective water, you can kind of see that current pushing in ever so slightly. Again, we are watching for multiple waves here, and off in the distance, the sun is setting, and it even seems like we have one person out there
that's
foiling.
what I was going to
Yeah,
say.
that's
really interesting.
Yeah.
It looks like one person paddling in the water right now on a stand-up paddleboard.
And the state officials said that they have rescue teams activated and ready to go, but in an event like this, they are not going to be putting their lives in danger and responding to save you. So
basically, you're on your own at this point. So if you have not heeded the evacuations, if you are going into the water despite the fact that you've been told not to do so, you're going to be putting first responders at risk if they choose to go out and get you. Many times, because of the possible severity of the tsunami waves that will be coming in, they might not. They might want to keep themselves safe. They're not going to put their lives in danger just because you did. So we are seeing someone in this cam who's out paddleboarding, but really ought not to be doing that.
Yeah, we're also getting reports now of the water receding over on Oahu's north shore as well. We're talking about Haleiwa. We're just seeing that coming in from one of our reporters out there.
Yeah, one of the hot spots that Chip McCreary had mentioned, right? They're keeping a close eye on Honolulu right now and Haleiwa at the preliminary stages of this tsunami event. Our chief meteorologist, Jennifer Robbins, is standing by as well, looking at what we're seeing in terms of any sort of tidal movement, what we're seeing with the currents. What are you noticing on your end? What we're witnessing here, is this kind of typical for what we should expect in this type of event?
Very interesting to watch all of the elements come together right now, and it's unfolding before our eyes. And I really do think, like we were talking about in the press conference, that the initial wave is much smaller, and then we could see that build up within the next couple of hours. But you can actually see the direction of these currents. There is a little bit of stirring up that's going on where it is coming in different directions there. So the current is becoming more strong, and it is becoming a little bit more unpredictable. And that's why, like this gentleman or Wahine that's in the water
Whoever's
right
in
now,
there.
it's just too early to say if the waves are coming our way, and they're going to be coming in waves. We're talking about not just one big wave. We're going to have wave after wave and surges of energy. And historically speaking, because Hanalei is a place that we do have been impacted by tsunami waves. We've seen that along the north and east shores of the western end of the state, and along the north shores of Maui County, and then along Hilo, there historically have seen big significant tsunamis that have impacted them. So it does take time for all of this to build in, and like we're talking about, it's going to be a waiting game right now, and we'll have to be patient and just until we get that all clear to stay out of the water.
I'm going to bring your attention, though, just to about the middle of the screen. You can see the water, the current is moving from left to right. That is water leaving. That's what it looks like, water leaving. And you can see the waves that are rippling just behind that. Those are not incoming waves. Those are waves that are flowing over the reef and heading out. And then just in the foreground, ahead of the water that is moving from left to right on your screen, we can see more rocks that are being exposed right now.
I could see it.
Yeah.
You do see that receding a little bit more now.
If we had a side-by-side picture of what we were witnessing an hour before this, definitely looked very, calm with just the ripples of the waves coming into the shore. But now you can definitely see changes in the water.
Yeah, especially since I'm not familiar with Hilo Bay, but if this were more of a daytime shot, usually what we see when we take this camera for our weathercasts, it's basically water, it's beach. But then now I'm almost wondering if that's not only reach, I'm wondering if that's sand that may be exposed there.
Lava rock along the bay.
Actually, just look where the palm trees are. You can see where the palm trees are. Sand is starting to get exposed there.
Yeah, you can very clearly see the sand, the rocks. Of course, this is the big sign that the wave is growing. It's growing as it's approaching the shoreline. I'm trying to find where that person was, or where they were foiling, whether they were paddleboarding. Were they impacted by the water receding out?
Yeah, it's really hard to see. It's getting darker by the minute right now, and the water is a place not to be, of course, when you see how unpredictable the water is, and especially with the strong currents that accompany a tsunami.
Yeah, in fact, look, I can tell now, that's sand now. There's a lot of sand exposed there. And so you see the waves just off in the distance, but a lot of the beach, a lot of Hilo Bay, the sand, even as you look to your left, to the left side of the screen, looks like more sand, looks like more of the reef, more of the rocks. It looks like the beach has receded probably about 100 feet.
Do we know how many buoys are in the area?
Not that many. I don't think there's any buoys there. The one that we do have, Jen's going to go take a look real quick.
I do remember while listening into that news conference from Dr. Chip McCrary, he says that they are monitoring 15 sea level gauges across the state as this event is happening to get more data, saying that it's going to be several hours before the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center may be able to lower the warning to an advisory when the waves go down, and it won't be until at least tomorrow morning when possibly that warning is canceled altogether.
And
But
Steph, I'm sorry to interrupt, but it seems like the water might be rushing back in ever so slightly. You can see some waves forming, and some of the sand that was previously exposed is getting covered up. You can see those ripples right in the center of your screen. Luckily, we still have a little bit of daylight over near Hanalei Bay compared to our other tower cams. It seems like some water might be rushing in, but still a lot of sand exposed out there.
Right, all of this happening more than 40 minutes after the estimated arrival of the first waves in Hilo Bay at 7:10. So these changes right now unfolding as we speak, and we're keeping a close eye on it. Any other observations there, Jen?
It's just really interesting to think about how much energy has moved across the ocean. With the tsunami wave, the initial surge of energy moving at 500 miles per hour across the ocean. And the wave direction really will tell a big story of what kind of wave we get. Like we were talking about, it's going across open waters. It has to cross multiple islands, atolls as well before it arrives here. So that's going to impact those initial waves. And then now we're starting to see that surge of energy that comes through. So this is likely the second or third wave, like we're talking about, out of this whole tsunami event.
Yeah, and from our reporter out on the North Shore, also reporting earlier that the water was receding and now seeing that the tide is returning and coming back. So we are also seeing these changes as well on our shores here on Oahu.
Yeah, and this is going to be an hours-long event. As the forecasters have been telling us, this is not a single wave. They've been telling us throughout this waiting period, this is going to be taking place over the course of several hours right now. Jen, you said it best. We are watching this unfold before our very eyes right now. We're going to be staying on this cam at Hilo Bay, which is the first site of activity following this tsunami warning. We're also keeping close tabs right now on what is happening up and down the island chain. But, I mean, the way that forecasters were able to pinpoint down and kind of this timetable here from when the earthquake initially struck, I mean, it seems to be right on line with what we're seeing here, and the activity really lines up.
Yeah, you know, speaking of activity, guys, sorry, we just want to take another live look at a camera that has just become available for us.
Another vantage point of
Hilo Bay. So, pardon, sometimes the live shot there does freeze, but at least this gives us an idea. I know a viewer sent in a screenshot of the changes that were taking place, of the water receding earlier. Of course, this is a live look right now as we are seeing the water lapping over the shoreline there. Another vantage point of Hilo Bay.
It's hard to tell from this vantage point, but you know, we'd have to see if there's any receding water that happened before this. There looks like there's a little bit of a debris line, not that big. So that would be above the heart. That would be like the line of little tree limbs and so forth. We're going to try and stay on this shot as long as we can, just because we can. But of course, it's going to get dark, and once that happens, we won't be able to monitor this, but the waves will start hitting places like Waikiki, a little bit better lit. We have crews that are out and about all over the islands, and that includes Kahului, Dylan and Chetta's up on Maui. Right now, it looks like things have stabilized, but once again, the difference between waves, the time difference between waves can be 20 to 30 minutes. And so what we saw just a moment ago, where the water was going out and receding out of Hilo Bay and then coming back in, maybe not that big, but if we do get another episode of receding water while there's still some daylight to play with, we might be able to see that maybe in about 10, 15 minutes or thereabouts.
Typically, how many waves do you expect in an event like this?
Hard to say.
Yeah.
Very hard to say, because again, it depends on how the earthquake basically acted, what kind of earthquake it was. And so, you know, if there was a lot of shaking, then maybe there's a lot more waves. It was just one thrust, which it normally isn't, then, well, you're kind of stuck with a bunch of waves, you know. So basically, as Dr. McCreary said, this could be a case where we could be going on well into the night, and the first wave may not be the biggest one. It could be some of the successive waves that come after it.
I mean, if you remember, Ben, the 2011 tsunami, I mean, that we weren't expected to feel the effects and see the first waves until sometime around 3 in the morning.
Yeah.
And the all clear wasn't given until hours after that, and we were still waiting to see the effects. I remember it was a long period of waiting, but the damage was significant. Even though the waves looked small, you cannot see visibly just the power and the force of that rushing water.
The surge
and
coming
that is
in,
what
yeah.
caused all of the damage to the piers, to the boats, the boaters who weren't able to leave in time.
Yeah, that's why we're talking about the boats having to leave when they can, and the Coast Guard saying evacuate, take your vessels out to open water at least 300 feet deep so that you can avoid the surge. That's basically what it is, and we have been repeating it often. It's not a surface wave. It's just basically the energy that goes all the way from the ocean surface down to the bottom. And so you're going to get strong currents, and as, again, it gets into shallower water, it's going to go not only higher, but it's also going to get wider. And so you're going to have an area of strong currents that are going to impact. They're going to swirl around. They're going to do strange things that as they interact with the reefs and they interact with the bottom of the ocean.
I mean, just so that you could illustrate it more, Jen, I mean, if you could talk about the power of these waves, I mean, the governor said it as well. I mean, it's not the height of it, but he may be saying it's 3 feet, but it's strong enough to move a house or a car.
And we're talking about the forward motion in all of this, and it was moving at once speeds of 500 to 550 miles per hour. And then once it reaches more shallow waters, it does slow down to speeds about 30 miles per hour, but it's that forward momentum that gets it going. And like Ben was talking about, spreading exponentially and widening as it does. And that's why this is wraparound energy. It's not like one side of the island is protected and the other side is not. This is going to be a whole statewide event as it wraps around. And then as it interacts with our topography, with our outer reefs, with our inner reefs, then we will see what kind of wave that it's going to be facing into the next couple of hours. So very interesting to see the dynamics of all of this come together. A lot of numerical models are put together to predict the wave speed and arrival times. And I do think they did a great job with the arrival times with this one, because we have been seeing activity since the 7 o'clock hour.
It's almost like trying to predict what a hurricane can do. We're starting to get pretty good at predicting where it's going to go. But the intensity, like how strong a hurricane is, that is still pretty much up to the hurricane and what Mother Nature decides. Same thing with the tsunami is happening here, where we have been able to reasonably predict when it's going to arrive. But as far as how big the waves are going to get, a couple of reasons why, again, we don't really have a definite concrete answer. We cannot tell you for sure. We have been saying like 3 to 9 feet or thereabouts, but we're not sure. It's something that we just have to be prepared for. If it happens, you were prepared. If it doesn't happen, just give a good sigh of relief. We were prepared. You know what to do better next time.
And that is our job, to make sure that you are prepared, and in that we have our crews spread out all across the island to cover this event. And we actually want to take a live shot now of Oahu's North Shore. This, I believe, is the Haleiwa area where waters, we're told, seem to be receding there. We're trying to light up this area as best as we can with our light, of course.
We've received reports that water was receding in the area. We also have a clip of, you can show you more in better light of kind of what exactly was happening. Here's that shot right now. As we're just trying to keep tabs on how this timeline matches up with what was happening at Hanalei. This was happening in Haleiwa as well. You just look at the activity, what's happening with the coastline here, keeping a close eye on the receding aspect. So, this back out live. Visibility is poor because of the darkness, and so we're trying to get the best vantage point we can as possible in this.
It seems calm as far as you can see. Just, from looking at it right now, you can't really see much, Ben or Jen.
Yeah. But the water has receded. It looks like a lot of wet sand that's in the foreground. So that was water, or that was sand that was underwater. You can see a water line on that rock there. That's probably where the water was just a few minutes ago. And so we are seeing the water recede. You can see the Rainbow Bridge off in the distance near the top of your screen. And so that gives you a little bit of basically what's going on.
That's a shot at North Shore right now. We also have a live Waikiki cam. Fortunately, there's good lighting on this cam here, so it gives us a better sense of what we're going to be seeing over the next several hours or so.
And you can also see some wet sand where the water's pushed up over the shoreline as well, Ben and Jen.
Yeah, there's that area to the bottom of the pier. That's a very gentle slope. That's a very gentle way to get into the ocean as far as the slope. So there's nothing particularly deep. You can go out several feet and you'll still be like in waist-high water. And so the run-up can go farther because it's a gentler slope. On the other side, the Fort DeRussy side, it's a little bit steeper on that side, but you can definitely tell that there has been some water run-up, and also maybe it's either a run-up or the water has receded at this point. But I think, judging from where the beginning of the pier is, at least on the sand, the wet sand that you see there was a run-up. So that is because usually that path to the pier is usually pretty dry. And so if you've got the water running up that high, that means we did have something, and maybe more, again, could be on the way.
We want to pull up the Hanalei cam, but let's call for that one that was showing us a different vantage point, because we won't be able to really gather much. Yeah, we're trying to gather a different shot right here that provides a much more different view of Hanalei. Gives you that look at the coastline.
Yeah, and while we're taking a look at this, we just did get word from state officials that the next press conference to give us an update on what they're seeing and what the state has experienced is coming in at 8:20. So, of course, we'll bring that to you live as it comes. But as far as I can see here, it's really hard to make out any movements in the water, just the squall in the background, of course.
Yes, with some of the passing showers and the trade winds. And we do have a few swells moving through as well, coming in from the south and also the east. We're seeing some rising surf. And it's probably going to be a very important press conference coming up at 8:20. I think we're going to have more substantial data, more readings that they're going to share during that time, and that can give us an idea of what these initial waves have been doing. But we are seeing a lot of run-up across the entire island chain, and also those strong currents. The best case scenario out of all of this is getting those strong currents and not a whole lot of coastal flooding. So that's what we're hoping for. All of this initial painting of what's been happening with the tsunami, I hope that continues on for the next couple of hours.
Yeah, you look at there was a heart that was in the middle of this live shot a little bit earlier, and the water's been reaching the heart and maybe mud washed over it for all I can tell. It's not the best quality picture, and also this is probably that squall that we saw off in the distance in the earlier Hilo Bay cam, but probably a combination of a little bit of rain, but also the fact that the water is a little bit higher now than we saw a little bit earlier when there was still adequate daylight. The debris line has moved up a little bit further, and so there's that squall line off in the distance. Again, just because of the lack of daylight, it's pretty much gone. We're seeing the last bits of dusk here, so it's going to be harder and harder to tell. So we're going to be looking at some of the other cameras that have better lighting around the state as this energy from the tsunami continues to move down the island chain. And so we're expecting, like, for example, Hawaii Island, maybe to get some action. We should be able to see it a little bit better as we get to, say, for example, Coconut Island. This is the shot now. The water is very calm there, but when you look at the bridge that goes over Coconut Island, many times when there is a tsunami, even if it's a small one, you can definitely see the current. I'm not seeing it right now.
Let's go to our Drew Davis now with some new data.
Yeah, thank you, Steph. Can we pull up really quickly graphics 12 so you can see what's going on? This is the latest look at the buoys over at Nawiliwili over on Kauai. Again, we are seeing impacts from the tsunami. Again, this could be one wave. This could be the first of many to impact Kauai. Of course, we haven't been seeing too many impacts over at Hanalei, but this is a chart from the NOAA buoy over at Nawiliwili. Again, we have been seeing some of the wave crests getting above 2 feet above the water level at that time. Again, we are seeing high tide right around now for most of the state, and it drops down very quickly to below 1 foot below the normal water level, so about half a foot below zero. Again, we are seeing impacts in terms of the tsunami wave right now, and again, the message here, and it's been the message all afternoon, is that this is not a one-wave event. We've seen the receding in Honolulu so far, and we've seen the water come back. We could continue to see receding, and now without light, it'll be harder to analyze, it'll be harder to really take a look at. But this is proof that we are seeing some of the impacts, at least from the buoy readings that we have so far.
All right, guys, I just got a text message from Robert Ballard from the National Weather Service, and he said the latest Tsunami Warning Center bulletin says 4-foot amplitude at Haleiwa, so that's 1.2 meters. So 4-foot amplitude was the latest reading that they got in Haleiwa.
And basically amplitude is like trough to crest, if I'm not mistaken. And so that's quite a bit. And we did get confirmation that the water line in that earlier live shot that we got from Haleiwa, that's where the water was. And so there was definitely a good receding of water at the Haleiwa, that looked like Ali'i Beach. I'm pretty sure that's the shoreline right at Ali'i Beach. And so the water did go down about 2 feet. Maybe it's not rushing back, but we are seeing the changes in tidal levels because of the tsunami. And again, as we're watching this live look near Dukahanamoku Beach and close to the lagoon there, waves are coming in as normal, but you can definitely see what's a high water line that did come in a little bit earlier, and we're just awaiting possibly the next receding water episode and then another wave coming in right behind that.
And Ben, because the event is here, and right now we're in the thick of it based off of the measurements that are coming in, what can we say about Hawaii's underwater topography and its impact on the surges that are coming in?
Well, it kind of depends on where you are. Like, for example, Honolulu Bay, I believe it's pretty shallow. Waimea Bay, it is shallower and possibly, but you will get a little bit more run up there. A good example, however, years ago, I remember there were people looking at Makapu'u. Makapu'u, not that deep. So if it was a big tsunami, we would see water, just basically Makapu'u emptying out and then coming back in. That would be possibly in a worst case scenario tsunami. But, those areas where there's a gentle slope underneath the water coming in, basically that spells trouble. If it is a little bit more abrupt, shall we say, like if there's cliffs like the Nepali coastline, some of those areas, the Kaiwi coastline even, for example, you may not get that much of a run up or some of that energy. But basically what we're looking at is if it is a gentle slope like Makapu'u, where it's shallower, after it gets past the deeper water and you start hitting that area. Even Hanauma Bay could also see some higher water because of, you get the reef, it's a little bit deeper there, and then it hits the reef and then it'll start pushing over.
So it's been almost an hour since the first predicted waves arrived at Honolulu Bay as we take this live look, and we are expecting an update from state officials at 8:20. And until then, I guess Ben, Drew, and Jen, what kinds of data are you going to be listening in for with this upcoming update?
Thank you, Steph. Again, what we're watching now, we're in the, like you mentioned, we're in the thick of it, and we are watching the buoys. We're seeing several of the buoys reporting that we're seeing amplitudes of 2 feet, a much larger changes in the sea level right out there. Again, we took a look at the Nawili buoy just a little while ago and the Honolulu buoy. So we are seeing changes out there. And again, this isn't just one wave. Potentially the initial estimation was around 7:17 p.m., so it's been a little under an hour since that's happening. We've been watching very closely. We've seen water recede, but we're watching the buoys now. The first wave may not be the biggest. It could be the second or third wave. We've seen water recede, and a lot of water receded in Honolulu pretty quickly, and the water came back in pretty quickly after that. Ben, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, when the water came back in, it looked kind of gentle, but remember that's energy again, the whole ocean energy coming in. It's not just the surface. And so the concern that we have, once more, the currents, and Steph, as you were talking about earlier, we're talking about the currents that can cause damage. Over at La Mariana Harbor, that's when we saw boats getting pulled from their moorings, crashing into the piers, crashing into each other, those sorts of things. And so that is still a danger and you definitely don't want to be caught in that particular energy because, if you've ever been in a rip current, and I hope you never have, you get caught in it. This is going to be like a whole bunch of different currents. Yeah. It's basically a stirring up of the water. And you asked earlier, Mark, about the behavior underneath. Like if you go to pipeline right now, probably there's going to be water all Kapakai at the moment, just all over the place. Currents are going to be just going in every which way. And so it's a very dangerous time to be in the water, but also on the shoreline and also along channels, rivers, streams, those areas, because you could still have energy that's going to be coming in through the rivers. And so just stay a good distance up. We're seeing about 100 feet just in case. Yeah, that's good.
And like you mentioned on the Hanalei cam, when we were watching the water recede, there was very different movements in the currents right before the water receded. We could see water moving out, moving in. So again, strong currents being created by these tsunamis. And just behind me, Ben, I do want to show the Na Wili Wili buoy again. This is the most latest look. You can see the red right here is the typical water level. Typically, when you see water levels at buoys, you use them to track high tide and low tide, high tide and low tide. Of course, we're not seeing that right now because if you look at the end of this, we have this really big shock in terms of the water level. The buoy is going up and down very quickly. Again, this is a snapshot from about 10 minutes ago, so we might be seeing an updated look at that coming up here in a little bit. We'll make sure to show you that. But I do want to say that this may be the first wave of many. Again, this is Na Wili Wili. This is on the over in Kauai County. We were taking a look at Haleiwa as well. So a lot can change. We're still, as Steph has mentioned, in the thick of it. The initial prediction, 7:17 p.m. We haven't seen a large wave come in yet that's really impacted, but we have seen receding in Hanalei. We've seen receding over in Haleiwa. So a lot to watch still.
Yeah, we don't know what the situation is like at Haleiwa Harbor, Alawai Boat Harbor. Obviously not safe to go there right now, but we're just trying to see. We'll determine a little bit later just how many people took their vessels out into the open ocean. A little bit earlier, we did talk to one of the boaters. His boat was already on, basically on the trailer, getting ready to evacuate that way. And he was talking about how some of the other vessel owners were heading out to sea just because you don't want to be in that mess, kind of like being in a washing machine in a way, but that would be the best way to kind of describe what's going on. And then in areas like the bays and some of the harbors, you're going to get that pull of the water and you're going to get that push of the water once again. And that's what we've been also seeing in Hanalei Bay.
Yeah, and here's another look. This is a snapshot from a little while ago from Sand Island in the Midway Islands, so over near Midway Atoll. Again, this data is a little bit outdated, but it is just a look at, you can see the tsunami wave again. Ben, if you just point out where that shock is, again, up and down very quickly. That's how the buoys work. They're used to measure the high tide and low tide out there. And they're a very great tool to give us kind of an idea of how large these tsunami waves are. And again, the message is it's not just one wave, and we're going to continue watching it very closely.
Yeah, but just so you know, this is one of the pieces of data that we use when we have, for example, king tides, because the blue line is basically your normal water level. The red line is the actual recorded water level. And so you see how it's supposed to be gentle. We had a high tide coming, but you have don't. So that almost tells me 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 waves. First one may have been the biggest one, and they get smaller. But again, this is just a snapshot. Later data may come in, and then we may just get, maybe another bigger wave once again.
And a great reminder that this is coinciding with high tide right now. So the wave, the tsunami wave, the column of water riding on top of the actual sea level is riding on top of high tide, which is already elevated. So it makes it a little bit more of concern. That's it for Ben and I at the weather desk. Let's send it back to Mark and Steph at the anchor desk.
Ben and Drew, thank you very much. Very useful, very critical information as we are tracking this. We are approaching about an hour since the first activity that we saw at Hanalei Bay. So far, we've seen water levels recede both at Hanalei, Na Wili Wili, and Haleiwa as well as we're tracking this.
That's right, and we just got word that we are going to get another update from Pacific Tsunami Warning Center officials in just a bit. But before then, we want to turn things over now to our reporter Dylan Ancheta, who is live on Maui for us. Dylan.
Aloha, thank you so much. I am located at the Wailuku Community Center. This is one of a number of gyms that have opened here on Maui. And I can tell you that the atmosphere here is rather relaxed. People are calm. People are kind of just waiting to hear what is going on. There are a lot of kupuna members here at this shelter. I would say there's about 50 to 60 or so people between the inside and the outside. Some community members have said that many other people chose other shelters to go to, but here at the Wailuku Community Center, people are kind of just hanging out and waiting to hear any updates, any news. There is also some concern that Red Cross officials are here, but they don't have a lot of supplies, not a lot of water, not a lot of snacks. So if you are going, or if you are at one of those shelters, hopefully you have brought your own. They do allow pets at the shelters here, and so I was here earlier today when the last siren alert went off. There's one just outside this building here, and that was quite loud, quite noticeable. And I spoke to some people earlier in the day as I just got to this shelter. I've been here for a couple hours now. Here's what they said. Aloha from the Wailuku Community Center. This is one of several spots that have opened as official shelters here in Maui County. I'm joined by Kathleen, Joseph, Mary, and Maria. They are here riding out this impending tsunami. First off, how are you folks feeling today?
Scared. This out of all that I've been through with all the tsunami warnings, this kind of feel really more like it's bound to happen, and I'm hoping it doesn't. Praying a lot for our homes, especially those who live close right next to the beach, which I do. So.
And I want to ask, as Maui residents, were you folks prepared for this? Were you ready to pack up and go, or, are you just kind of winging it here tonight?
We're just kind of winging it because this is not something we're used to. And there are only so many roads on Maui. So, for example, for me to call Joe and let him know we just got this warning, so you need to leave Kihei now because there's only 2 roads in and out. And he felt he had more time, but it's like we're winging it. It's not something that we would have planned. It's a better prepare us for this time, and the traffic is horrible.
Maria, you just came from inside the shelter. How many people are in there right now, and kind of set the scene for us?
There's probably about 50 of them. Yeah, yes. I was like, let's go, because I was afraid that we're not going to have space. Yeah, but it's pretty good. It has AC, and at least we get bathroom here. But yeah, I'm kind of like scared.
And Joe, I want to ask you, how are you feeling through all of this?
I feel like I'm feeling, especially when you go out like, oh, the tsunami coming, you gotta go get this and go get this and go get this. At the end I came out, I forgot the spam and the toilet paper.
That's the first thing I told my friend. I said, hey, you need toilet paper, hand towels, water. That's it.
So right now, without the supplies of the shelter, what supplies do you folks personally have?
We were so unprepared for this that when Joe picked me up at work and we went right up the road to Kalui Food Line, which is like a 5-minute drive, and picked up whatever we could grab, and everything was pretty much sold out, deli and all that. So we grabbed a little bit of sushi, sandwich, and that was all we could get. And it took us an hour and a half from there to get back to the center that I work at. 5-minute drive. Took us an hour and a half, and just to go and get my car and then head over here. So we didn't get much.
That is a wild drive time. And lastly, Mary, I want to ask you, you mentioned you have the trailer. What was it like for you to evacuate?
Prepared with everything in the trailer right now, that my personal belongings are my clothes, my ice box, my brand new freezer that I brought 3 weeks ago. It's gonna take a loss because it's in the garage back home. And that's about it. Other than that, beddings, everything, the whole trailer. And my brothers and my family, my sisters and my brothers are happy that I invested in this. And it's the biggest place to park it right now is at Popohaku. And yeah, prepared with everything in the trailer.
Absolutely.
We are so grateful and glad for all the early warning, all the sirens that go off that let us know. So we are definitely prepared in that way, and that they're keeping us informed and aware of what's going on.
Absolutely, and that is the latest from the people here on the Valley Isle. I thank you all so much for sharing your thoughts on this. The nerves are unsettled, so to speak, but the people of Maui often look out for each other and take care of each other. And we are here once again at the Wailuku Community Center, which is one of the shelters here tonight. And now I understand we have a press conference with Haima. Let's go ahead and send things back to the studio.
So much, Dylan and Cheto, for reporting for us live on Maui. But unfortunately, we are still trying to get that live shot up right now. We're having some technical difficulties.
Yeah, we're trying to pull up a signal right now. This would be a live news conference. An update from Haima. Governor Josh Green and state emergency officials will be briefing us on the latest of the situation. We are still rolling on the news conference. So although we may not be taking it live right now, we will be bringing it to you in its entirety when we do get that up and running. In the meantime, let's give you a shot from our live cam overlooking Waikiki right now. One of the only shots as we're scrolling through our Rolodex of live cams that still has lighting and can give us some real-time context on what is happening with this tsunami event right now. Something that is happening during this time, you take a very close look at what is happening with the water line and the activity there and how it's going back and forth.
And we want to go live now to our chief meteorologist, Jennifer Robbins, who has the latest initial readings that just came in. Jen, what can you tell us?
We are looking at the initial readings, so this is probably something that they're going to go over in the press conference. Haleiwa, 4 feet in amplitude per 12 minutes. Hanalei was 3 feet in amplitude per 20 minutes. Midway, as we got that initial reading, 3 feet with lots of force behind it. I just want to take a closer look at what this means and what this data actually means. So when we're talking about amplitude, it's measured relative to normal sea level, so it is not crest to trough wave, and that's what we're seeing with these initial readings here. And the period of time is in minutes for one wave to the next, so that's what we're seeing. So we're certainly seeing lots of energy move around the islands, and that's why we are under a tsunami warning. Now for
rock and sand, that gave us pause. That doesn't happen for no reason. When the water pulls back like that, that means there's activity in the ocean. So again, we keep our fingers crossed that we don't suffer a big tsunami. Again, people have been very thoughtful and very safe, and that's something we appreciate. Aloha.
Aloha. Like the governor said, there is energy in the ocean. There were small measurements of smaller waves, and they want to see, the scientists are telling us, we want to see a few of them to know that we're in the clear. So the window is still 2 to 3 hours that we're watching this energy in the Pacific Ocean. So the counties have opened shelters and places of refuge. If the citizens need it, they can use that. We're postured to support those shelters with wraparound services if needed. There's also Red Cross that's standing by. There's and it's really this sense of aloha in the state. Family Promise of Hawaii, they're reaching and leaning forward to say that they can help folks. If the public needs assistance, we'll post their phone number and email that if people are impacted and need assistance, they can reach out. So there's a lot of entities, a lot of community involvement, and it's wonderful to see how the state is reacting to a very serious threat to our public and to the safety of the state. Thank you.
Mahalo, Administrator Barros. Finally, I'd like to bring up Captain Nick Wurst, Commander Sector Honolulu and Captain of the Port.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Governor. As stated, Captain Nick Wurst, Sector Honolulu. Our top priorities for the Coast Guard right now are the safety of life, the safety of our ports, and then any environmental impacts to the state. In anticipation of that, we have closed all commercial harbors and have ordered evacuation of those harbors to mitigate risk. In addition, have Coast Guard assets deployed. That's small boats, ships, and planes and aircraft pre-deployed. So post-impact, we are ready to respond very quickly to any search and rescue cases, to be able to assess the ports to make sure they're safe to be reopened for commerce, and then also any environmental impacts, we can respond to that. So we are working in unison with the state, and thank you very much for your time.
Okay, at this time, we're going to facilitate questions from the media, and we'll start with Andrew, Honolulu Star Advertiser.
Can you let us know who gives input, most important input on determining an all clear if warranted?
So the question is, who gives the most important input on determining an all clear?
We're going to turn to Dr. Chip at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. They're on the calls with the governor. They're advising the leadership, and they'll give us an indication of what they believe, and then it'll be an executive order from here.
Okay, next I'm going to go to Le'ui, KITV4.
Do you know what is closely being looked at to monitor and give a better indicator of the surge cycle in this scenario?
So the question is around what are the indicators for closely monitoring the surge cycle?
Well, there's multiple readings of the waves all across the Pacific and then all across the islands. So there's a printout that we see dozens of those measurements, and they've ranged from 0.23 meters, in some cases, to over a meter. So we have had a couple waves of that size. The largest wave we believe we saw was in Haleiwa, over a meter, well over a meter. And then, of course, the pause that we had was also watching the shoreline recede, where we saw, the water pull back 20 or 30 feet. That seemed like an anticipated large wave. So that's what we've all seen historically. We're really hoping that we are out of harm's way. Again, we don't want anyone to let their guard down. We want it to go another couple hours. As the waves cycle smaller and smaller, that's how we know that we're ending this concern.
Mahalo, Governor. Up next, Ashley, Hawaii Public Radio.
So when the all clear comes through, would that mean that the water is back to normal and no longer receding? I guess what are the clear indicator that it's all completed?
So the question is, when the all clear comes or is finalized and communicated, what does that mean with regard to the water?
I think that means that we reach functional zero risk because we're able to continue to monitor waves all throughout the Pacific, including the multiple different locations that we described earlier. But most importantly, as the waves end generation, when they're hitting our own shorelines, which can cause more wave activity, then we know it's over. So we'll be hopeful. Also, we'll see the tides go down, which is, not nothing. We did observe pretty significant waves on the other side of the Pacific. In Japan, there were 3-meter waves, and we saw some of them cascade over, over their shoreline. So that's a big concern. But again, so far, so good. We had a couple fender benders on the highway, which we're always, watching and we're careful about. A couple people went home from work a little early today. But that's all an excellent outcome if we don't end up having, a serious tsunami like we did in past decades.
Final question going to Daryl Huff, Hawaii News Now.
Okay, so looking forward, what I'm trying to understand is when you say we had a 3-foot wave in Haleiwa, that was the water receded, came back in. We didn't have a wave go up onto Haleiwa parking lot or anything like that, right? So far we haven't had waves that inundated anything significant.
So
what are we worried about next?
The question is confirmation on the waves not coming and making their way inland yet, and then what can we anticipate next?
Yeah, so as our conversations with the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, yes, and they would prefer to see multitude of these smaller waves as that 3 feet, recede a little bit, 3 feet, and not generate that bigger wave. So as we watch throughout the evening, monitoring different buoys across, monitoring cameras, we're watching those waves. So again, the Best case is we get some of those smaller waves that don't inundate and flood coastlines.
Okay, well, look, thank you everyone for your patience. We, like I said, are going to get another update from the scientific community around 9, and then we'll communicate with you. We'll reach out through social media and text shortly thereafter in case there's any update. And then, you know, hopefully, fingers crossed, the gentleman will be able to come up and hopefully give us the all clear in 2 or 3 hours, perhaps by 11 tonight. But we want to still be cautious. There's just no reason to take any risks. So again, thank you, everyone. Thank you for being mindful of the large risk. If large waves did come over the shore, we know there would be harm and loss of life. So we just don't want to lose any of our people. Aloha.
All right, you've been listening to a news conference with Governor Josh Green and emergency officials. Not an all clear given just yet, but we can say this, as opposed to about an hour and a half ago, certainly you can detect an air of optimism in the remarks, talking about the discussion of an all clear as we are tracking activity with this tsunami warning event.
That's right, just as you all at home have been watching with us and seeing the changes in our live shots at Hanalei, Ka'anapali, Waikiki, and Haleiwa, just as Governor Green said. Everybody witnessed those changes. There was activity in the water, and on the positive side, they noticed that it was on the smaller side. However, as you mentioned, Mark, and as just officials stress, it does not mean that we are in the clear just yet. Of course, we're waiting for another series of waves and data to come in.
Yeah, we're still in the window right now. Forecasters are continuing to keep a close eye on the movement. Something that was said repeatedly in this news conference just now is that, you know, right now, what is happening in the ocean, there's a ton of energy out there, and thankfully this hasn't resulted in coastal flooding. We've seen the numbers with the recession of the shoreline and things of that nature, but no major coastal flooding right now. Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins has a closer look at the numbers that scientists are picking up. Jen.
After that press conference, so far so good, as we are going to be in good shape if we continue this trend. So Haleiwa, the biggest in amplitude, we're talking about 4 feet per 12 minutes. So that's with the wave energy that we're seeing. Hanalei, 3 feet in amplitude per 20 minutes. Initial readings that we saw over in Midway at 3 feet with lots of force behind it. Right now, we're not seeing a whole lot of coastal flooding, but we are seeing a lot of energy over the waters and lots of movement as well. So the movement that we'll continue to see at night, you could actually see this was the initial readings, anywhere from 0.2 or 0.1 to 0.3 meters. So that would be just about a foot or so. And then 1 to 2 meters up to like more than 3 feet that was initially expected. And that's what we're seeing with some of these initial waves, about 4 feet. And Haleiwa was the biggest. And just to take a closer look, the time of the measurement is what we're seeing. Amplitude, tsunami amplitude is measured relative to the normal sea level. So it's not crest to trough wave heights that we're given here. And per period, we're talking about the time in minutes from one wave to the next. So example, like we're talking about with Haleiwa coming in at 12 minutes, that is from one wave to the next there. And then Hanalei, 3 feet in amplitude per 20 minutes. That's one wave to the next as well. So we are expecting a tsunami as a series of long ocean waves. As you know, each individual wave crest can last 5 to 15 minutes or more, and then essentially could lead to flooding. But we have been in pretty good shape so far, but it is quite unpredictable with the strong current. So we're not out of the woods yet. We're not in the clear yet. And it looks like as we pass the amplitude here reaching its peak, we'll be on a downward trend when it comes to those wave heights, which is great news for us, but unpredictable still with those strong currents, rip currents that we've been seeing. On top of all of this energy, we do have a south swell. Also east facing shore is seeing some swell energy there, wraparound energy for all of the islands. And then on top of all of that, it's coinciding with that high tide. So in the past, the most effective respective areas. Hilo got hit really hard in 1946, 1960, and 2011, known as the hot spot of tsunamis due to the bay's shape. And also what plays a big role in all of this is the wave direction that we're seeing as it comes through the source there of the epicenter. Kona suffered damage in 1975 and also in 2011. And then we did see plenty of energy in past years with run-up depending on the wave direction, all the way on those north shores of all of the islands over the western end of the state. So very fascinating when you take a look at tsunami history and also the science behind it. And Hawaii has endured over 160 tsunamis since 1812. And that can cause, of course, as we've seen today, as it unfolds before our very own eyes, huge surges of energy to travel across the ocean. And the origin in the past has been Alaska, Chile, Japan, and Russia. And the history has showed us the magnitude and depth between these do play a big role. But even with a strong magnitude earthquake like 8.8 in 2010, it was only about 3 feet when it comes to the wave heights during that time. So it highly depends on the direction as it travels over the ocean, a lot of elements as it comes our way. But here's a friendly reminder, the power of water. Usually we talk about this when we get a lot of flooding from rain, but 1 foot can pick up cars, 2 feet can move SUVs and heavy trucks. And the power of water is substantial when it comes to this tsunami energy. We'll take a deeper look at all of these elements coming together in a little bit, but first, back to you guys.
All right, thank you so much, Jen, for that important information as we continue to await the information just released from Pacific Tsunami Warning Center officials there. But as we take a live look now at this Waikiki camera live view, you can see, just as Governor Green mentioned, another positive thing that came out of this event is that everybody heeded the warnings.
Yes.
Coastlines are clear. He said just minus a couple of fender benders out on the roadways. Everybody showed that aloha spirit. They listened to officials, and you can see right now, nobody on the beach, minus that one foiler or stand-up paddleboarder out in Hilo Bay that we spotted earlier tonight. But he says, let's continue to kokua. Let's continue to stay in this together and have this positive outcome, because this is not over yet.
No, precisely. We're still in the window right now. We're staying on this cam because it is our only visible cam. But yeah, you think about kind of how this afternoon played out, right? And the response time that has happened. So you had the initial quake at 1:30. The severity was upgraded to an 8.8, and then the warning came down about 3 o'clock this afternoon, around 2:45 or so. So in that time, up until you hit 7:15, that was enough time for, action to be taken in terms of locating evacuation shelters, clearing up the roadways. Yes, we saw the traffic, but, in the hours since, that has dissipated. That coincided with rush hour traffic, and then just the response county by county across the state, with state crews going out there, making sure that beachgoers are off the coast, off the shoreline right now. You still have some people out there taking their chances. But, from what we heard in the governor's most recent remarks about 10 minutes ago, yes, we are still in the window, but we did hear the phrase all clear being mentioned several times in those remarks. All clear has not been given yet, but just based off of the initial readings that have come in so far, there seems to be some positive developments on what we have seen from the initial surge. And going back to, you think back to the different models that we have seen, from just buoy measurings, and you see that first spike that you have, the very dramatic spike within the first couple of waves, and after that you have some smaller spikes. So let's just hope, from what we have seen so far, it remains to just be current surges, nothing in the way of coastal flooding, knock on wood.
Right, a live look now at Honolulu Harbor with Aloha Tower shining brightly there. And you can see clearly that all of the boats have left, the fishing boats. Coast Guard cutter has left as well, as soon as that tsunami warning siren went off. And we won't be hearing any more sirens after the 7:10 initial arrival of those waves, but we are still heavily monitoring any changes that we will be seeing on our coastlines. We also want to give an update that Kole Kole Pass is officially closed. Of course, military officials jumped in and worked with the State Department of Transportation to open up that valuable key passageway to allow West Oahu residents who are near the coastlines to evacuate readily. So they closed Kole Kole Pass at approximately 8:15 tonight due to low visibility, they say, but they did report that an estimated 410 residents were able to utilize that key passageway thanks to the military for making that available to them.
Yeah, it's precisely what it's intended. And again, that's what it's there for, right? To, come to the aid of leeward Oahu residents during these types of situations. And so far, as we give you a look from our Hilo cam, as we have seen how these images have developed over the course of the last couple of hours or so and how daylight has dissipated, no major activity in terms of coastal flooding. We saw the water receding when we were looking at that Hilo Bay cam. The water receding from the shots we were getting at Haleiwa Harbor. We are getting some reports of water kind of, moving in at Mauna Bay out in East Honolulu. We are told the parking lot is filled with water out at Coconut Island out in Hilo. As you can see from this cam, it's on the bottom left of your screen.
Yep.
Jamaica here.
Yeah. So
you see it too, right?
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, if you look closely, and we want to thank our producer for showing us, it's really hard to make out because of course it is nighttime and all of these changes are taking place. But yes, the bottom right corner there, you can see the parking
Actually,
lot.
bottom left.
Bottom left, yes,
Yeah.
yes, that left.
Yeah, the other left.
It is completely flooded. Ben and Drew, you could speak about this, and of course, Jen also mentioned high tides playing a role.
Yeah, high tides do play a role, but remember earlier, this is several hours ago, and I mentioned about how this is a place where the currents go in and out by that bridge. Now, usually that parking lot, you can see 4 stalls just to the right under the street light over there, just above the palm tree to the bottom left. So that is usually dry land. That is very dry. You can park your car there. I've done live shots from that particular area during tropical cyclones and so forth. So yeah, apparently while we were going through the various and sundry press conferences and getting more data, one thing that has apparently happened is that the ocean, a tsunami, came and flooded the parking lot at Coconut Island, and there it is in this live shot. So that's all ocean water that came in. And I was trying to look a little bit earlier before we pointed out the fact that the parking lot is flooded. I was trying to look at the currents beneath the bridge.
That's right.
And, it looks a little weird right now. It may be coming in again for, we'll take a look at some of the spikes, but there is some current that's going on over there that I can kind of detect, but basically the sign that something is going on, the parking lot in the foreground in front of the Coconut Island Bridge, it's flooded. It's basically, we've had something, a significant wave height come in as well.
Yeah, and as we're seeing that right now, so the parking lot of Coconut Island is flooded. We also have the video queued up from Mauna Bay with the water coming in. Let's see if we can play that. And so
this is in East Oahu, Hawaii Kai. Wow.
Now this is during, we have construction in the area right now for a dredging project. Who knows how that will be impacted, but you're just seeing how, whereas we were watching the water around the 7:15 time frame, okay, the first expected window of arrival for this tsunami, kind of the different effects that it is having. If what we are seeing is water moving in, a parking lot flooded, we will take that from what we have seen in the past, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But most importantly, so the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center officials saying before they give the all clear, yes, these are positive signs, but they are going to hope that we continue to see more of these smaller waves in the next series of waves that are set to arrive to Hawaii before giving the all clear.
And I want to take another look at some of the data from the Midway Atoll. Of course, the buoy that we've been watching all evening out there, of course, is kind of giving us a picture out of how these waves are going to be moving in. We've got open water in between the peninsula where the earthquake happened and Hawaii. So we really don't have a good idea of a good way to analyze it along the way as it's tracking towards the island chain. Ben and I are here in the Weather Center right now. We are looking at this data. This is from the Sand Island Midway Atoll buoy. You can actually take a look. This is over the last few hours. Again, we've been watching the actual waves from the tsunami moving in. Again, Ben, it's up and down, up and down. The buoy is rising very quickly, dropping very quickly. I do want to point out just again, we've even seen another shock or another large boost in the at the end there. This happened around 7:06 p.m. local time for the Midway Atoll. Again, we're still watching. That's why we haven't seen the all clear yet. We're still seeing spikes coming in on the buoys.
Yeah, a little bit earlier we showed you like these 4 spikes here, 1, 2, 3, 4. They get smaller. 2 smaller spikes, and then we've got this next spike, spike number 5, I guess I'll call it. And this one is obviously larger than the first one. So it's not necessary that the first wave was the biggest. We're not seeing that. We're already seeing some data that shows that we did have a much higher wave, and that could have possibly moved in. This might have been the one that flooded Coconut Island's parking lot.
And Jennifer Robbins, Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins mentioned that's a hot spot. Hilo Bay is a hot spot for flooding, especially when it comes to past tsunamis. And we're getting word from our reporter, our producer, that we are seeing some flooding over in Hilo Bay. We want to take you back out there. Still seeing some water moving into.
It's a closer shot here.
Yes, moving into the parking lot there.
Yeah, looks like, there we go. Yeah, looks like, I'm just going to move away from the desk for a moment, but it looks like, yeah, there's water. We can't really tell where the edge is, but because of darkness, but it looks like more water has been starting to move into the parking lot there. You can see on the right side of your screen where that little light reflection is, that might be a little bit of water movement there that's been happening, but that parking lot is definitely flooded. Just looking to see if it's getting a little bit higher or if some of the water is actually leaving the parking lot or trying to drain from the parking lot at this point. But you can see most of the parking lot at Coconut Island and Hilo Bay basically got inundated by ocean. So that's a sign that we have had some tsunami waves that have been moving through. They're not big, but once again, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
You know, this is one of those times where not having the worst case scenario is definitely something to celebrate. But again, we're not completely done with this event yet because as we've been emphasizing over and over, this is not one wave, this is a series of, you know, an update. And we've also got an update now from Chip McCreary, the head of the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. Let's go there now.
The Big Island now, and we actually got our largest reading so far at 4 feet from crest to trough, so from the bottom of the wave to the top about. That's just the initial wave so far there. Some of the other readings have come up here. Maybe I've reported these before, but about 8 feet crest to trough at Kahului. Again, about 8 feet crest to trough in Haleiwa. 3 feet, actually that grew a little bit, in Hanalei. It's also about 4 feet crest to trough in Hanalei. So again, the oscillations are continuing, and they're in places where it's already hit, maybe on Kauai. Hopefully they're starting to die down a bit, but as I mentioned before, we want to monitor this for quite a few wave cycles to make sure the pattern is really going down and it's not going to pop back up again, which it does. This is a pretty standard pattern that things will go down a couple of waves and come up again. So we'll just be, our job right now for Hawaii is just to continue monitoring this and reporting the readings. And I mean, we issued another bulletin just maybe about half an hour ago with our latest readings, and we'll just continue to do that.
Can you tell us what kind of damage that size waves could do?
Oh, it depends. They're not. They're the kind of things that could cause damage to smaller wooden structures, I suppose. It's hard to say. The thing is that the readings we're reporting here are what we see on a gauge, and so we can't really see what's happening all along a coastline, and gauges are usually in fairly protected places inside a harbor, so oftentimes it's not the largest reading you see on a gauge, because people put gauges in a protected place because they want them to last a long time, versus putting them on an open coast. So we're reporting what we see on these gauges, but we don't know what's actually happening comprehensively along a coast. So if the water comes up, I think I mentioned once before, for a human, if you're standing in water even up to your knee and it's fast moving water, it can easily sweep you off your feet. And so water has a lot of power when it's flowing fast, and when it comes onto the land, that's what's happening. It's flowing fast, so it can damage structures. But so far, we haven't seen anything too big, but still a little bit early. So
we're not out of the woods yet.
We're not out of the woods yet. But I'm quite happy that we, at least on our gauges, we haven't seen numbers like 10 feet above normal sea level. We're seeing the biggest ones are close to 10 feet from crest to trough.
You spoke about kind of informing neighboring countries and nations about the waves coming in. What's the latest data you're giving to them? And since it's past Hawaii, now moving further south, what are you telling neighboring nations?
Well, we actually what we do is we send them the results of our forecast model. So they can see along their coastline. Our model makes forecasts based on an approximation for how big the amplitude might be along their coasts, and then they can make their own decisions about issuing alerts based on that. In some places, like in northern Chile, the Chileans have told us they have a very cliffy coastline, so if they have a wave that's 1 meter, it's not a threat to them because it's not going to go inland along that cliffy coast. So it's all kind of depends upon the individual country what they decide to do with these amplitudes we send them. But we'll update our forecast. We updated this one several times, and then we issue it to those countries.
We've heard some reports that people have started to return back to their homes, especially on the Oahu's North Shore. That's where we got the reports from. What is your reaction to that, and what would your advice be?
That's a very poor thing to do until we know it's safe, and so I would always advise to follow instructions from the emergency management community. You're kind of taking an unnecessary chance, and I hope they're all right. But by the same token, I think that's not the right thing to do.
Could you kind of explain why it's not just one big sweeping wave, but it's these rounds that keep on coming minutes apart?
Well, even if you have seen films of the 2011 tsunami in Japan, you can see that sometimes when the wave comes in, it's very subtle. It just looks like a little bit of a surge of the sea. It just starts coming in a little bit and rising slowly, but it doesn't stop. It keeps rising and rising and rising, and the current gets faster and faster. And there's videos of a town that's wiped out in 15 minutes from something that didn't come in like a wall of water. It just came in like a slowly rising tide. Well, not as slow as the tides. It's a rising tide that will come to its peak in 10 minutes or 15 minutes. And why it does that really depends upon the shape of the coastline and the offshore bathymetry. So if it's a gently sloping offshore bathymetry, then the sea is just going to rise slowly. But if it's something that gets focused, or sometimes if there's a sharper slope, then the wave can rise up and form this rolling white water like you see in a breaking surf wave.
So it wouldn't be an anomaly that something big could happen at this point that could change the course of what you're watching?
I'm hopeful not. I think we still haven't seen what's going to happen on the Big Island because we haven't seen enough cycles, but we've seen quite a few cycles on Kauai, and there haven't been any surprises. It did grow after the first waves, but it hasn't grown. It hasn't grown very quickly after that. So I'm hopeful. In most places, maybe we've seen the worst of it.
Does the water line return to normal in between each wave, or does it come all the way in and go all the way back out? How does that work?
When it floods the coast, the water goes down, the coast will drain, but you can have spots on the land where the water's back, and it's not going to flow back out to sea. So in big tsunamis where you've had a lot of destruction of structures, then the flowing back out is as dangerous as the flowing back in, because you're carrying all this debris, and the debris are battering rams, and of course it's terrible for people in the water too. So okay, well, this time I think we'll probably wait another hour to come back down, so we have maybe a more comprehensive look at what has happened and maybe some outlook on where we're going. So thank you.
We were listening into a news conference with Chip McCreary of the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, just providing us the latest. He mentioned a wealth of information right there on kind of the statistics and the new data models that are coming in. Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins can break that down for us on kind of what we're seeing in terms of the forecast.
Thank you so much, Mark. Well, so far so good with the initial cycles is what Chip was talking about. And we're crossing our fingers it continues to behave this way as what we've seen with these initial readings. So those first initial waves came in at 7 o'clock, but then grew larger and larger by 8 o'clock, and hopefully will be on the downward trend into the next several hours. But Chip was talking about it's too early to say if we'll have another spike in energy, so we're not in the clear yet. But what we're seeing is unpredictable, strong currents accompanying all of this, as we did see the initial waves come into the picture during that 7 o'clock and 8 o'clock hour. Here are some of the initial readings reaching the islands. So Haleiwa, one of the largest there at 4 feet. Also on Maui, you see this is an amplitude per 12 seconds in Haleiwa. There's lots of movement over the waters. In Honolulu, it was about 3 feet in amplitude per 20 minutes. So when you look at that timestamp there, when we're talking about per 12 minutes or per 20 minutes, that is wave after wave. We're talking about the first cycle, and then you'll see that energy coming in a period of time for one wave to the next. And also, amplitude is a measurement here relative to normal sea levels. So these are the numbers that we're seeing that are relative to normal sea level. And we are seeing it hopefully on a downward trend, but it's too early to say. As you can see, the magnitude, the depth, the wave direction plays a big role of how all of this unfolds. And as the waves get closer and closer to the islands and how it interacts with the island chain and also with our seafloor as well. And you could see back in history, in 1960, a 9.5 magnitude hurricane or a 9.5 magnitude earthquake, very devastating situation. It arrived 15 hours up to 35 feet during that time period. And that was one of the strongest and one of the most devastating in history that we have on record, with that 9.5 magnitude earthquake that happened in Chile. And then also in 2010, even though it was a strong magnitude earthquake at 8.8, only about 3 feet. So it really highly depends. Each individual tsunami is not alike with the magnitude, how far the wave energy has to travel, what direction it has to travel in. And then in 2011, with the Japan earthquake at 9.1, we did see anywhere from 6 to 7 feet in property damage. So it's really dark outside. It's not until tomorrow's morning light we'll see what kind of damage is coming our way. It's too early to say what the readings are. We're seeing some initial cycles in Hilo but it usually gets hit pretty hard there, being the hot spot of tsunamis due to the bay's shape. And so we'll see what the readings are in the following cycles that we're seeing there. But fortunately enough, we've been seeing some maybe run up and not a whole lot of coastal flooding that's making its way inland. So that's been great news for us. And we could be seeing more run up into the next couple of hours. And also a big concern, of course, will be all of the activity and movement over the waters with the swell energy that we're seeing right now, with the tide that we're seeing. And then on top of that, of course, how unpredictable some of that energy is and that it's coming in surges. But as we've been talking about throughout the entire evening, Hawaii is no stranger to tsunamis. It has endured over 160 tsunamis since 1812, and we've seen a number of origins. Right now, the epicenter, even though it has been so far away, it's incredible how far these waves can travel, up to 500 to 550 miles per hour, and then eventually arrive. And we had that 5 to 6 hour window. And it looks like a lot of the projections have been pretty good, right on target. Initially, the lower end, when we're talking about 3 feet or so, we've been falling anywhere from about 3 feet to 4 feet so far, and hoping that trend continues as we approach the next several hours.
As you said, yes, we are watching and we are currently waiting and continuing to monitor the effects that we're seeing live. We just showed you that flooded parking lot at Coconut Island over in Hilo, and we are currently preparing a video clip for you to show you at home of the ebb and flow of Hilo Bay. We actually have that right now, a time lapse of when the initial waves were arriving Hilo Bay at 7:10 this evening.
Yeah, so the window started at 7:10, and over the next 20 minutes to half hour or so, we were keeping a very close eye on kind of how this shot was evolving, and this time lapse really shows that. As you can see, some of the water moving back, exposing more and more of the shoreline and the shallow areas there. Just really fascinating to see how this was unfolding before our very eyes.
Yeah, this really is a historical moment, Mark, as us and the entire state of Hawaii watch these events unfolding. However, you know, it could also be a moment of anxiety for a lot of people, especially because this is happening at night, where you can't really observe and see the changes, as we were all recalling the past major tsunami and the effects of that one in Japan back in 2011. The effects were during the day, where we could actually see and observe those effects. So we are in for possibly a long night ahead.
Yeah, but you know what we've been hearing from the latest updates from HIEMA and the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, yes, we are still in the window, but there is optimism with the numbers that have emerged so far and the data they are tracking with the forecasts. We do want to mention this, that Hawaiian Airlines is safely resuming flight operations this evening as airports reopen. We appreciate our guests' patience and understanding while we adjusted operations here in Hawaii. Guests with travel to, from, or within the Hawaiian Islands should continue to check the status of their flights.
And as far as we know, the Hilo Airport remains closed, and the Kahului Airport, all flights to and from Kahului Airport have been canceled. And just as Mark, you mentioned, it is best to just check in with your individual flight carriers for the latest schedules. Now, as I understand, we want to go live to our reporter Daryl Huff, who has an update for us. Daryl.
Hey, Steph and Mark. So we're at the Joint Information Center, which is part of the Department of Defense. We're here in Diamond Head Crater, where the governor's been holding his basically hourly press conferences. Well, the governor has left the building. I think that's a big sign of confidence, although what they're saying here is, please, if you're outside of the inundation zone because you have evacuated, stay outside of it for now. We're waiting for an all-clear signal. Now, what they're telling us is that the governor and his emergency staff will not be making updates again formally from here, but they'll be pushing out things on social media that obviously we will pick up at Hawaii News Now and repeat on our digital platforms. And of course, you guys are on the air. and you've been doing a great job. Congratulations. But for now, there's a lot of confidence here that they won't have to have another update about danger to the community. But there is energy in the water, and it's very tricky out there. So what they're going to do is send out updates on social media, probably about now and then another hour. When there is an all clear, the Adjutant General will come out and announce it. And that will be on X, on their social media. And of course, we'll pick that up and turn it around, probably live for you here on Hawaii News Now. So for now, the governor has left the building. There seems to be a lot of confidence that we have gotten through this crisis safely. And now I'll send it back to you folks on the set.
Carol, thank you very much. That is a significant development there. But of course, we are still on standby for the all clear. And as far as we've been told, that could even come tomorrow.
Come tomorrow. We've heard a range of estimates, right? You've heard an all clear being whispered potentially within the next couple hours or so. Other sides, if you listen to forecasters and scientists who, of course, they're looking at the numbers, they're looking at the models all night throughout this. And so you're not going to see maybe an all clear on their end for another few hours after that. Regardless, what we are witnessing so far is something that has shown, some areas of rising tide levels, strong current. This right now, as we give you our live shot from our Hilo Bay cam, is probably the most visual representation of what we can see so far, in the current conditions with the darkness here, is that the parking lot at Coconut Island has been flooded, giving us a sign, in addition to some of the video that we've been seeing with the receding water of the effects of this.
Yeah, and actually in about 5 minutes ago or so, we were just hearing from a reporter who was out on the North Shore near Haleiwa saying he witnessed water rushing back under the Rainbow Bridge. I know that we were taking some visuals from there earlier, but I want to open it up now to our First Alert weather team, Drew Davis and Ben Gutierrez, about your thoughts so far on where we're at tonight.
Yeah, it looks like at the moment what we've been seeing is a good sign. Basically, I know that some have said we may not get the all clear until tomorrow morning, but part of the scenario is this could be, there's a police car going into the parking lot, trying to make sure that nobody's there. Hasn't seen anybody, so okay, that's a good sign. At least the parking lot is navigable and nobody's there. Yep. That's also pretty good. But again, there could be another wave. There could be another surge that could be coming in. That's kind of what we're monitoring right now because we don't know. We have some idea, but we don't know just how many waves have been generated by this earthquake. It could be a while. However, confidence seems to be increasing, as Daryl mentioned, that this event, excuse me, could be downgraded a little bit because we've seen the spikes get a little bit bigger, but they haven't grown like huge.
Yes.
So if they're getting a little bit smaller and smaller as the night goes along, one part of the scenario is we might not get an all clear, but the warning might be downgraded a little bit to an advisory, where you still have to watch out for tsunami waves. They won't be destructive, but they can still cause strong currents. They can still cause some coastal inundation, just not anything destructive. So that's another possibility that could happen where the warning will be downgraded to an advisory.
Yeah, and we're going to be definitely watching out for that. One of the questions that we've been getting from viewers, at least what I've seen on our social media platforms, is that, of course, we've been talking about a lot of technical terms when it comes to the waves, the amplitude, the crest, the trough. If you bring us back on camera, I do want to show just what we're talking about when we talk about these terms, because it kind of gives you a better idea of how we're actually analyzing the data coming in from NOAA and coming in from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. Here's what we showed you of Sand Island at Midway Atoll just a little while ago. Ben, you could point out again where we're seeing the shocks or the bumps coming in from the tsunami wave, and that's kind of playing into how this wave is changing very drastically. This is a diagram that I do want to walk you through because this is kind of an explanation of what's going on out there. We've got a crest, a trough, The wavelength, so how far the waves are, which is what we've been seeing, about 20-ish minutes, I believe, between waves. So that's what we've been watching, at least coming from the data from Midway Atoll. And then the amplitude is how far it is away from its neutral position, so not up, not down. Again, this is a diagram you may be familiar with if you took high school physics.
Or we're paying attention.
But this is definitely gives a little bit more insight to how these diagrams work with the data we've been getting from Midway Atoll. We've shown Na Wili Wili, and then we've also taken a look at over at Hilo Bay, where we were seeing the water receding, feeding that wave, allowing it to grow its amplitude, so it gives a little bit more insight there.
Yeah, so when we're talking about a 4-foot amplitude over at Haleiwa, we're talking about the regular wave level. We're talking about this here, and then the amplitude, that 4 feet. And so basically, I'm like 5'6", and so that would be about here. And so what we saw earlier from the live pictures that we had from Haleiwa a little bit earlier this evening definitely showed that, because you could see where the water level was. That was probably the high point, and then we could see where the sand had basically been exposed as the water was receding. So we're definitely seeing, so it's a tsunami. It's not huge, but we have tsunamis.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mark, Steph, back to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yeah, and you were just talking about the 4-foot amplitude at Haleiwa, and that's where we want to go live next.
Yeah, let's take it over to our Kyle Chinen, who is standing by live on the North Shore, monitoring the coastline. What can you tell us of what you've been seeing so far, Kyle?
Yeah, guys, we're here at Haleiwa Harbor, and just a couple minutes ago, the water, which has been consistently receding out of the harbor into the ocean and back towards the shoreline, just flooded a good chunk of the parking lot here at Haleiwa Harbor. I'm going to step out of the shot so that you can see just the wet ground. It was about ankle height, but it receded from the docks onto the parking lot area here. You know, we saw a bunch of cars. There are a lot of locals and residents here that are out just trying to check out kind of what's been going on. And this is, some of the residents have been telling me that was the farthest inland that it has reached here at the harbor parking lot. Some cars are just trying to get out of the area as soon as possible when it came in. And it lasted for about, I would say, 5 to 6 minutes before it started to recede back into the harbor area and then back into the ocean. And it's been pretty consistent like that here all night. Not a lot of destructive or big swells, but consistent receding out into the ocean and back here to the shore. Now, there was a lot of activity underneath the Rainbow Bridge, which is just a few feet away from us, and it looked like a river a couple minutes ago, right before we noticed that the harbor was starting to flood here a little bit. And as we come back out here, yeah, a lot of locals have told me that, you know, they've been here since that 7:10 predicted wave arrival for Kauai, and they just wanted to kind of see what was going on out here. But they also told me this is kind of the most drastic receding of water and coming back into shore that they've seen in quite some time. That's the latest here. I mean, still quite a lot of activity with cars driving around, people taking pictures on their phone, Instagram Live, you name it. But that's kind of the scene here right now. The water has slowly gone back in towards the ocean, and yeah, we just saw probably the biggest swell to hit land here on the North Shore. I'm going to send things back to you guys in the studio. That's the latest here in Haleiwa.
Yeah, thank you very much. We really appreciate that report, Kyle. And we want to show our viewers back at home the video that you filmed while out there as the water was flooding into the parking lot. This is it. Take a look. You can see, as Kyle described earlier, it was an ankle high, and then it didn't seem like it receded back for a while. It flooded the parking lot over at Haleiwa Harbor during the first arrival, estimated time of around 7:17 tonight for Oahu.
Yeah, based on the initial measurements that have come out so far, Haleiwa Harbor seems to be one of the areas with the most quote-unquote lively activity through this event so far. And so, yeah, you have the flooding video of the parking lot. We also saw a similar scene at Mauna Bay out in East Honolulu. Hilo Bay, we've been going back and forth between the Coconut Island parking lot cam the water going in and out there, and of course Hilo Bay on Kauai, which was the initial site and the initial area of concern through all this.
So all of these scenes that we are seeing here tonight and witnessing along with you at home, flooded parking lots due to this tsunami event, and the scientists at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center are hoping that this activity will continue. Smaller waves, of course, they mentioned, you know, they can't predict the pattern. It could be smaller waves and then a bigger one, but that is why it's going to take some time for them to just observe and wait and watch before they make that final determination. I know we've been getting a lot of viewer emails and calls into the newsroom with a lot of folks wanting to know, okay, I listened, I heeded the warnings, I am now in a safe place. Can I go back now that this amount of time has passed? And the answer, unfortunately, is no. We do have to ride this out, and we do need to make sure that we are safe. Definitely safe from the officials at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. We need to wait for the official all clear before you head back.
Yeah, there seems to be high confidence in what we've been seeing so far, and a trend toward positivity in terms of, okay, from what we've seen from the initial spikes that have unfolded, okay, it's looking like we're in a good spot. This is a normal pattern, nothing out of the ordinary. But of course, the all clear has not been given, so it's not advisable to return to the low-lying areas just in case you have the risk of coastal flooding. That risk is always there. Ben Gutierrez and Drew Davis, you're always keeping track of the monitors here.
Yeah, definitely.
Folks, why do you think we saw more of a severe flooding event on the Haleiwa side versus on the East Oahu side?
Well, part of it is, yeah, there's a little bit of, it's facing there, but at the same time, remember just the way that Haleiwa Harbor is built. You've got a seawall there. You've got water that's going to be rushing through a very thin area. And so there's the possibility that more of that energy is going to start moving in through a very small area. Also, again, bathymetry, basically what's going on beneath the harbor. And so you've got, some deep areas over there so that boats can come in and out. But at the same time, those can cause currents that also could push some of that energy, the tsunami energy, farther up into the parking lot. And as Kyle was saying, it was only ankle deep, but unlike, again, the surf waves, they didn't come in and then recede. They stayed. Basically, the water levels stayed at ankle deep for several minutes. So that means that you had that tsunami energy, which had been raised by the bottom of the ocean, being spread out as well. And so that is, you can look at that and maybe you can say it's not much. But remember, that came from thousands of miles away more than 6 hours ago.
Yeah.
That this is something that came from a long ways away, and it's here. This is what was caused by an earthquake off the Russian coast, and so it could have been worse. I mean, we're not completely out of the woods yet, but again, we are, seeing that tsunami energy, and just be glad that it hasn't been worse. And so for people who may be like armchair quarterbacks later on to say, well, it wasn't that big. Well, we don't really know until it actually gets here. And so it's better to err on the side of caution, because what if it had been a lot bigger, like we saw in 2011? I mean, that wasn't huge either, but it did cause a lot of damage. At least at this point, we can knock on wood. We can be thankful that it wasn't anything destructive, but just know that a tsunami has been moving through the islands.
Yeah, that's a very fair point, Ben. I want to make the note here that, again, the tsunami forecasting is much like meteorology. It's a very young science, only within the addition of weather models, ocean models within the last 30 years, really, with the addition of high-tech computers that can really simulate the ocean to a degree that's actually usable for forecasting purposes. It's a very young science. It's very, it's not as clear-cut as something that like, oh, there's going to be, you can't pinpoint exactly the amount of damage. That's why throughout all of this afternoon, we've been saying it's very hard to predict the actual size of the waves, much like the weather models that simulate the atmosphere that we use every day here on the First Alert Weather Center. These models that the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, they're simulating the ocean, and they don't have as much observation data, and that plays into the models having less accuracy, more biases that they have to figure out whenever they're forecasting for this information. So it is good that we're seeing more confidence that this is not expecting to be as big of an event as potentially, because we did see over in Japan where we were seeing those tsunami waves crashing in near the shoreline. And again, I'm sure we will see other videos of damage throughout the next few days coming out of Russia and Japan and potentially even the Aleutian Islands. So again, this is a new science. It's the idea of simulating the entire ocean when we don't even know the exact idea of the tectonic plates, like how much mass moved there. And we were saying earlier today that movement is an incredible amount of energy just released into the ocean. It's very hard to simulate that with very little observation data at the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, at this point, according to reports that we're getting from around the world and from the Associated Press, there have been tsunami waves in Japan. They are reporting, obviously, tsunami waves in Hawaii and elsewhere across the Pacific. The good news right now is around the Pacific, no substantial damage has been reported. There were some ports on the Kamchatka Peninsula in Russia that were close to the epicenter of this 8.8 magnitude earthquake that were flooded. And then we saw some video earlier of big white waves that were coming in over parts of Hokkaido and portions of northern Japan. So at least, you know, the thing that I want to emphasize is that it was a tsunami. The good news is that it was not destructive. It has, been, it's there, and we still have to be careful about strong currents, unusual currents. Parking lots getting flooded like Coconut Island and Haleiwa, and people should note that this is not behaving like a surf wave. We've seen the waves during the eddy, and people, the wave comes in and immediately comes out, goes out, and maybe sweep some people out. This one could have been, if you look back at the Indonesian earthquake and what happened there, just water energy just continuing to come in nonstop, it just keeps flowing in because you're looking at the whole ocean coming in. You're not just looking at a wave. So we can be very thankful at this point, but again, we're not in the clear yet. We still have to wait and see just how many waves are generated by this particular event. So yeah, a couple of small waves, but we just want to make 100% sure before we let everybody return to evacuation areas. But right now, sit tight, just do what you need to do where you are and wait for the all clear signal when it is issued by the authorities.
Yeah, and a big mahalo to everybody's kokua out there for heeding the warnings and cooperating and making sure that our community is safe. We are now more than 2 hours into this event since the first arrival of the tsunami waves at Hilo Bay at 7:10, followed by waves to arrive on Oahu at 7:20. And we witness changes, activity, energy in the ocean that continues as we speak. As we take a live look at our Waikiki camera, you can see the wet sand line there coming up quite a ways,
right.
Onto the shoreline there.
You can see the evolving water line as the night has unfolded, right? But yes, no major coastal flooding from what we've been seeing. And Ben, let's reiterate this point here, right? This is a tsunami event, but it's not a destructive tsunami from what we have been seeing thus far.
Yeah, and that's the good news right now. It is a tsunami. We were right to evacuate, quite frankly, because we didn't know there was the potential for destructive waves. We've seen inundation, we've seen parking lots flooded, which may be more of an inconvenience, but maybe, in the post-mortem, as we call it, maybe tomorrow morning with the light of day, and once this event has passed, we might see some damage to some boats. We might see a little bit of those things, maybe some coastal infrastructure damage, those sorts of things. We don't know yet because we really can't go into those areas. But once the all clear is given and people can assess if any damage has occurred, we can take a better look. But again, like in 2011, this is an event that could take several hours because we had waves still coming in for like 4 or 5 hours after the initial waves came in. And so even though the first wave was expected at 7 p.m. and it kind of, right in that time frame around 7:15, 7:30 did come in, we are now 2 hours in, and we're not done yet because we're still seeing some waves coming in. We're going to be checking in again at the midway buoy just to see if it's still recording any spikes that we've been watching all evening long. And if there's still spikes, we're not out of the clear yet.
Yeah, still seeing waves. If there are still spikes, we'll make sure to give you another update from the Midway Atoll buoy. I do want to just bring up again the Honolulu, the time lapse that we showed earlier.
Oh, yeah.
We were watching that live, and we could all see the reef getting exposed, and seeing that played back quickly. It's incredible to see how much water actually receded. Luckily, it didn't come back as a wall of water. Which here's the video that you can see on your live stream again. So you can very clearly see we were watching. Luckily, with the sun setting, you were able to see the way the currents were moving, and then there you go. The reef is exposed. The sand is exposed. Luckily, we didn't see anybody actually on the camera walking out. And Mark, you had something you wanted?
No, that was over the course of about a half hour or so too.
Yeah.
This just speaks to how fast this has moved.
Yeah.
The sirens are sounding again, and this alert says we are 2 hours out from the first wave arrival. Those waves were estimated at 7:10.
That may be an older update that is now playing on a device right now.
Oh.
Okay, it's funny how these mobile devices operate. So, not to stoke any fear here,
It's sounding again.
there is no new siren.
Steph, you have your own personal.
Yeah, I think you have your Apple Watches finally updating
out there
with the
as well.
alerts from today.
It's catching up.
Yeah. Fortunately, we shouldn't be getting any alerts right now. That might have been just a leftover, but
no new alerts.
Yeah.
I am told, as we were looking at the parking lot of Coconut Island at the SCP Hotel, SCP Hilo Hotel, which is just a stone's throw away from this parking lot here. I am told we have great video of just flooding right in front of, this is the drop-off area of the property right now as you're looking at kind of the surge.
You're looking at the damages that a tsunami wave can cause, and you can see the water, just there, and it's not looking so powerful there, but it is pooling and it's not moving back, which means that more water is continuing to add to that. So that is why a tsunami wave can cause damage. We're seeing this coastal surges.
Is that the one that was the Hilo Seaside?
Yeah, that's the one that's right in front of the ice pond in Hilo.
Yeah, it's right in front of the ice pond. So the ice pond is over there. That's the restaurant that's in the frame right now.
Yep.
And if you've ever been inside that restaurant, they do have a line painted on the wall which shows the height of the swell of the 1960 tsunami. So a little bit of history there, but obviously now that we're getting these pictures from HHH News, we can see ice ponds. That's the area that's usually, there's a road in front of there. That, again, that's the drop-off area. That's where people can drive in and go into the lobby. So that's a view from the lobby. So Hilo, well, there you go. The former Hilo
We're talking about the
Seaside Hotel.
1960 earthquake, the one generated by the earthquake in Chile.
Chile, yeah.
Okay, yeah, that one apparently generated a 35-foot wave.
Yeah, so they do have marks on the wall in that restaurant there. Fortunately, I don't think they really have to put a mark on the wall, although maybe it did get into the restaurant. But obviously, just that surge that has been coming in just off the ice ponds with a restaurant off in the distance there, and then just making it almost up the stairs into the lobby. So that is definitely a sign that, yes, there was a tsunami surge that came in. And inundated at least the parking lot and also the roads up near Banyan Drive. So probably that area got quite a bit of water activity, got quite a bit of flooding in that area.
And like Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins said earlier this evening, she was talking about Hilo really is the hot spot for tsunami flooding. It's the way that the bay is shaped. You get the wraparound, especially when you have the like in 2011, the wrap around the island from the tsunami generated from Japan out to its west, while Hilo's on the east side of the island. You're still seeing, just because of the shape of the bay and the seafloor topography, it just lifts this water up. And just a fun anecdote, this is the hotel that I stayed at in last August when we were covering Hurricane Hone over here. And the water, the flooding, was nowhere near the stairs of the SCP hotel. Of course, this is right by the bay, so you're just seeing a little bit of a lift. But even with all the heavy rain and the flooding in the bay, and the flooding and the soccer fields right in Hilo Bay,
right, I remember that.
I didn't see any water levels like this.
And so once again, this is video from our HNN out on Oahu's north shore of the flooding that just completely took over the parking lot at Haleiwa Harbor, just as those first waves were coming in at 7:17 tonight. He described that as being ankle high, and some boaters eventually came down to see if their property was okay, but you can see for the most part it seems a little empty out there.
So thus far, the images that have surfaced to describe and really emphasize what we're seeing with this tsunami event, the flooded parking lots, the rising waters at Haleiwa, Mauna Lua Bay out in East Honolulu, and the SCP Hilo Hotel. As we're kind of just cycling through the cameras statewide. This is the aerial shot of Waikiki. No new activity in terms of the wet sand on the shoreline there. You know, with this lighting that we have, you're able to really see how things have progressed over the night.
Our First Alert Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins has joined us now with an update on some new data, Jen.
And as the night progresses and as daybreak comes our way for tomorrow, I'm sure we'll see more activity, especially along some of those harbors. But let's take a closer look at the tsunami wave readings. So far, we've been in good shape, but Haleiwa, Kahului, and also Hilo seen the most action. This is how it breaks down for you. Readings at 4 feet was the latest information with those initial cycles. And we saw that on Maui as well. Makapu'u, not as big at 2.3 feet. And then likely, we didn't get a reading quite yet in Hilo, but falling anywhere from 4 to 5 feet, according to some of the history that we've seen of how much significant flooding has been occurring. We just saw all of that video that came through, significant flooding there with lots of energy. In Haleiwa, parking lots have been flooded, some of the adjacent parks as well. Minor flooding and run-up that we've been seeing on Maui. Makapu'u, no major damage, luckily. And past most affected areas have been in Hilo. As we've been talking about, the hot spot for tsunamis due to the bay shape, and it was hit hardest in 1946, 1960, and 2011. And we are going to be seeing some minor flooding into the night as this continues. We're hoping that it's peaked at these levels, but we could have a spike here and there. And that's why we're waiting for the next couple of hours to see how the ocean behaves and how it settles down. But it looks like these initial cycles, we have been seeing action up to about 4 feet or so. Kona also suffered damage in 1975 and 2011, and then other coasts that we're seeing over the western end of the state, seeing run up depending on the wave direction, but no major damage. The most damage we've been seeing has been in Haleiwa with some of that parking lot flooding into the night. So this is where we stand. So we are hopefully going to be on the back edge of all of this energy. We've been seeing initial cycles that came in with those initial waves, about 1, 2, 3 waves or so, maybe 4 or 5. We're hoping that we're going to be on the backside in the next couple of hours. But even after things settle down, it is highly unpredictable of how strong the currents can be. And we are going to be declining when it comes to high tide as well. But we're still seeing plenty of surf and swell action. We have higher surf on south-facing shores and east-facing shores. And we have been seeing that within the last 24 hours. And it will continue with that trend with within the next 24 to 36 hours. But here's a closer look at tsunami energy, where you're talking about the big quake just off the coast of Russia. The Earth's plates rubbed together, causing an underwater earthquake. And this one had a lot of depth to it, and that's what causes all of that energy to travel so far, as fast as 500 to 550 miles per hour across the ocean. So we did have that 6-hour window. And now you can see the earthquake causes a vertical push of sea water. And then as it rises, that's when you get those tsunami waves of energy. And as the waves spread into shallow waters, it grows in height. And just a friendly reminder, the power of water. 1 foot can pick up cars, 2 feet can move SUVs and heavy trucks. And areas of concern are also by rivers, and we've been talking about that as well. So you got to be careful out there. So we're not out of the woods yet, but so far so good when it looks like some of that minor flooding that has occurred. But you can see historically, we have been seeing a number of tsunamis here in Hawaii, up to about 160. And you can see the biggest one that occurred with the most damage and devastation occurred in 1960 with magnitude 9.5. It arrived 15 hours and brought up to 35-foot waves. Incredible to see the strength and how far this wave action could travel. So keep it tuned here. Your First Alert team will be watching the buoy readings very carefully into the night.
All right, thank you so much from our Chief Meteorologist, Jennifer Robbins, for that very important information. And here, more evidence of people heeding the warnings. This is an image from Uncle John Lum, no relation, same last name.
But mahalo nui to Uncle John here.
Uncle John Lum for this image here of all of the boaters heading out to sea. This is, I believe, off Ala Moana.
Yeah, what a shot to define how the night has unfolded, right? And to really underscore the response. You know, when the warning came in just before 3 o'clock this afternoon, there was a lot of attention paid to the harbors and port areas across the state as boaters who have vessels and you know, they're moored in different areas were told to take their vessel out into the open ocean. You don't want to keep it tied down in the harbor or in the port areas because that could cause a lot of damage. It can be a really huge mess. So head out into the open ocean. That is the best area to wait out a tsunami event.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, we saw them leave in force from Honolulu Harbor earlier today as well. A lot of fishing boats and the Coast Guard leading the way. For many of them, this is maybe the second time that they've been through this. I mean, as recently as 2011, we saw a lot of them also leaving the harbors, and we saw what happened to a lot of the boats that unfortunately could not get out in time. And even though some people did tie them up and prepare them, just the power of those tsunami waves back in 2011 heavily damaged a lot of boats. So you can see this is great to see all of these boaters leaving in force, heeding the warnings. Ben and Drew?
Yeah, we wanted to talk a little bit more about the, you know, we've been talking a little bit about the bathymetry and basically how the tsunami waves work, because a little bit way earlier in the evening when the warning was first issued, some people had the question about, well, for example, the Haleiwa side get some waves and am I safer on the East Honolulu side? Obviously not, because of that wave will wrap around the islands. Once again, when we talk about the amplitude and also about the wave heights, when we talk about 4 feet at Haleiwa, that means 4 feet above the normal height of the ocean. As we look at Haleiwa, we're going to be zooming in a little bit more. Yeah, actually, yeah, you get a good sense of like Haleiwa Harbor right by 83 here. You can see the two seawalls and then how it kind of comes in. And so the parking lot where Kyle is, yeah, right around, it might be this one, but yeah, oh no, it actually was this one because this is the Rainbow Bridge right there. And so you can definitely see, even though in our graphic the waves are coming in the wrong way, basically you've got a little area there where you're going to have water that's going to be smushed up against the land. And so that is one big reason why that particular wave came in and flooded the area.
Yeah, and one of the things that I want to mention that this is the same graphic that we use every day when we take a look at our radar and satellite. You may have never noticed just the look of it, but this is actually displaying the seafloor terrain. So the darker blues here are indicating much deeper water. The lighter blues you can see, especially as you're running up closer to the oceans or to the island, you're seeing those the shelf or the seafloor getting higher and higher. And when we zoom back in closer to Haleiwa, you can see this is an area that is relatively shallow. That's why one of the reasons we were allowed to see the water run up very easily into Haleiwa Harbor. Of course, we've shown you video about that. If you bring us back on camera, I do want to explain one more time this, because this plays into how this the crest, the amplitude, the wavelength, how it all played in. I want to point out here that we've got the neutral position on our wave. We've got the wavelength between two crests that was about 15 to 20 minutes, maybe a little bit longer between our waves. The amplitude, how high it is from the neutral position, which just is right between high and low tide. So imagine this is high tide and low tide. Imagine that this is the seafloor and it's getting pushed up. You're getting pushed up further and further when you're in the peak of your wave, the peak of the tsunami wave. The amplitude can only grow. The sea column, the water column can only grow as it's getting closer to the shore. And unfortunately, that's what was happening across the entire Pacific Ocean, especially when you get close to those areas, those coastal areas, areas that have less depth, like Haleiwa Harbor, where it's relatively shallow compared to other parts of the island. So you allow that amplitude to grow, and unfortunately we were able to see the Haleiwa parking lot get flooded, and also the Coconut Island parking lot flooded. So we've seen two instances of water coming up into low-lying areas so far, and allowing the water to just rush in and really have a hard time receding for a little bit.
Yeah, if we can go back to the map of the state, if you could just go ahead and drive the computer here. We're just going from graphic to graphic. Let's do the islands, and then let's kind of look at the island of Hawaii, and we'll turn off the radar here, even though we do have a few windward and Mauka showers. But you can see that Hilo is more on the sheltered side, and you would think, okay, the tsunami is coming from Russia, it's coming from the northwest, but Hilo still got quite a bit of that energy from the tsunami. Also, as we head into this part, I think Laupahoehoe, that area was destroyed by tsunami back in 1946 and overrun. And then when you look at Hilo, we'll zoom in a little bit closer to Hilo there. You've got a breakwater there, and then yeah, we also have some shallower water that is in that area. And so when you're looking at the SCP hotel, no surprise that it's getting quite a bit of water, because that area is going to have a lot of swell energy, a lot of ocean water that's funneled over into it. Mark, Steph, back over to you.
Thank you so much, guys. I know that they were talking about the flooding at Coconut Island in Hilo, and we did see a lot of flooded parking lots there, including into the hotel that was nearby. In fact, we have Hawaii County Mayor Kimo Alameda standing by live, joining us right now tonight. And sir, if you could tell us, we are now more than 2 hours into this event. What can you tell us so far in terms of any damage or observations that you've noticed since then?
Thank you. Yes, we are here at EOC, and you know, we did get the Haima update. And we do have some flooding. We've been getting video and reports in from our lower line areas. You know, we recognize that the 9 feet that Haima mentioned, you know, for Hilo is somewhat significant. So we are just standing by to see. Hopefully that, you know, what we're hearing is we need to see about 3 or 4 insignificant waves to be all in the clear, and that's not going to happen for another hour. So we are just on standby right now.
Any road closures in the area? Obviously, people should not be on the roads, but you know, what are you receiving in terms of reports of any you know, road impacts and kind of just infrastructure updates there?
Absolutely. I mean, all roads that needed to be closed were closed after the evacuation, and
now we're getting somewhere.
Low-line areas, and we are giving them the message not to do that. We are not in the clear. This is still an emergency, and we are taking it seriously until we get the all clear. We expect no residents to go back in lower low-lying areas.
Mayor, can you please, in terms of the activity at the emergency shelters tonight?
Yeah, so we have 11 emergency shelters currently operating, and we have about 1,500 evacuees that we are catering to right now. And so they're also on standby. And, again, we are not unfamiliar with these tsunamis, right? We have 4 of them that I'm aware of. 1952, 1960 was the biggest tsunami. So, Hilo Town, we're resilient. We know that we don't take these threats lightly, and this is a big deal for us. So again, all hands on deck. We got everybody here at the EOC. We're not leaving until we get the all clear sign.
Are there any areas, we're paying a lot of attention to Hilo, and rightfully so, but are there any other areas around the county that you're keeping a close eye on?
Absolutely. I mean, all coastal areas, are areas that we have to pay attention to. I mean, I remember tsunamis back in the Kanoe administration when, Hilo didn't get any impacts, but Ali'i Drive, they got it really bad. And I mean, in Honau now, there was a house that got uplifted and, was floating in the bay. So these are memories that we have, and that's why we don't take this lightly. This is a serious situation, and until we get the all clear sign, we're going to stay here.
All right, that's Hawaii County Mayor Kimo Alameda. Thank you so much for joining us and speaking with us tonight. Again, providing that very important message that this could very well be a long night for a lot of us as we wait this out, as we wait for the official word from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. We did hear from Dr. Chip McCreary, who gave us those updates about an hour ago, and he said he would be back with another update. We're expecting that maybe at around the 10 o'clock or so. So, of course, they're still monitoring all the data coming in from those 15 sites across the state.
So we're monitoring this statewide. We just spoke with Hawaii County Mayor Kimo Alameda. Also, too, I want to bring in Ben Gutierrez as well, because we've also been keeping a close eye on this Coconut Island cam and looking how the parking lot has flooded. Is it me, or kind of has the water level changed where we see that police vehicle right there? Because earlier, about an hour and a half ago, that area seemed to be completely covered in water, and now you have a vehicle there.
And it looks like you can almost see more of the bridge underneath of it as well.
Yeah, you can see the bridge, and also the water level has probably gone down about 3 feet, back to close to normal. And so it was flooded a little earlier. It looks like the water levels are kind of back to normal at the moment. In fact, if it's possible, I don't know if we can take Max 2, the weather computer. I'm not sure how quickly we can do that, but here we go. So this is Coconut Island right here. That's the bridge. And then a little bit earlier, we're looking at the SCP Hilo Hotel. That is this right here. So the hotel is right here. We've got the ice pond. Let me just clear this out. And so you've got all this water that's kind of trying to get into this area. And as it does, the problem is you've got just this little area that the water is trying to get into. And so a lot of that is going to flood into this area as well. And so that was the reason why we're seeing in some of these spots where the water energy is getting into a more narrower and narrower section. And so no surprise that that area has gotten quite a bit of the activity. Hilo Airport right here, very close to Hilo Bay, so that's the reason why it's still closed. Kuhio Street, Keaukaha, this airport was closed because this whole neighborhood here had to get evacuated, and so you basically don't want to have this area or basically be in this area during that time. And even though it looks like we, again, did not have a whole lot happening in this area, it's good to know that we did the right thing, because when you're seeing the flooding that's going on, both here at the SCP Hotel and the ice ponds, and also here with the parking lot for Coconut Island, and we can, with our maps now, we can get this is about as close as we can get, but it's pretty darn close.
Yeah, we are definitely seeing the impacts in Hilo and in Hawaii County. But what about what's happening here on Oahu? We want to go live now to our Lynn Kawano at the Emergency Operations Center. Lynn.
Yeah, Stephanie, you know, the mayor is still here, as well as first responders in the Emergency Operations Center at the Fosse building, but they don't have any more media briefings planned. They are waiting for the state to give the all clear, which is anticipated in the next hour or two. So they all stay here. They are monitoring things. We did see some high water events out in Haleiwa and on the North Shore, but other than that, things seem to be quieting down a bit here in Honolulu, so they are waiting to see if we get the all clear. They are not out, they're saying we're not out of the woods yet, but they want to make sure that they get the all clear from the state before issuing any more press releases or having any more press conferences here at the EOC. The mayor showed up about 3:15 this afternoon, just as the emergency sirens first started going off, and then we had subsequent sirens throughout the afternoon at 4:10, 5:10, and 6:10. We had multiple briefings as the events were going on, but again, things are wrapping up out here. The mayor does have an early flight tomorrow. He's heading to Hiroshima to mark the 80th anniversary of the dropping of the bomb. He and his team are heading out to that, but they are still here waiting for the state to give the all clear. Back to you guys in the studio.
And thank you so much, Lynn. That seems to be the common. Waiting for the all clear because we are not out of the woods just yet.
Right, forecasters are keeping a very close eye. The expectation is that we'll be getting an update from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center at the top of the hour from Chip McCreary within.
That's right. As Mark was just saying, as we wait for the all clear, that will ultimately come from officials from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. With a particular individual, the director of Dr. Chip McCreary, we're hearing that we will be getting an update right at 10 o'clock, and we'll bring that to you as soon as we get it. But as we are looking at this live shot now, I want to bring in our First Alert Weather team, Drew, Ben, and Jen. Any observations so far?
Right now, things have definitely calmed down. Look at the water surface right now. The police car helpfully illuminating the bridge, and you can see it's just calm, very calm beneath the bridge as far as the water. We might still see the possibility of some wave energy coming in, more tsunamis that may come in, but it looks like things, at least for now, have quieted down. Again, remember that these waves have been coming in anywhere from 5 to 15 minutes, 20 minutes apart, and so this might just be a little lull between tsunami waves at the moment, but you can see right now that even though it is calm, the parking lot itself was flooded a little bit earlier. A couple of police cars now in the parking lot meeting there, but a little bit earlier this evening, about an hour ago, we could see that it was definitely flooded, and so with the amount of water that was in the parking lot, it was likely the same thing that was happening in Haleiwa, where the water level came up, stayed up for a while, and then finally receded. I'm sure the police are right now just checking the area just to make sure that nobody is there, that everybody's remaining safe. And if you're at the hotels that are close to that area, you're likely watching us from the 4th floor or higher, and you would be safe there and be able to see what is going on. And if you're looking at it, you should be glad that this is all you see, because otherwise, if we had a destructive tsunami, it would be a very different story and would be definitely a lot more worried. We're still a little worried at this point. I mean, it's not destructive, but we still have energy that's coming in, and we've been kind of tracking.
And speaking of energy coming in, we want to show you this video that's just into the newsroom now from Kahului, Maui, where officials reported a 15-foot drop in the water at Kahului Harbor tonight during the tsunami warning. Jen.
As we take a closer look at the latest readings, too, we did see a big spike there in Kahului. It initially came in with those initial cycles at about 4 feet, but then the latest reading now is at 5.7 feet, so bringing coastal flooding. We haven't been seeing a whole lot of eyes there in video yet, but this is likely seeing major coastal flooding in some of the areas there. Haleiwa, as we were seeing, the parking lots have been flooded out, and in Hilo, some significant flooding, but things seem to be quieting down there, and it did reach about 4.9 feet. So we are hoping that it reached its peak already, with its peak being at 5.7, crossing our fingers that it will be on a downward trend. And we're measuring these in amplitude, and you could actually see the amplitude is measured relative to the normal sea level. So we're seeing about 4 to about nearly 6 feet when it comes to that amplitude. So still under the tsunami warning. We will have to wait and see what the next couple of cycles do, and hopefully in the next several hours we won't see any more of those peaks that jump up like in Kahului from 4 feet to 5.7, and that will be more on a downward trend.
Now to Kahului and the incident that happened there. Once again, officials saying an approximately 15-foot water drop at Kahului Harbor tonight. And there were also some evacuations that took place. According to Maui County, 2 helicopters were sent out to evacuate rural areas, including 2 fishermen in Kahiki Nui and Kaupo. 10 to 15 people, they say, at Nu'u Landing, and also 1 person in Nahiku, 3 people in Halava, 1 in Wailau, and they say people on Lanai near shipwrecks and 4 people at Nakalele were also warned during this tsunami warning alert.
Yeah, and that speaks to the comprehensive response that each of the individual counties and their leaders need to undertake when you have an event like this, right? Making sure that residents are taken care of and making sure that areas are cleared, especially spots of high concern, the low-lying coastal areas. Just what an image we're seeing as more and more pictures and video are coming out, showing and documenting kind of how the night has unfolded statewide. So you have Maui County sending this out of the 15-foot water drop. And we also want to bring back in the footage that we saw earlier tonight at Hilo Bay, which was the first site of the expected activity from the tsunami. The time lapse over about course of about half hour, 45 minutes or so, when they were in the active time frame starting from 7:10 p.m. Since then, we've seen headlines in Hawaii, Oahu, Big Island, Maui County as well. So this really is a statewide event, what we're seeing with this.
Yeah, and as we continue to look at this time-lapse video of Hilo Bay and the water receding, you can clearly see parts of the reef being exposed right there in the middle of your screen, and then it'll slow and then it'll freeze frame it there. And of course, we witness flooding, throughout Hilo. Here at this Hilo Hotel, you can see the flooding coming up and almost entering the lobby there during the initial waves. So this next reading now and the next set of data that we're expecting from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center could paint a clearer picture perhaps of what we might be in for, whether or not they did witness any change in the size of the waves as well. And that's what we'll be looking forward to, maybe less than 5 minutes away from getting that update from Dr. Chip McCreary at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center.
Yeah, a number of different scenes that have been unfolding across Oahu right now in the areas of concern. We're told that Haima, Governor Josh Green is no longer at the building, but they are keeping a very close eye. Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi remains at the city's Emergency Operations Center along with city emergency officials. And the scientists and the forecasters at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, we are expecting an update from them within the next several minutes or so. When that happens, we'll be heading out there live. I'm told we have new video of the water drop that we were just discussing at Kahului, which was earlier this evening.
That's right. We saw significant changes, parts of Oahu with Maunalua Bay parking lot flooding and Haleiwa just being inundated by the flood waters there taking over the parking lot at Haleiwa Harbor. This here, though, seems subtle, but officials noting that an approximate 15-foot water drop occurred during following the first arrival of the tsunami waves. We're talking about, the teams being ready and state officials making it clear that no matter what happens, they are standing by ready to respond. High water vehicles ready to go, aircraft ready to go, search and rescue. Of course, no reports of any of that being needed or activated, but those teams stand ready. FEMA workers saying they also stand ready in the event of any damage from the waves. And so far, what we can tell you now is that we have not gotten any reports of any major damage out there. Just hearing from, Hawaii County Mayor Kimo Alameda and Governor Josh Green recently saying, this is what we're just seeing right here, is just flooding as a result of these initial tsunami waves. And we are very hopeful that it will continue to just be this, not any major damage, no reports of that so far.
One thing that I'm curious about, I want to bring back in Ben and Drew here, is what are we seeing in terms of intervals between these wave events and the timing of which, and how often are we seeing? Because we saw the spikes, we're really tracking closely the midway readings with the buoy. When it comes to our readings here, what can we say about the timing between the intervals?
Well, we've had some highs and lows. So as far as the intervals between the highest spikes that we've seen, at least on the buoy over at Midway, I would say about 45 minutes, but then there were a lot of smaller spikes in between there. And so if you kind of divvy that up, just my rough guess right now would be approximately 20 minutes between these waves. Some are bigger than others, and so you'll get a big wave maybe every 40 minutes or thereabouts. And we've seen a couple of those spikes. We saw 5. The first one was kind of big, and then the next 3 spikes are smaller. Then another big spike, and then we haven't really checked the spikes lately, but I'm sure that's one thing that, again, the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center is looking at. And just judging from what we've seen so far, we're seeing the flooding. We've seen it in Hilo. We've seen it at Coconut Island. We've seen it at Haleiwa Harbor. There is flooding. There is inundation. Nothing damaging. That's a good thing. But it is still a tsunami. And so a lot of people were taking it very seriously. This shot tells a big part of the story. The Coast Guard and we here at Hawaii News Now and the First Alert Weather Team were saying, if you've got a vessel, take it out to open ocean, at least 300 feet depth, so 100 fathoms. So this is off Magic Island. These are a lot of the boats that left Alawai Small Boat Harbor and are waiting out, the possible tsunami or a destructive tsunami out in the open ocean where it's a lot safer. During 2011, we could see a lot of the damage that was caused when the currents took boats, ripped them away from their moorings, bashed them against each other, ripped piers away, those sorts of things. A lot of vessel owners, vessels are valuable, they cost a lot of money, and you definitely want to protect that. Best way to protect that investment, take it out into the open ocean. It's a lot safer out there.
Yeah, and it's definitely just telling from that picture where all of the boats are out in the water, just seeing the amount of just movement that we had to get done to get people to Melka areas to be safe, away from the tsunami evacuation zones. Again, these are areas just near the coast. Waikiki, arguably right on the beach. A lot of tourists are here. They don't know exactly what is maybe happening. That's another angle that I think we haven't really explored this evening is they may have not gotten the alerts. We were seeing the people in the water right after the tsunami warning was happening. We were watching people in the water of Waikiki. They may just not have been aware of the danger expressed by this tsunami. So I believe we're going to go back to Chip McCreary at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center.
Let's listen in.
Let's listen in.
I'm happy to report that looking at all of the gauges that we monitor here at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, across the state of Hawaii, it looks like we have already recorded the maximum amplitude on those gauges, and in most cases it was the third wave. A couple of them, it was the second wave, and there was one gauge with a fairly small reading that it was something like the fifth wave. But based on that data, I feel confident at least that we're past the worst part of it. We're not going to see any impacts bigger than we've already seen, and so we are more or less in the stage right now of finding out when we can lower the alert level from a warning to an advisory. And that's just going to make sure, because the largest readings we had were, we need to have amplitudes of about everything less than 3 feet, and kind of considerably less. We don't want to be right at the borderline. So our biggest amplitudes were, Honolulu was 8 feet from crest to trough, or a 4-foot amplitude, and same with Haleiwa. They were both about 8 feet crest to trough maximum. Hilo was 9 feet, and it turns out Kahului was the biggest measurement we had, which was about 11 feet from crest to trough. So, like I said, we want this to go down to everything less than a 3-foot amplitude or 6 feet crest to trough. And most gauges are below that, but some of them are still having some things fairly close to that. So we will be monitoring it again over the next hour. Hopefully, then the decision can be made to drop our alert level down to advisory, and that will be the first step. Now, advisory is still, we know from our experience, for example, with the Japan tsunami, that because we've had these big impacts, that there's a lot of energy in the water out there. There's a lot of strong currents, and so going from an advisory to a cancellation, we may have to be even more cautious doing that, and it'll probably be sometime maybe early tomorrow morning before we can issue a cancellation. But right now we're trying to looking towards when we can lower the alert level to advisory. So I'll take any questions.
So what areas are you going to be looking at specifically to be able to make a declaration or advise for a downgrade to happen?
Well, for all of these gauges, it's not like a simple large peak and then it gets smaller every peak after that. It's large and some smaller waves, and then it pops back up again. In fact, on a lot of gauges, we saw the first 3 or 4 waves were pretty big, then it died down, and then there was another pulse. So we just want to make sure we don't have any surprises later on. So we will examine all of those gauges to try and make sure it's safe before we go to advisory level.
Given where we are right now and with those latest readings, what areas do you expect to have the most damage, or at least the most visible impact from this?
Well, based on our sea level gauges, it would be those 4 sites, Honolulu, Haleiwa, Kahului, and Hilo. But there's lots of parts of the coast we don't have gauges, and we probably might not know until tomorrow morning when it becomes light. Certain areas that got flooded that we just can't tell because we don't have a gauge there. So, but certainly the places in the past that have gotten flooded that I named, those will be the places certainly that we'll look. And I think there was some footage of some flooding in Hilo, but that's not from our sources.
Is a tsunami watch, is that pre-wave and then a tsunami advisory that's post-wave, so it goes watch, warning, and advisory?
Well, the watch really is a heads up to everybody. It's a heads up to the public. It's a heads up to the emergency management and responding officials that something has happened that could result in an advisory or warning and for a tsunami, and that we haven't evaluated the situation yet. We're still collecting data to try and make that evaluation. So when we don't have enough data yet to call a warning or an advisory, but we know there was a big earthquake, which was the case today, then we'll issue the watch so that everyone can start getting prepared. When the public hears a watch, they really should find out where they are or where they're going to be in the next few hours. And the watch will include an estimated arrival time for the state. So They can go, oh, you know, I was going to go to the beach this afternoon, but maybe I won't now because I don't know what's going to happen. That's kind of the reasoning behind a watch.
If you were to give a timeline, though, is that safe to say perhaps in the next few hours, maybe in the next 12 hours, when you're able to perhaps declare a downgrade and perhaps give it an advisory? Is it safe to give a timeline?
I would hope we could go to an advisory within the next couple of hours. So, yes.
For those that might have left their home to seek higher ground or to shelter, what's your advice to them now at this hour?
So I think when we do downgrade, that absolutely, yeah, until they get instructions from the counties.
Anything took you by surprise from this event?
Not really. I mean, our footing here is really, we don't know when earthquakes are going to happen. We just have to react when they do, and we apply the tools that we have to try and make the best forecast as possible. And in general, we will always err on the conservative side because